I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got love, peace, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Hello and welcome back to my channel, The Fanfic Fantasy. Join us as we explore the world of fanfiction and fantasy and bring you the best story and discussions. This is the 11th part of What If Tanjiro time traveled and became a demon. So give this video a like and subscribe for more videos in future, so let's get into the fanfic. Gyomai did not like what he could currently sense around him. He'd lost his eyesight at a very young age, so young he could only barely remember flashes of what he assumed was color and light. No, he'd had to learn to get by in a world that did not want to understand him or his blindness, and so he'd worked hard to rise to the challenge. That challenge had become even more difficult when he'd discovered the existence of demons. When he'd lost his children. When the survivors had been so hurt and worried and scared they'd blamed him. He'd been so confused when the demon he'd had to beat and hit for hours, despite his muscles and bones aching, despite the disgusting feel of flesh giving way below his knuckles and the hot, sticky blood splashing who knew where had simply vanished with the sunlight. And then the villagers, who refused to answer him except to tell him the children were dead thanks to him, and how dare he kill them so gruesomely, and how no one would listen to him until Oyakata-sama showed up. So began his training. Unlike most students, it had taken him far longer to get the forms down than the breathing pattern. That had come easily for him. He'd always had a strong body and it showed. But getting each movement down correctly had taken hours upon hours, correction upon frustrating correction, because he couldn't see his limbs. He could only feel them, and he couldn't learn the forms except to have them described to him and then have his sensei move his limbs where he needed them to be. It had been the longest 2 years of his life. Long, but worth it. He'd become a pillar in 2 months after the final selection. Once he had a system down, once he'd really learned to sense the world around him, finding and fighting demons had been simple. He could sense things others couldn't see, and that made finding demons surprisingly simple and usually straightforward. He'd breezed through the final selection and then had simply gone around to Japan's cities and towns, learning to pay attention to the very air currents and sensing vibrations through the ground. Smell and sound helped immensely, and he honed those as well. Perhaps because of his special circumstances, he hadn't even realized he hadn't killed his 50th demon until they'd called him back to the estate and promoted him. But nothing had prepared him for this. A vibration on the left. He turned and swung his mace as hard as he could, not even bothering with the form anymore. He needed speed here, speed with power. Unfortunately, he had to give up some of the latter to gain the former. The floor below him fell away. He could barely jump to where he could sense a wall. That moved out at him, of course. He destroyed what he could before finding a good handhold that let him swing up and about, placing his feet against the wood and launching towards where he could sense the demon. Another column sped down from above. He managed to swing his mace around the corner, where it lodged and swung him out of the way. It would drag him down, but it was better than the alternative. Searching with his senses, he found another wall nearby and punched his way through to another room below the demon. Then he began working his way up. Again, this had happened no less than 6 times. It was beyond frustrating, but he was determined to do what he had to do to get rid of the demon. A plinth of wood, paper, and tatami mats came rushing at him from the left, and he jumped onto it, letting it take him back out the hole and into the enormous room that seemed to fall forever. The room in which he'd been trying to climb to the correct point for countless seconds now. How many minutes had it been? Hours? Days? Well, no, he knew it couldn't be the latter, but it definitely felt like it. And so their dance returned to square one as he tried to gain ground while she did her best to keep him at bay. Unfortunately, he was beginning to tire. They both knew that she likely had better stamina than him, simply for her being a demon, but she also couldn't seem to take him out of the equation as she had a Gyuro-san. Gyomai could only spare a thought for the 21-year-old. He wanted to go after the other pillar to see if he was well and alive. But he doubted the demon would just let him, and the room had changed so drastically by the time he realized what had happened that he couldn't sense where the pillar had gone. He desperately hoped his attack from above hadn't distracted the younger man. He didn't want another death on his conscience. He'd just have to wait until he beat the demon, unfortunately. Once again, the platform he'd come to dropped and he felt himself begin to fall. Before he could really do anything about it, though, he sensed other walls coming towards him. From all 6 directions, in front and behind him, to either side, and from above. It seemed he would have to rely on his sheer strength to buy him the time he needed. 5th form, Arcs of Justice. He made it in time, the axe on one end of his chain and the mace-like flail on the other, both swinging in wide arcs, destroying everything around him except the floor below, blowing them out and away from him. Then he used the platform and launched up to where he could sense the demon yet again. She must have been surprised because it took her longer than before to bring walls to strike him down, and he got closer than he'd been able to before. Just as he got there, though, he realized he'd fallen into a trap. "You'll make a fine demon too," she said, with almost no inflection. Gyomai stiffened but didn't stop his breathing pattern. He did sense strands of something shooting towards him from many different directions, but knew he wouldn't have enough time to take out more than half of them. Breath of flame, third form, blazing universe. A streak of heat shot in front of him, slicing through all of the strange appendages coming towards him. Gyomai blinked, feeling tears coming to his eyes at the relief of not fighting this demon alone. "You're fast," the demon said through obviously gritted teeth. "You arrived before I thought you would." Gyomai was pretty sure she'd been speaking to the newcomer, so he didn't answer. "My Kasugai Crow-led," Rengoku Kyojiro's voice started, but was cut off by another platform rushing up at them from below. "Off the side," Gyomai yelled, rolling off and grabbing a handhold in the material below as the pillar of wood continued to speed upwards. "Are you all right, my friend?" Kyojiro yelled through the rushing air, and the stone pillar smiled. "I am." Then his smile vanished. "Iguro Obanai is not. I believe she tried to turn him into a demon." "What? Why?" the flame Hashira asked. But Gyomai didn't have time to answer, instead launching himself off of the wood and tatami mats to where he could sense another platform as the column he'd been on crashed into the ceiling. "To pad Kibutsuji's ranks, I would assume," he yelled as he soared through the air, then began to say some mantras under his breath, praying for the others if that was the case. They would need to get Iguro some help as soon as possible, or kill him. But Shinobu was developing a cure, wasn't she? He'd have to think on that later. "Indeed," the demon said, her quiet voice carrying across the room that only seemed to grow bigger the longer they fought. "And you look like our newest waxing moon. I wonder, are you related?" Gyomai sensed Kyojiro's inhale about the same time he put it together too. No, they wouldn't. Except they would. And there went any semblance of holding back tears. He wished he could properly bring out his prayer beads and say prayers for the Rengoku family. And hadn't the Kamado children been studying under the older Rengoku as well? But all he could do was say a couple of words and thank Buddha for the minor break to catch his breath. "You could join him," the demon said, voice almost thoughtful. She didn't seem like a demon of many words. "Why would I do that?" Kyojiro asked, voice as tight as the strings on the demon's biwa. "To maintain your memories." "Oh, well, that made sense. People who chose to become demons remembered their pasts. Unless you do not wish to." Gyomai thought about that. Being able to forget all of the pain in his past. The children he'd failed to protect. But he couldn't truly consider it. Not seriously, because it would mean subjecting himself to that man and having to eat other humans, and he would refuse either one of those every time. He wondered why the flame pillar had been given the choice though. "You did not ask me," he said slowly. "Why?" The woman scoffed. "I know your type, too stubborn for any good. You would not turn willingly, and that is not a bad thing." Kyojiro yelled emphatically before Gyomai could say anything else. "Also, neither will I." "I see. So be it," the demon said. A twang sounded, causing the floors and walls to begin moving again. Gyomai didn't sigh. He was in a better position now with another pillar fighting beside him. They could win this, and they would. They had to. XXX. When Sanmi had first seen the demon that haunted his memories, waxing one, he'd been thrilled. Despite how good the other smelled, despite how hungry he was, despite how much he hated this being, he wanted his rematch. And then, he'd been excited beyond belief because he'd been able to keep up. Albeit barely, but it was still such an improvement over before, and it was the first time he could really let loose and utilize what he'd come to think of as his passive blood art. Some demons seemed to have them, he'd noted, but some didn't. Kamado and the former waxing third didn't. He and the little brat did. Passive skills weren't as powerful as an actual blood art, but they also didn't seem to require exposing blood to activate. Incredibly useful in a fight. Waxing one seemed to be able to activate his own power without using any blood, though. So did the former waxing third. He couldn't figure out if that meant their passive abilities had simply gotten strong enough to match strength with their blood-activated abilities, or if they'd simply gotten so good at using their abilities that they didn't have to expose blood to activate them. He hoped it wasn't the former. Even with Mr. Forgetful at his back, they were barely keeping up, and if the other demon could level up, they'd be in trouble. Of course, Sanmi hadn't brought out his full blood art either, but still. And Takedo was fighting at full strength right now. And the waxing Baka's commentary didn't help in the slightest. He kept completely dismissing Sanmi and focusing on Takedo. At least the kid seemed just as annoyed by it as the wind pillar felt. From your physical development, waxing one paused and blocked several barrages from both pillars. You are 14. Yes, that seems correct. Another pause as he jumped over Sanmi, coming in for several strikes, meshing with Takedo as best he could. They couldn't seem to work seamlessly, but they could read each other and coordinate for the most part. It still wasn't doing much good, or at least not as much as they would like, and the human in their little group was beginning to tire. After a couple more exchanges with the other's sword, they all backed off to regroup, make assessments, and, in Takedo's case, catch their breath. The waxing first just had to take the opportunity to open that big, dumb mouth of his. As expected from one of my descendants, he said haughtily. Sanmi had to wonder how he was so sure Takedo was a descendant. The pillar could be, he supposed, but the demon could also just be delusional. Sanmi figured it was a 50-50 chance either way. My blood may have been watered down a great deal, but that is trivial, it seems. Even if my name has died out, my cells and talent have increased, remaining in you. Sanmi couldn't help but scoff at his sheer audacity. Then he turned to Takedo. Is this guy for real? The kid hadn't taken his eyes off of their opponent. Sadly, I believe so, because even if I was a descendant of his, I am positive not a single disgusting cell of his remains in my body. He said it so decisively, aggressively even, that Sanmi couldn't help but be a little impressed. And right about then, he saw a dark spot on the kid's face move. He wasn't the only one from how waxing one's eyes widened. You got that mark everyone was talking about, he informed the kid. It didn't even faze him. Good. Breath of mist, 7th form, obscuring clouds. Sanmi's eyebrows rose. He hadn't seen this technique before, and he'd read about the breath of mist as it was a derivative of wind. It only had 6 forms. The kid went and created a 7th form. He thought to himself, amused and a little annoyed. Amused because Takedo had more talent and skill than he'd given credit for. Annoyed because he had no idea how to attack simultaneously with an unknown technique without getting in the way himself. Especially not with a style that focused on clustered attacks that overwhelmed the opponent like a swarm. It didn't tend to work well with other styles, and he had to concentrate to do so. At least Waxing One didn't seem to know what to do with the new mist attack either, until he began to swing his blade and Sanmi saw where it was going. No, he yelped, putting his energy into jumping forward and in front of the attack. He got there just in time, but felt 2 blades slash into him, one from either side, and gritted his teeth. He'd stabbed the Waxing first, but was not in a position to follow up or keep the attack going. Of course, San, the boy said, voice full of surprise. What? He grunted in pain, but was already reforming his cells. I wasn't about to let you get your arm cut off. Besides, it's Shinazugawa. Remember that at least. A meaningless sacrifice, the loser in front of him began. But Sanmi was already spreading his blood over his lips, knowing the smile Kanny had called his manic grin had spread across his face. Demon blood art, typhoon beam, he said, then took a deep breath and blew out. The force that came out of his mouth, his inhuman tongue, could have been a sword in and of itself, except in wind form. It cut anything it touched, utterly decimating it. The other demon had jumped back, painfully taking his sword with him, but Sanmi ignored that as best he could, continuing with his attack. He and Takedo flew back from the kickback of it. The wall on the other side of the room exploded where Sanmi's technique hit it. He cut off the technique as soon as they were out of range. He could continue using it, but it had done what he needed it to do, and if he wasn't careful, Waxing One would be able to attack them. His blood art left openings. So instead, he turned, grabbed Takedo and pushed them both sideways, away from where he could sense the other demon moving to. Shin-san. Why did you think I was gonna let him get you? Another pillar, another slayer. We both need to be at top strength to get him. Besides, he let that manic grin onto his face again. I can regrow limbs, remember. Also, his grin grew wider. Isn't this fun? Let's keep it going, until we beat him or someone else comes in. No other outcome. The kid just blinked. I don't find fighting fun. That didn't make sense to Sanmi. Really? Before either one of them could say more than that, they both took stances and prepared for the incoming attack that made their instincts scream at them. 5th form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. 3rd form, Purifying Wind. Sanmi yelled as he whipped his sword around him in the well-known arcs, defending them from everything he could. He purposefully didn't extend the swings as far behind him as he could. If anything got them from behind, he'd just have to trust the kid. Duck, he heard Takedo say, and abandoned his last slash to do just that. 3rd form, Scattering Mist Splash. A force of air and what looked like mist blew by him, and he had to stick his sword in the ground to not be moved himself. But it disrupted the currents of the Waxing first strikes and threw those nasty, unpredictable moon blades off too. Impressive, Waxing One said calmly as the mist finally dissipated. The 2 slayers stood back to back while the demon faced Sanmi. You kept up with my technique. You have, indeed, become better, worth acknowledging. It's almost nostalgic. Like that means anything to me, Sammy said back. He may be enjoying a difficult fight, but the only thing that would make it better would be winning it. He didn't care a thing for his opponent. All that I care about is you dead. The demon tipped his head to one side, considering. I see. How demonic of you. It wasn't true. Sammy had been like that before, but didn't that make the Kazuki's words worse? No, he couldn't let his anger get the better of him right now, but he could use it to fuel his techniques, and use it he did. He launched himself forward, form after form ready in his mind. Fourth form, third form, sixth form, leap up, eighth form, demon blood art. One technique after another, he pushed forward, losing himself to the rhythm of battle, making himself move faster and farther than he ever had before. It was exhilarating, even as the other demon countered with his own deadly forms. Soon, the room had become nothing but a whirl of wind and moon-shaped blades. Then Sammy felt himself get faster. "Ah, you've manifested your mark," Waxing One said suddenly. "I didn't think that was possible once one had become a demon. You are more interesting than I thought. Too bad I have to kill you." He just kept speaking while they fought. It would have ticked Sammy off even more if he hadn't noticed little things. The tightness of the demon's mouth, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly, the white knuckles on his hand around the grip of his sword. It was a facade, he realized. He needed to push this. Form 7, obscuring mist, he heard from below and behind him, and grinned. Smart kid. Form 6, black wind mountain mist, he shouted and advanced on the being. They had him on the run. The demon blocked, pushing so hard against the two of them that the sleeves of his gi burst. Keep pushing, he thought to himself, silently urging Takedo to do the same. They could beat him like this. His neck. He yelled to Takedo. Go for his neck. They both began another attack and then pain. Sammy's eyes widened as his own blood flew through the air in front of him because what had that? They'd had the Kazuki on the run and then the smell hit and he froze. This was not good. Takedo hadn't been hurt up until this point, but now, the hunger rose like a beast in his stomach and he couldn't move, dropping to one knee as he struggled to keep from attacking that ever so tantalizing scent. Drool dripped down the side of his mouth and he growled, hating himself, hating the demon he'd become. Oh, what is this? He looked up to see Waxing One towering over them. He was looking down at them with that blank expression, but it had gone back to relaxed. Sammy's growl grew louder. He could not keep the inhuman sound back as he dug his fingers into his scalp, trying desperately to keep a hold of himself. Not now, he half yelled, half begged his demonic instincts. I'll feed later, but not now. And then the other demon smiled. It wasn't large or obvious, but it was there. It also wasn't nice. I see, he said. XXX. Yushiro didn't like many things. He never had. Life had been one long streak of pain for him since a very young age, and that left scars. Scars he didn't really see a point in trying to hide. So he was brutally honest. Ironic considering his blood art. The only person to ever fight for him had been Tameo-sama. The fact that she also happened to be the strongest, most intelligent, and most beautiful woman who had ever been born. Well, she'd been a dream he hadn't deserved. No one could deserve her. The problem with dreams, though, was that they ended. They faded. He was determined to make it so that she never did, but he could sense it, her life force draining away. He was keeping himself together through sheer will at this point. And he had to keep himself together because he'd joined up with a group of demon slayers who didn't know he was, in fact, a demon, while he distributed his paper talismans that would establish the communication system they would need to survive this. Oh, and a pillar had just stopped their group. He made sure to stay in the back, keeping his presence as human as possible. One of the women he joined with earlier, a bulkier woman with her black hair tied up messily, sobbed as she hugged the man who had accompanied the pillar, the love pillar if he wasn't mistaken. The man had seemed surprised and was now clutching the woman to him tightly, also crying. It was disgusting. The pink-haired Hashira just squeaked in the background. Definitely the love pillar, and Yushiro kind of hated all of them for it. They lived for love, were finding those they loved. And Yushiro was about to lose the only person he had ever loved. It wasn't fair. He knew the two of them had been living on borrowed time. He'd known almost from the beginning that their circumstances couldn't last. That didn't mean he couldn't absolutely despise it. He would have lived with her forever. He would have been happy to serve her forever. To even just be barely acknowledged was more than he could have hoped for. But she had accepted him so thoroughly. She told him that he'd made her life better. That meant everything to him, and more. The fact that she'd said that at the end, though, almost made it hurt more. He had to turn away from the crying couple. Yushiro heard the love pillar say something about sensing another presence, and she ran off. The only thing the demon could think was, good riddance. It wasn't fair, or nice, or conducive to a good working relationship with the demon slayers, but she returned not minutes later with a scared woman in her arms who practically broke down when she saw the group of other slayers welcome her and try to comfort her. A normal woman, caught up in all of this and lucky to have survived. It would take her a long time to come to terms with it, he knew. Yushiro sympathized, he did, but he didn't have time for this. I'm going to keep scouting, he said to the others, then took off before they could respond. He needed to get in touch with the Yubayashikis anyway, and this would be his best chance. Getting away from them felt like lifting a weight from his shoulders. He preferred to be alone anyways. Gritting his teeth, Yushiro ran on. He would bring to pass Tameo-sama's dream, even if it killed him. Inside the protection Muzan had created for himself while he dissolved Tameo's poison, the king of demons gasped in shock. He'd been keeping track of the different fights as best he could while portioning the rest of his focus on the poison. But all of him froze at the new revelation. Kamado Tanjiro was a progenitor. How did he find or recreate the medicine that had turned Muzan all those years ago? Had he found the blue spider lilies? Did it matter at this point? Now the boy needed to die more than ever, which meant Muzan would need to finalize the plans he already had in place. Because the boy would come, and Muzan would have to take care of it now or risk said boy becoming a real threat to him. He hated it, but he had no choice. Fine, the boy wanted to fight, progenitor to progenitor. Muzan would oblige. And that also meant that the demon who looked like Akaza was, in all likelihood, his missing waxing third. He'd likely thrown off Muzan's curse because the other boy had threatened him or used some sort of blood art on him to turn him to his side. He would regret it. They both would. Muzan would make sure of that. About then, he realized that he'd lost concentration on the poison and it had begun to erode his cells again. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his future plans to the side for now. He had everything in place for the most part. He just needed to show the other progenitor who was the strongest. Who would always be the strongest because he had 1,000 years on everyone else. There was no chance they would win today, and he'd just obtained the key to conquering the sun. His victory was assured. It was only a matter of time. Come then, Kamado Tanjiro, he said to no one, eyes glowing in the darkness. Come meet your fate. XXX. We've got the whole system completed, Kanata said from her desk. Kiria nodded in affirmation, feeling a small sense of relief at that. At least they had as many eyes as they could possibly get inside the enormous mansion. It continually changed and warped, but they were keeping track of it as best they could. It was better than nothing. It was also, more than a little strange, choosing to see something that wasn't actually in the room with him, but it was also a brilliant idea. And they were definitely getting the hang of it. I have eyes on multiple Hashira, Kuina spoke up on his right. Hi, he said in acknowledgement. He wished he had an entire map of the place, even if it was only a basic one, to really go off of. But they would just have to do their best to keep track of everyone's positions with what they had. Name the Hashira you're watching, he called. Himejima-san and Rengoku-san, Kanata said succinctly. They have found and are trying to take on Waxing 3. Shinobu-san, Kanroji-san and Obanai-san, Kuina said immediately after. The latter is not in good shape. I believe he has been injected with demon blood by a waxing moon. Kiria's grip on his paintbrush tightened. I see. Obanai-san is currently with Akatsugi-san and another demon I don't recognize. The black-haired boy nodded again and jotted that down as quickly as he could. I am currently watching Shinazugawa-san and Takedo-san fight Waxing One, he said as calmly as he could, then thought about everything he'd learned. I am also keeping an eye on Muzan. He focused on the crow circling above the grotesque mass of flesh that hid Kibutsuji Muzan for a moment, and had to repress a shudder. Fortunately, he had more than enough practice doing so. How many groups of non-Hashira demon slayers are you watching? 6, Kanata said. 3, from Kuina. 4 plus a group of Tsugukos currently taking on Waxing 5, Kiria told them, one of which has been injected with demon blood. He had come to the conclusion when they first discussed this plan that he wouldn't hold any information back from anyone. They needed everyone they could recruit to figure this out. Getting as much information out as possible to everyone involved would serve them the best. They didn't have time for secrets or pride here. Yushiro-san, did you hear all of that? He asked aloud. Yes, through your stupid crow. Kiria didn't know how the boy's demon blood art worked, but it really was amazing. And kind of frightening. It was also the key to coordinating everyone so they could take Muzan down, once and for all. Currently you are. He paused and checked everything he could, 3 floors up and a little west of Nakheim. According to Kamado-san's report from last time, you will be needed there. Can you make it? Of course I can, came the reply. Good. Good, we need you there as soon as possible. I'll get there. Pay attention to the fights, the demon boy replied acidly. He really was an unpleasant fellow, but Kiryu did his best to not let the words affect him. Said boy was helping them, and so he would put up with his abrasive attitude. And he would do it kindly, like his father would have. Thank you, be safe. The boy didn't respond aloud, but Kiryu could hear him muttering something under his breath that he couldn't pick up. That was probably a good thing. Before he could say anything else, the crow they had circling above the ruins that was their house spotted something moving towards the fires that thankfully had not spread. Said something shot through the foliage towards the estate very quickly. Just what? And then T-tanjiro came to a stop when he saw what had happened. Kiryu could hear the demon growl from where the bird flew. It was scary, very scary. Then the boy ran towards one of the shoji doors in the ground, obviously left to lure Hashira in. Follow him, he told the crow. Now, hurry. The crow, thankfully, dove in time to catch up with the boy before the doors closed. He hoped she could keep up with him. Part of him couldn't help but be relieved that another pillar had arrived. But part of him stubbornly held on to his worry and fear. The fight had only just begun and they still had at least 6 hours until dawn. They already had too many casualties and at least 2 people about to be turned into demons. Kacho Shinobu has been injected with demon blood while trying to save Hashibare Nasuke. Hyuna called out. Kiryu grit his teeth again. Make that 3. If they weren't careful, Muzan could turn all of their slayers against them. Although it took longer to turn swordsmen, from what Kamato had said, that still took too many of their high-ranking officers out. Direct Kamato to where Muzan is. Left, right and up 2 levels. Hi, the bird said, then called out those exact instructions. Kamato slowed as he listened, then nodded and turned in the direction he'd been told. Then the mansion moved again, taking Kibutsuji away from Kamato. Kiryu grit his teeth and told the crow to let Kamato know. This could take a while. Both sides were stalling. But Kiryu had the feeling that the longer it took for Kamato to meet Muzan, the worse it would be for all of them. XXX. I see, Waxing One said as he towered over Shin-san, his blade now longer and sporting. Arms, branches, what? Nezuko grit his teeth and forced himself to stand, but then fell back to his knees. The surprise blows hadn't been fatal if he could control the bleeding, but they had been deep. He also wasn't used to concentrating on stopping the bleeding from so many places on his body at once. He may just have to bind them as best he could, if the demon would let him. He had some bandages he carried with him if he could find the time. It's him, isn't it? The red-haired demon said thoughtfully and then glanced at Nezuko. What was he? And then it clicked and the mist pillar's eyes honed in on the wind pillar. The wind pillar who should have healed already, but was curled over one knee, one hand holding his sword hilt so tight it shook on the ground and the other gripping his head. He grit his teeth but Nezuko could see drool. Oh, this was not good. You want him, don't you? Waxing One went on. A good meal, and I suppose I could let you have it and then turn him into a demon to save his life. He snorted. Nothing distracts demons more than their food, after all. But you had such control over yourself. Why are you having such a difficult time, I wonder? Well, if he insisted on just talking, Nezuko would take advantage of that. He quickly reached into the satchel he carried in the large pockets he'd insisted on for his uniform. Then he assessed which wounds he should bind. If he bound the more serious ones, he'd have to take more care, which would take more time, meaning he'd be stuck with trying to concentrate on stopping more lesser wounds from bleeding once the fighting started again. If he bound the lesser wounds, he'd likely get to more of them, which meant he'd have to spend less concentration on keeping fewer serious wounds from bleeding. That was probably the best idea. Nodding, he found the wounds on his legs and arms and sighed, carefully binding them as best he could and as quickly as he could. You were a Marechi, weren't you? When you were human. The mist pillar tried to tune out the words of the demon, but it was difficult. He may have to fight 2 Hashira-level opponents now but had to focus on wrapping the wounds. All he could do at this point was listen. Did you know that a turned Marechi always craves blood more than other demons? I always found that rather amusing. They tempt demons more than any other, but as demons are tempted more than any other. It's all you can do to not attack your comrade right now, isn't it? He didn't say it like a question. Nezuko grit his teeth and moved on to the next wound he had to bind. You're a pathetic creature, the older demon went on. Although it does make me wonder, how did you get the Slayer Corps to accept you if you have this kind of a reaction to blood? How many humans have you eaten? And why did they make an exception for you? Shin-san growled, letting out heavy breaths in his breathing pattern. None. A hum of surprise from the demon as Nezuko finished with his thigh and moved to his arm. That one would be trickier, but if he held one end in his mouth, yes, that would work. How did you, of all demons, false or not, manage that? Ain't tellin', the white-haired demon replied, voice still guttural and raw. Nezuko pulled the bandage tight and began to tie it. Then let me see you eat your first one. The Mist Pillar had just finished tying that particular bandage when something grabbed the back of his neck. He yelped and grabbed for his sword, but couldn't reach it in time. No, he yelled, but the waxing first didn't even acknowledge him. Here, the demon finally said, shoving Nezuko at Shin-san. The white-haired man jumped away, holding a hand over his nose and shaking his head frantically. I won't let you kill him, Waxing One said, voice almost reassuring if it wasn't so mechanical. Not when he can be of use to that man. And to me, so just a taste. Nezuko abandoned the bandages on his arm and reached up to try and pry the hand holding the back of his collar, to no avail. It felt like trying to bend metal with his hands. Even Hashira couldn't do that without a decent grip. Stubborn, the red-haired demon scoffed. He walked forward, dragging a still struggling Mist Pillar with him. One moment, the demon stepped out. The next, everything blurred. Then Nezuko was shoved at Shin-san again, directly in front of him. Shin-san, whose slitted eyes had gone a little glassy. He was losing himself, the Mist Pillar realized. Snap out of it, he yelled, but the demon barely blinked, just staring at the human in front of him like he would a piece of meat, drool practically sliding down his chin. Consider this a parting gift before I destroy you, Waxing One said. Shin-san reached his clawed hand forward, shaking. Nezuko grit his teeth, bracing for pain and preparing to fight the white-haired demon off. Shin-san licked his lips with that strange, purple tongue and bit his lip as if trying to restrain himself. But his slitted eyes had gone large and round, like a cat's right before they attacked. And then he moved, lurching forward with his mouth open and claws outstretched. Nezuko closed his eyes, pulling his arm back to punch and defend himself, but no pain came. He was jostled, and then he felt as if he were falling. Something caught him and then blurred speed to the other side of the room and... What? He blinked in surprise, then looked down at the arm holding him around his waist. Then he looked up at Shin-san, growling as he devoured a hand. A demon hand. Oh, he glanced back where they'd come from to see the other demon with his overly long sword in one hand looking down at the other appendage. Or lack thereof. It wasn't there. Then it was, and he turned his blank expression on them. So that is how you've been surviving, by eating other demons. How despicable, even for a monster. I don't want to hear that from you, Shin-san said between swallows. Nezuko was grateful the man wasn't eating him, but he certainly classified that as gruesome. That's disgusting, he commented. You think I don't know that? Shin-san replied before he popped the last piece into his mouth. But it ain't like I have much of a choice. He swallowed again. Besides, that arm alone filled me up better than whole other demons. Don't think I'll have too much of an issue not attacking you now. That could come from eating part of Waxing One, Nezuko supposed. Huh, you truly are an abomination, the other demon said as he turned to face them, all 6 eyes fixed on them. Oh, your sword, Shin-san said hurriedly as he shoved the object into his comrade's hands. Nezuko almost fumbled it, but managed to get a hold of it. And prepare yourself, he'll be harder to beat now. And then the white-haired man grinned. Had he been this insane before he became a demon? Good thing I feel better than ever. Then an arc of moon-shaped blades came streaming towards them. XXX. Mitsuri pushed all other thoughts to the side as she left the victim in the hands of the demon slayers, of Miabe and Imagawa as she ran. She wasn't sure if coming across Shinobu had been lucky or by design. But the woman had been desperate to get back to the other demon slayer she'd left behind to fight Waxing Two. The demon who had killed the former flower pillar, Shinobu's sister. Mitsuri hadn't met her, but she'd heard wonderful things about her from Rengoku-san, who had worked with her a couple of times before he'd become a Hashira. She couldn't blame Shinobu for wanting revenge for her sister, if someone killed Mitsuri's brother. But Shinobu was fighting Waxing Two, the very demon who Mitsuri had met, and she had her own issues regarding the demon. She wanted to at least be a part of the fight that would take him out. She closed her eyes, reaching out and sensing. There, she turned immediately right, and then left and kept running. If she just... No, Kacho-san, a voice shouted. Mitsuri bit her lip and hurried even faster. Then a scream of agony, high-pitched and... That was Shinobu. Mitsuri's breath hitched for just a moment as she turned one final time. Was she too late? Please don't let me be too late. I'll kill you, the first voice said, both loud and low. Oh, that all too familiar voice that haunted her dreams returned. Shinobu screamed again. At least she was alive, but what? Then the love pillar rushed into a hall that bordered on a large room filled with water and wooden bridges, or walkways, lily pads scattered in bunches over the top of the water that couldn't be more than a foot deep. In the center of the room, Waxing 2 stood, facing a boy Mitsuri had never seen before. Except, wait, was that what the boy with the boar head looked like under the mask? Beast breathing, fourth fang, slice and dice. Yup. The boy unleashed several swings towards the demon, missing Shinobu, who was sprawled on the floor in front of where said demon had just been, writhing. What had he done to her? The blonde jumped over the boy's attack and went to land next to Shinobu again. Oh, no he didn't. Breath of love, third form, love cat shower, she whispered to herself as she leaped into the air. He couldn't dodge in the air, could he? Turned out, he couldn't. Not completely, at least. But he did sense her somehow, and was able to avoid her taking off his head. She slashed through his chest instead, but she'd somehow missed his arms and he had his fans in hand. Mitsuri felt her feet touch the wood and already changed direction, scooping up Shinobu and rushing to the other side of the room. Behind her, she heard the other boy retreat as well. Probably a good idea with the ice mist that froze the area they'd just been in. Oh, Dalma said as Mitsuri flipped, turned and landed facing the demon, who was already regrowing his body. At first she thought he'd be naked, but he cared for his appearance so much he manifested clothes. Well, thank the kami for small favors, she supposed. Well, isn't this familiar? You fighting me at the side of a unique boy while protecting someone turning into a demon. Mitsuri swore her heart stopped for a second. What? She looked down at Shinobu, still writhing in her arms, just like Nezuko had. Except this time, the demon said, you don't have someone here to burn the cells out, do you? Now you'll have to make that choice. Mitsuri grit her teeth and set Shinobu down. She tried to do it gently, but the other girl's thrashing made that difficult. Oh, have you decided to finally kill your comrade? Like a good Hashira is supposed to. Oi, don't ignore me. The beast-breathing boy shouted at the demon. He did, watching the love pillar with that interested, amused, and all too condescending smile she hated. But she had an extra card up her sleeve, something Tanjiro had given to all of them on the way out of town before they'd heard about the attack on the Kamado family. Not wasting any time, she pulled the small flask of blood out. She knew this was risky, that it may not make anything better in the short term. But she had to try, so she yanked the stopper out with her teeth, grabbed Shinobu's already fanged mouth and poured the contents past the other woman's lips. Wait, what are you doing? Waxing 2 asked. Yeah, what are you doing? Inosuke also asked, confused. What I have to do, she said as she shoved the insect pillar's jaw closed and put a hand over her lips. She felt the other swallow. That would either kill her or make it easier for them to save her later. And that was all she could do at the moment. After that, Mitsuri stood and took a stance, practically feeling her mark manifest itself. Want to see how much better I've become? She asked. Shinobu would have said it with a smile. Mitsuri couldn't bring herself to. She only stared the waxing moon down. He frowned, glanced behind her at Shinobu and then back at her. Then he shrugged. Sure. And then they both leaped towards each other. Tanjiro tried not to let the growl building in his chest past his throat. But this was getting ridiculous. He kept making turns and sprints down hallways, but Muzan was only barely getting closer. He could sense it. The crow behind him kept relaying messages from the Yubayashiki children, but he could tell they were frustrated with the slow progress too. More than once he'd thought about just breaking through all the walls. He could, but then he could also plunge into a door that would take him several levels down, or a shaft that disappeared into the earth below, and that could negate any progress they'd actually made. He hated this. He hated this frustration, this situation. What Muzan had done, there were no levels that man could not sink to. Just when Tanjiro thought the Demon King had hit his most despicable, he managed to find a way to dig lower. Still, there was one satisfaction in all of this. Muzan was scared. He was stalling and knew a confrontation would come. Also, Nakai, even as skilled as she was, could only split her attention so many ways and devote only so much of her time to keeping him away. At this point, she should be fighting. Well, someone. He could assume Yushiro wasn't already there with her. He would have done something about this ever-growing maze. But the green-haired demon should be able to do something about it soon. He knew to go there, and Tanjiro knew Tameo had gotten to Muzan. He remembered her before, arms stuck in the Demon King up to her elbow as black spikes held him in place. But he also had a similar image, except this time held down by hands, grown out of the ground in an impression of himself or his knowledge being drawn upon. He'd gotten that strange imagery from Kamiko, who he could tell was, thankfully, safe if unconscious at the moment. How lucky had they been that she'd been there instead of the demon Kibutsuji had turned in a Sakusa that first life. It was too lucky. They couldn't keep relying on luck. It would run out at some point. No, focus. He had to. A sudden change almost had him tripping and he had to catch himself, relying on instinct to roll and hop back up to not lose momentum. What had that been? Biting his lip, he explored the change he'd sensed. It took him a moment to realize that he felt a presence growing in his mind. Or more accurately, a connection to a presence, much like he had when he'd turned Akatsuki, Shinazugawa, and Kimiko. That just made him angrier, actually. Instead of just killing the demon slayers off, they'd turned someone, and one of the vials of blood he'd been able to give out had to be used. He couldn't tell who it was, but he prayed for them. They'd have to figure out that cure soon. After all of this was over, he'd think on that later, after he'd utterly torn apart. No, after he'd just destroyed Musen. It was too good for him, but they really couldn't afford to take chances. Shoving his demonic instincts down, he took a deep breath and pushed himself just a little faster. I'm coming, Musen. XXX. Kaigaku wasn't a good person. He knew it, had known it for a while. Ever since he'd been an absolute idiot and had put out the wisteria incense at Haimjima-san's, actually. He remembered running from the scene, remembered pushing himself to survive. Usually he looked back at that and passed it off as him being a stupid, young kid who didn't know any better, but deep down, he knew why he'd done it, why he'd condemned an entire house of fellow orphans to death to save his own skin, and why he'd consider doing it again. Kaigaku was afraid. No, he was a coward, and he would do anything to live. That was one reason he absolutely hated the yellow-haired brat sensei had insisted on teaching. He was a walking reminder, with absolutely everything he said and did, of Kaigaku's fear. Loud and obnoxious about it even. And the older boy knew cowards. He knew Zenitsu would leave him behind just as quickly as Kaigaku would leave the brat if it benefited him. He hated to think he had anything in common with the yellow-haired menace, but he did. He was just quieter about it. Gramps sure knew how to pick M, so when he'd been overpowered by Waxing 5 and given the choice of becoming a demon or dying, he'd seriously considered it. In all honesty, if any demon who had been less of a monstrosity had offered it to him, he knew himself well enough to realize he would have likely accepted, for real. But when the disgusting monster had given him the choice, all he could think was that he may end up looking like that. Would surviving as a monster, a disgusting, hideous monster both inside and out, be worth it? Be worth the looks Gramps would give him if the old man lived and didn't commit seppuku? Be worth knowing the yellow-haired coward had turned out better than him? Kaigaku wanted to live, but was that living? And maybe it was stupid and shallow of him to only think of that because the offering party was a disgusting thing. But it was what it was, and he thought about it and realized that no, he didn't want to live like that. So he'd said okay, and then planned on getting the demon when he came close, or at least distracting him and making a run for it. He kind of regretted that now, where had sticking to his newly discovered boundary gotten him anyway. Lying on a floor, with no hands and in excruciating pain as he turned into a demon anyway while others fought around him. And hadn't that been a surprise? Turned out the yellow-haired coward did have a backbone in there somewhere. Who would have thought? And had Kaigaku not been in utter agony, he may have resented that, but at the moment, he kind of didn't care. Another scream forced itself from his throat and he hated how inhuman it sounded. The Kazuki had said he'd be like this for days. No, he couldn't do that. He couldn't, and yet he still didn't want to die. Still couldn't bring himself to truly believe it would be better, that he wouldn't be punished for his dishonorable actions in the afterlife by his ancestors. But he also didn't want to end up looking like that monster and wait, if he could. Pain tore through him again, making the room fade around him as black spots creeped in from the sides, and he screamed again before it backed off to an almost tolerable level. Kaigaku, the brat said. Focus, the girl shouted. Kaigaku looked over and tried to focus himself. It was difficult. His surroundings kept fading in and out, but he saw Zenitsu zooming through the room in a flash, using techniques the older boy had never even seen. But it didn't look like the thunder style. Oh, it certainly had elements of the style he'd come to know so well, but also seemed to flow more, and he could swear he heard and smelled rain. And flowers, and gunpowder. Wait, what? Bang. Oh, right, the new kid who kept destroying pot after pot with his gun. I will destroy you all. You heathens, blasphemers, dishonored. It was kind of satisfying to hear the demon freak out like that. I got all the pots. The newcomer finally yelled. Good. Someone, Zenitsu, shouted back. Now get him out of here. Another flash of yellow color blew by him, followed by more fish, and a flash of blue and black, and he couldn't keep up. It just hurt too much. But, hurry, what were they talking about? The three fighters paused for a moment, sizing each other up. Wait, three, where was the fourth? Then Kaigaku watched his Kohai yell as he literally bounced off of the walls, aiming for Waxing 5's neck again. The demon had somehow, impossibly, gotten faster since he'd changed forms. And he was still obsessed with fish as piles of them had been left by his punches randomly around the room. Weird. More pain in his body made him arch his back and neck. He needed to get that blood. because at least then he might not look like a monster. And also, he wouldn't give that thing the satisfaction of winning. And if he was becoming a demon, why couldn't he regrow his hands? Then someone scooped him up, running out of the room and into the dim hallways. Wait, what? They didn't run for long before the person carrying him, the new kid with the mohawk, set him down against the wall. He didn't do it gently, but wasn't particularly harsh about it either. We'll be back. I gotta go help them, the kid said gruffly as he reached into the pouch he carried at his waist and turned to head back. Kaigaku didn't see what he'd withdrawn. Wait, the thunder breather managed to get out. The kid paused. Need something? My bag. The kid looked both sympathetic and frustrated, glancing over his shoulder towards the fighting noises in the background. What? He asked shortly, squatting down and reaching for Kaigaku's waist where he had his supplies. A vial of blood. The kid stopped and blinked at Kaigaku as if he'd only just seen him for the first time, but also seemed to understand what Kaigaku meant because he nodded. Then he reached in and rummaged around until he withdrew the red-filled vial Kamado had given him what felt like lifetimes ago. You sure about this? The kid asked. No, Kaigaku snapped. But don't want to be a monster. He'd already been a monster since he was young, just like the brat had always been a coward. If Zenitsu could grow past that, then maybe Kaigaku could too. A little. Okay, gonna pour this in your mouth. Don't spit it out. The thunder breather nodded, almost grateful, and then he found his mouth full of a disgusting tasting liquid. It took every ounce of will in him not to spit it back out. He managed to choke it down, though. Almost immediately, the burning increased and Kaigaku screamed again. Wait, wasn't that supposed to help? He didn't know because the pain became so unbearable that he finally, blissfully, blacked out. XXX. Genya didn't like leaving the other kid alone, especially while turning into a demon and practically blacked out from pain. Problem was, he had other people he had to try and help. The other two fighters had looked to have things in hand, more or less, but he knew how fast a battle could change. And that had been a waxing moon. A very fast waxing moon from what he could see. And he wanted to be able to help. So he took one of the many small wads of hair he and Kamado had come up with earlier and popped it in his mouth. It was, as always, disgusting because hair, but he choked it down out of habit and necessity. Almost instantly, he felt his nails and teeth grow. The world got brighter and sharper. He moved faster and hit harder, which was exactly what he needed. He dove back to the doorway and looked around for the scaled monster. The room had wooden beams across the ceiling and the monster crawled through them while shooting fish and tentacles at the two demon slayers going after him, jumping up as they tried to hit him from the ground. Getting out his gun, he prepared and waited for his opening. With his demon sight, he could anticipate the monster a little better and his reflexes would be faster. It seemed like a bit of a waste to use one of the hairballs for something so trivial as the perfect shot, but he couldn't risk missing the opportunity. Though how the monster managed to keep out of the way of the kid that smelled like a storm and the girl who reeked of flowers, he had no idea, but he just needed to wait for an opening. Be patient, wait for the right moment, like Sensei would. For the longest time, he'd wanted to be like his brother, overwhelming his opponents with multiple fast, devastating attacks. But he'd learned the hard way, especially recently, that more often than not, he just didn't have the ability for that. Even Sensei could power through most attacks, but the basis of stone breathing wasn't just power, but also timing so that power had the most effect. Genya couldn't use a breath form. That didn't mean the basic principles didn't still apply. Now if only. Water prison pot. The demon yelled and suddenly Genya looked around as water literally rose to surround him. He tried to move out of the way, but despite his demon-enhanced strength, he just wasn't fast enough. No, he heard the Storm Kid yell. Even the girl's otherwise blank expression looked pained as she saw him. Despite being inside water and being unable to breathe, he could still hear the demon who appeared in front of him, albeit muffled. The monster faced away from Genya, towards the other two. In the end, you're still human, still pathetic. Stop attacking, or I will kill him. The blasted thing sounded so smug. Genya grit his teeth and tried to slash at the sides of the pot. But it didn't break, it only stretched. And now his gun would be useless as the gunpowder had gotten wet and... Wait, it looked like the Storm Kid was backing off, going to put his sword down. The flower girl hadn't seemed to make up her mind yet, but they couldn't stop now. They couldn't give up their own lives for Genya's. He'd been the one who hadn't paid attention. Oh ho, so you'll let him die. Isn't he your comrade? The monster said to the girl. No, he wouldn't. The most hairballs he could handle at any one point was 6. He started to really turn demonic at that point and it took him longer to come back. He suspected that he only needed so little from the progenitor because Kamado was so powerful. And he'd warned Genya a week ago, and Genya would have said anything was better than becoming a demon. But now, well, it looked like he owed his brother another apology, an even bigger one, because risking becoming one of Kamado's demons was a far better prospect than allowing the other two slayers to die. Getting to the hairballs in water felt weird, and he didn't know how many he grabbed, but he started shoving them in his mouth. Surprisingly, the water actually made them a little easier to swallow. He didn't know how many he'd swallowed when they started to kick in. He felt his body begin to change. He arched his back. There was such a power boost. It hurt, and he couldn't even breathe still. However, all of that power kept growing and growing. He felt a hunger begin to form in his gut, and all of that power was gathering at his hand, where his fingers had begun to grow over the gun, as if it were a part of him or something. Wait, was this a blood art? Well, if he had to become a demon, he supposed. Gritting his now very sharp teeth, he pushed every ounce of power he could into that instinctual part of himself that wanted to utterly destroy this water pot, and the demon it belonged to. The two other slayers saw him, and their eyes widened. The Kazuki went to attack them, seeing their surprise as either a ploy or an opening. All it did was create an opening for Genya. He pulled the trigger on the gun that shouldn't have been able to work underwater. It burst through the water, causing it to splash down around him, and hit the demon in the back while Genya gasped in air. Immediately, a tree grew from that shot, wood shooting down and burrowing into the ground to create roots and otherwise entangling the demon entirely. It wouldn't hold him forever, but if the other two took their chances, they did. Both of them rushed forward. The blonde kid got there first, moving so fast Genya could only see a blur. His blade stopped halfway, but the girls took the other side and the swords met in the middle. Or, well, close enough that the demon's head went flying, eyes and mouths gaping open in shock. It couldn't. NOOO. The demon screamed and then began to disintegrate. Genya flopped back onto the wet ground in relief. They'd won. Against a waxing moon. He wanted to cheer in excitement and gratefulness. They were all alive, but he also wanted to sleep for a year, and the power coursed through his body again, sending shots of agony through him. Well, at least he was used to it enough to not let out a scream, even if it felt deeper and far more invasive than anything previous. Shinazugawa-san. The blonde appeared over him, cuts on his forehead bleeding, and they were beginning to smell very, very good. Sorry, he said, forcing a smile. Looks like I'm turning into a demon tea. He cut off and arched his back again. It felt like it was growing and misshapen a little. He didn't know what to think of that. I thought it was supposed to take longer than that. The kid practically yelled, looking about a hair's breadth away from utterly panicking. My body's used to it. Genya managed to get out. The girl's face appeared over him too, eyes narrowed in contemplation. Should we kill you? The blonde looked at the girl, aghast. Keikano-chan. She didn't back down. Genya could appreciate that. He shook his head. Can still fight. Can still help. He grit his teeth as another wave shot through him, but he was determined to finish the thought. Can handle it. The girl looked skeptical. Are you sure? Genya nodded again. One of Kamado's, not Musen's. The girl looked contemplative at that before nodding. Can you walk? No, but he tried to make it to his feet anyway. The room spun around him and even more pain rose, but he had to keep going. He had to find Nyai-san. He couldn't die without talking to him one last time. Not fast, he said. The girl nodded. You go on ahead. We'll match your pace. More likely she just wanted to watch him, and he couldn't blame her. So he nodded and turned towards where he'd left the other kid. What were they going to do with him? Having two people transitioning into demons with them would be a major handicap. Still, he cut his train of thought off as he made it to the door and looked down the hall. He should be able to see the other kid from here, but he couldn't. Aren't you going to take us to Kaigaku? Blondie asked nervously. He should be right there, Genya said, gesturing down the hall before putting a hand out to lean on the structure. He didn't want to fall down again. I don't see him, the kid replied. That's what I'm saying, Genya practically growled. He should be there, but he's not. Then what happened to him? Blondie yelled. The taller demon slayer shook his head, still staring at the spot and going to move forward. Maybe he was down and around the corner. They made their way down the hall and turned said corner to find only another empty hall. Genya sighed. I don't know. Well, it looked like going through the Infinity Mansion didn't do much good because Akatsuki still hadn't gotten to Dauma. He cursed Nakaim under his breath. It felt like he'd been down here for hours, dragging the half-demon slayer behind him and still carrying the girl over his shoulders and still having to deal with that stupid snake biting him. Weren't they supposed to run out of venom at some point? If the snake kept going, he might swallow enough of Akatsugi's blood to become a demon himself. He'd decided against injecting the guy with his blood because he didn't quite know how said blood would react to someone turning into a demon. Maybe if he had Kamado's undiluted blood, then he would, but he'd never tried to turn someone into a demon since he'd been turned into one of Tanjiro's. Would the blood react the same? He didn't know and didn't think now was a good time to test it. The guy would often stumble or collapse in pain, screaming and shouting, before attacking anything that moved, usually Akatsuki, until his more rational side would take over again. It was getting very frustrating. Although, if it was frustrating for him, it was probably worse for the guy, so Akatsuki tried to be patient. He really did. The first time they'd run into a group of low-level slayers, though, the snake guy was in the middle of one of his attacking phases and had turned his attention onto the lower ranks. That had been an awkward conversation, trying to explain everything while keeping the half-mad snake pillar guy back as the entire group cowered away from them, looking like they'd all faint if he breathed wrong. In the end, he just turned and left them all behind, warning them to be careful and dragging Snake Guy with him. "Oi, what's your name again?" he asked over his shoulder. The currently docile Hashira behind him let out a sigh. "Iguro Obanai, right? Calling you Iguro for now." The sigh this time sounded infinitely more tired and long-suffering. "Whatever. Good. Now, when I get to where I'm going, I'm leaving you behind with this one." He pointed to the girl on his shoulder. "I suggest you do your best not waking her up because she's had a lot more experience in being a demon than you and she's one of Kamado's, so you'll smell real good right about now." Snake goo. Iguro didn't answer for several seconds. Finally, "Do I smell good to you? You're one of Musen's demons right now, so yeah." A frustrated grunt came from the guy as Akatsuki turned a corner. Dauma's presence seemed below him. So yeah, he needed to go down. Okay. He let go of Iguro before aiming at the ground with one of his punches and thrust his hand forward. A hole appeared in the floor, rather loudly, and Akatsuki nodded in satisfaction before grabbing Iguro again and jumping. At least the snake didn't bite him this time. "Small mercies. This is why I want you to kill me," the Hashira said heatedly as he stumbled to his feet in the rubble Akatsuki had left behind. "I don't want to be one of his demons. I don't want to be a demon at all." "Yeah, weird as that is, I get it." "Weird? Why is that weird? You don't want strength. I don't understand, but I can accept that that's just how you work." "Of course I want strength, just not at the expense of HRG." He cut off and slowed down. Akatsuki looked over his shoulder to see the guy clutching his stomach. After a moment, though, Iguro looked up and finished his thought. "Just not at the expense of hurting humans or being subservient to that man." Akatsuki thought about that for a couple of moments before he turned around, nodding. "Fair. How about this? Once you're fully demon, I'll turn you into one of Kamado's. At least it should work." A pause. "Why can't you now?" The older demon shrugged. "Dunno what it'll do to you. I have diluted blood, remember. Enough to probably turn you, but will it be enough to counteract that Musen's blood? I don't know." A pause. Then he heard Iguro's labored breathing and forced words. "You're surprisingly thoughtful. He cut off as he collapsed and Akatsuki huffed in frustration. It looked like they were going through another round of this, and the times when Iguro seemed out of his mind and into a demon's had begun to last longer and longer. "Don't leave her with me," the pillar managed to gasp out, gesturing to the girl weakly. "Don't want to hurt anyone, even if they're a demon." Interesting. "Yeah, we're all done with this. Thought this might be too dangerous before, but we're wasting time and you're in a lot of pain, so." Akatsuki reached down and turned Iguro onto his stomach. Then he chopped the back of the guy's neck. The pillar gasped for a moment and then collapsed, out like a candle. Akatsuki picked the still squirming, though obviously unconscious, Hashira up and tossed him over his other shoulder, trying to make sure the snake didn't get more hurt in the process. He got another bite for his troubles. "Kamado better not get mad about this," he muttered under his breath. "A guy only has so much patience." With that, he turned and continued to tromp down the hallway. He was closer now at least, he could sense it. The demon slayers already there had better leave something for him, or he'd be livid. Inosuke felt helpless. He knew he was no weakling, not like he'd been when he was little. He remembered his mother's exasperation when he'd needed more time and energy than his brothers and sisters who had grown up quickly, within a winter or two, while he'd taken far longer. He didn't even remember that far back, to be honest. He'd been the weakest, though. He'd known it, the other boars had known it, and so he'd made himself strong. He'd hated feeling so weak, watching the others take his share of food if he wasn't harsh enough and fast enough to grab it. So he'd made sure he wasn't weak. He'd vowed he would never feel that way again. And he'd done it. He'd become the king of the mountain, beating all the other boars, even the ones so much larger than him. He'd believed he could, he'd worked at it, and then he'd met the demon slayer. Didn't even remember the man's name as he just hadn't been strong enough, even if he'd had those techniques that Inosuke had loved. because the once weak man had been strong just for a moment or two. So he'd learned those, worked it out and created his own style through sheer grit and dedication. He'd thought that with that, he'd never be weak again. And yet, here he'd been proven wrong again, and again, and again. Each time, he'd learned something to help him become stronger, but it still wasn't enough. And that made him feel more helpless than he ever had before, because then he could do something about it. But at that moment, what could he possibly do to make himself stronger? When he'd gotten constant concentration down, when he'd perfected his attacks and created his own style, when he'd trained and trained and trained and still could only barely follow the battle going on before his eyes. He'd never felt so outclassed before. Nezuko, a soft voice managed to break through the swirling thoughts in his head. He blinked and looked over to see Shinobu laying on the ground, limp and facing him like she couldn't move. He hated seeing someone who had seemed so strong brought down like that. She didn't look like her normal self, eyes dull in pain and worry. "What's wrong?" she asked. "You hurt." And Nezuko didn't really know what to say because she was sitting there, probably on a small break of what had obviously been immense pain. And she was asking after him. It didn't. "Why are you talking?" he asked angrily, stomping over to her. "You make no sense. Stop being kind when you're hurting, idiot." She blinked at him in confusion. "I'm not kind." And Nezuko paused, frowning. Had he gotten his words mixed up again? Or maybe he hadn't learned what a word really meant to everyone, only to one person. That had happened in the past. "You're not?" he asked. She shook her head with what looked like great effort. "No, I'm mean. Kenny was kind." "And who is Kenny?" "My sister. Killed by him." She nodded to the demon currently fighting with Kenroji as they traded blows, ice following the demon around and dropping into the water below as the demon slayer deflected it. Well, he didn't have time for that now." "Well, I think you're kind and you shouldn't be," he said, still angry. "Shouldn't all strong people know this? You're turning into a demon." She winced at that, but then just smiled. "As a Hashira, it's my job to watch over the next generation." He grit his teeth. "Phew." But just as he spoke, she let out another cry of pain and arched her back, shifting her weight and rolling off of her side. Snap. She pressed her head so hard into the floor that the butterfly clip in her hair broke. But she didn't seem to notice, or if she did, she couldn't say anything. "Oh oi, Shinobu, Shinobu." Then his eyes widened and he ducked as she lunged at him, fingers outstretched. No claws or anything, but her eyes had definitely gone slitted. "Hey," he yelled and went to slash at her, but then he remembered, this is Shinobu. He couldn't hurt her, not permanently, not even if she was becoming a demon. But he didn't know how to defend or, well, not hurt her. He'd never practiced a style like that before. It hadn't seemed useful up until that point. Thankfully, he was able to turn his blade flat so when her hands met it, they only got a little cut, not sliced off. "Oi," he shouted out to her. She blinked and her eyes didn't return to normal, but they seemed to see him again. She fell to the ground, coughing. Nezuko," she said softly, "I need your help." His eyes narrowed. "You need my help? Why? We need to get away." "Oh no, I ain't running. I ain't weak." Maybe if he said it often enough, he'd believe it. She frowned. "There are different kinds of strength, not just physical, mental, emotional. Those are all areas of strength." Nezuko opened his mouth, but then paused and thought about that, closing his mouth again. "You mean, like right now?" he finally asked, putting it together in his head. He'd always been good at that. Was that a strength too? This opened up a whole new area for him to become strong in. And was that why everyone else always seemed so much stronger? They were stronger fickly and meanly. "Now?" Shinobu asked, obviously confused. "With you being like this?" He gestured to her. Shinobu managed another smile, though it looked pained. "I think that's up to you." She barely finished her sentence before doubling over, clutching at her stomach. "Nezuko-san." A voice he only vaguely recognized as the pink-haired woman's called out to him in warning. The king of the mountain didn't even hesitate. He just scooped Shinobu up and ran. Good thing he did too, as the area they'd been in suddenly became encased in ice. "Oh, you're fast too, aren't you, kid?" the demon said. Nezuko didn't answer him. The demon opened his mouth to say something, but the pink lady crashed into him with a yell, and he had to turn his attention back to her. In Nezuko's arms, Shinobu suddenly went as stiff as a board and shrieked. He knew what would happen next and tried to drop her gently but quickly and back away. He did so just in time as she began clawing the air, reaching for him. When she finally seemed to come back to herself and slumped again, she looked up, face covered in sweat and with those slitted eyes. "When I'm not me, keep us safe." He frowned. From that, he gestured to the middle of the room he was now on the edges of. Just as he said that, 2 miniature ice demons, exact replicas except for color, fell onto the walkways and began to fight alongside the demon, sending out blasts of white mist that felt unimaginably cold, even from this distance, and vines of ice or petals. The pink lady just grit her teeth and fought harder. Inosuke could respect that. I have to get my blood into him, Shinobu said. Inosuke just turned to stare at her. What? He asked. Even if I die, I'll avenge her. Wait, her sister, you idiot, he said angrily. He could understand putting a life on the line for something like that, but either you protect us as the next generation, or you kill yourself. Choose one. Because without her here, well, she wasn't of much help right now, but she'd saved his life. She was plenty strong and useful to everyone except the demons, but he was more than okay with that. She just stared at him, trying not to curl up in pain. You're strong, Inosuke. You can do this. Oh, well, he didn't remember anyone who wasn't his age ever telling him anything like that before. It felt nice because she believed in him, and she wouldn't put her trust in someone who wasn't actually strong, would she? He didn't think so. He sat there for several seconds, just staring at her and trying to wrap his head around why she would say that. The only conclusion he could come to was that she really did think he was strong. He hadn't even really proven himself and she thought he was strong. That was so weird, but he liked it. He wanted to live up to that. He opened his mouth to say so. Then she attacked him. This time it took her longer to come back and he had to keep her at bay and steer clear of all the ice and the ice golem things. This was getting to be a little much even for him. He'd never been so desperate to work himself through it in his life. He had to keep her safe. He had to prove her right. He didn't see the simplified face of a boar appear on his right bicep, growing and shrinking as if breathing, with clouds of mist floating around it. It still wasn't enough, though. He jumped aside of an ice attack, grabbing Shinobu and taking her with him while fending off the ice vines coming after him and trying not to let her bite him at the same time. Then the roof exploded, near a corner and far away from the hole he'd made himself. Akatsuki dropped through it and landed on one of the walkways. Everyone froze, even Shinobu. The former waxing third rose from the crouch he'd landed in and fixed his eyes on the current waxing second, grinning viciously, showing off his sharp teeth. Took a while, but I've finally found you, Dauma. XXX. Kyojiro didn't think he'd ever been in a battle that tested his endurance quite like this one did. They were certainly holding their own against the Biwa demon, but despite their best efforts, that was the best they could do. It seemed like any progress they made they'd just lose again, no matter what they did. At one point, Himejima-san had even tried throwing Kyojiro at the woman, but to no avail. She'd been able to stop their attack as his face had, rather painfully, been introduced to yet another wall. Currently he had to breathe through his mouth and tried to ignore the blood dripping down past his lips and onto his white haori. He didn't think he'd be able to save it if he survived this. He didn't think he'd felt quite so frustrated before in his life. Not even with his father when he'd been inclined to get drunk at all times of the day. The thought cost him. He didn't like thinking about his father and he winced, which stopped him from being able to dodge far enough, ending with him hit by a thrusting plinth of wood, paper and tatami that threw him off. He had to back away, leaving Himejima-san to fight on his own. Again, Kyojiro hated it, but with the woman focused on the blind man, he could take a short breath and maybe come up with a plan for circumventing her blood art. They certainly couldn't go through it and he only saw the slight distortion out of sheer luck, inching towards the woman, but otherwise invisible. He frowned. Just what? It took a few seconds for the distortion to reach her, and then a white paper appeared, coming down over her forehead and staying there. Then a boy with mint green hair appeared, his fingers literally buried into either side of the Biwa demon's head. It was disturbing to say the least, but the room did stop moving. For several seconds, nobody moved. The quiet felt eerie after so much noise and movement. You can talk now, the boy finally said. She can't hear you. She currently sees you both dead or incapacitated. Disturbing or not, if it worked. Well done, young man. Kyojiro yelled, trying to look as happy and encouraging as he could. Can we send her on, now? Himejima-san asked, tears beginning to leak down his face and hand reaching for his prayer beads. Are you crazy? The boy asked. If we kill her, this whole place will implode. Oh, well, that sounded like a bad idea. We can't take this up to land unless we have no other choice, Kyojiro said, smiling widely to hide his own fatigue and worry. It would put too many people in danger. I agree, the stone pillar said. It would help if we could take down the top Kazuki, Yushiro said, frowning. I can't find 4 or 6 in this place. Some Tsugukos and other slayers have taken care of 5. 3 is right here, 2 and 1 are fighting currently, and Kamado is here and on his way to Musen. I just need to figure out how to have her get him to Musen. Who needs help the most? Hajime-san asked, caring but pragmatic and to the point. Kyojiro had always looked up to the larger man for that. Yushiro closed his eyes and frowned. You'll just get in the way of Kamado, and it looks like 2's pretty well taken care of, so I'm sending you to the fight with 1 for now. The demon Hashira and the Mist Pillar are there fighting him. Kyojiro med. Very well. We will go and help our comrades fight off Waxing One. He ignored how his body protested at that. Indeed, Hajime said, once we're finished there, send us all back. We may need the sunlight to destroy Musen. Otherwise, try and get all the lower ranks together so we can regroup. The green-haired boy nodded and a portal opened up behind him, shoji doors sliding to either side before their eyes. You'd better survive, he said. Kyojiro grinned at him. He decided he liked this kid. You as well, Yushiro-san, he said emphatically, then took a deep breath and followed Hajime-san through the door. Akatsuki grinned as he finally sensed Dauma's presence more or less right under him, bouncing around like a bug in a fire, and went to stomp through the hallway floor, but frowned and paused just as he raised his foot. Then he glanced over at the 2 bodies slumped over his shoulders, and the snake around one of said bodies' arms. Right? Truthfully, he didn't think he should leave them there, but Dauma, who needed to be defeated. But he would never leave Koyuki like this. Then again, Koyuki wasn't a Hashira or one of Kamado's demons respectively. He contemplated for a couple of seconds before making a decision. Oi, snake, he said to the white creature wrapped around Agiro's wrist. Bite anyone who comes by. I'll be back once I defeat this guy. There, that should be good enough. It was hard to care whether it was or not when the usurper was right there. He'd deal with the consequences later. And with that, he jumped on the floor, channeling his blood art into his feet, and fell quite a distance to land on a wooden walkway over a lily pad-covered pond. Akatsuki couldn't say he was surprised. The blonde psychopath always had liked his drama. Ignoring the splintering going on under his bare feet, Akatsuki rose and took in the room. A girl. No, a guy with the face of a girl but dressed up like that boar guy looked to be protecting the butterfly lady, who didn't seem to be doing too well. He'd have to avoid them, not get rid of them or dismiss them as weaklings. Kenroji had obviously been fighting Dauma directly and seemed to have been doing a good job, as she didn't look to have any frostbite on her, despite her revealing outfit. She did have a couple of cuts here and there, but otherwise, nothing. She also breathed heavily and looked about ready to collapse. He could take over from here. Then his eyes found Dauma. The psychopath already had 2 ice golems out and he just stood, staring at Akatsuki as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. That just made the former waxing third grin widely. Took a while, but I've finally found you, Dauma. No one else there would probably have noticed the slight narrowing of the other demon's eyes, but as much as Akatsuki hated to admit it, he knew the Kazuki. He saw the expression for just the barest moment before the waxing second's face lit up and he spoke, grinning widely. Mikaze, my friend, you're alive. What a wonderful day. Akatsuki sneered. Did he really think he was fooling anyone? You have never been my friend. You are a usurper at best and a disgusting, lying murderer at worst, Dauma. Not that Akatsuki was one to talk, but at least he always attacked people who could defend themselves. Mostly, this time when I cut off your head, it's gonna stick. You cut me to the quick, the other demon said, grabbing the robes over his heart. And here I was so happy you are alive. No you weren't, Akatsuki said dryly and unable to hide his anger. Everything about this man just ticked him off. You can't feel things like that and we both know it. How can you say that? The blonde asked, tone so obviously false. Cut the crap, Akatsuki said, annoyed. I'm here to prove, once and for all, that I'm stronger than you. Dauma smiled widely. But you couldn't even estate stronger than me when you sought out innate strength. Oh, he did not go there. Yeah, that's it, Akatsuki said, taking a stance and drawing out the knives designed to go around his knuckles so he could still use his fighting style, but with just enough nichiren sticking out on the end to make a decapitation permanent. Destructive death, compass needle. Oh, is that a new stance? Waxing 2 said, looking excited. And actual weapons. I'm shocked. What are you? Breath of snow. First form, solitary snowflake, the former waxing third said, and then he sped forward. To anyone else, he may have looked like he disappeared, but Dauma had excellent instincts, unfortunately. Akatsuki turned his punch into a slice, as he designed the strike to become, but the other demon ducked and only lost half of his head. And his hat. It fell to the floor with a thump, but neither demon paid it any attention. Akatsuki had missed the next shot, even with his compass needle active. Just another reason he hated Dauma. The waxing second jumped backwards, landing closer to the far side of the room as his head regrew. "Oh, you have gotten stronger, Akaza," Dauma said with a smile. "It's Akatsuki now," was all he could bother to say before he launched several attacks at the waxing second. Form 2, dashing flurries. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kenroji rush over to the other two slayers. Good. That meant everyone was out of the way and he could go all out. Apparently Dauma recognized that as well because he sent mist and ice and all sorts of attacks at Akatsuki, who easily jumped, whirled, and dodged. Eventually he ended up high in the air and grinned. Form 5, hailstorm bullets, he said, punching his arms and hands out as quickly as he could, ignoring the creak in his bones as his limbs blurred in movement. Combined with his blood art, spikes of blue-tinged force fields rained down on Dauma. He saw it coming, knew Akatsuki would be able to follow him, and so did the only thing he could. Demon blood art, rhyme water lily bodhisattva. Akatsuki grinned sharply as Dauma used his ultimate move. He knew what that cost the waxing second. "Oi, Tenroji," he called, "be ready." He couldn't really spare a moment to check if the Hashira would be ready, though. If she wasn't, he'd just have to push himself to finish this once and for all, and he was fine with that. He just figured she'd want a piece of the killing blow, and he had no issue giving that to someone so strong. Then he used his blood art from his feet to launch himself forward from his place in the air directly towards where he knew Dauma would be as the Buddha statue made of ice grew, destroying a chunk of the wooden walkways below and sending a wave through the pond. Dauma knelt on his ice flower, breathing hard as he tried to recover from using so much power at once. Unfortunately, he did recover, at least enough to see Akatsuki shooting towards him. He waved his fan, releasing a white blizzard princess followed by a vine lotus, both moves Akatsuki had seen the waxing second use before. But Akatsuki still had a card to play. "That is truly a devastating attack," Kyojuro said as Akatsuki landed at the edge of the clearing he'd, well, created, especially with your blood art and new form combined. The demon grinned as he surveyed the damage he'd done. In front of them lay a large amount of felled trees and craters. They'd needed more firewood anyway. 2 birds, 1 stone and all. "I'd say I've doubled or tripled the destructive force of my long-distance attacks," the demon agreed, opening and closing his hand as he assessed the damage it did to him. Nothing he couldn't heal, but that would be something he'd have to keep in mind. He'd literally torn apart his own muscles. If he didn't have instant regeneration, that could have been a problem. "I have to ask, though," the yellow-haired man said thoughtfully, cupping his chin in his fingers. "You stayed in place in the air without any kickback, or very little in any case. How did you do that?" Akatsuki blinked. Oh, he hadn't explained that, had he? It was at least part of the reason why he'd torn his muscles apart and why he'd felt his bones creak during the attack. If he wasn't careful, he could break them. Not that that would be a huge problem, but seconds mattered in the fights they would likely be participating in. "I can output force from any part of my body as part of my blood art," he said, pointing with his thumb behind him casually. "So I put force out from my back to hold myself in place, and from my feet. That way I stay in the air too. It's part of the reason why I can attack so fast on the ground even." Kyojuro blinked and Akatsuki grinned smugly. The guy was impressed, whether he wanted to admit it or not. "I am curious," the Hashira said after a couple of seconds, his gaze turning thoughtful again. "Why do you not use that for aerial maneuvers?" It was Akatsuki's turn to blink, but after a moment, he shrugged. "Most people I fight won't be in the air to maneuver around." "Ah, but did you not say that the very demons we will be fighting are not normal?" The pink-haired demon opened his mouth, but he realized he had nothing to say and closed it again. The Hashira had a point, and it would give him something to work on. It shouldn't be difficult to figure out, even if Musen attacked the next day. He could have more cards to play. "I see your point." Almost as if he'd jinxed it, Musen attacked 2 days later. The ice vines rushed towards him, but Akatsuki pushed air from his feet and hands in just the right combination to allow him to avoid it without dodging too far. Then he did so again and again, all while continuing to speed towards Dauma. The waxing second hadn't been expecting that, but he was nothing if not an excellent fighter with amazing reflexes, even for a demon, so he went to cover his neck, exactly as Akatsuki had predicted. Dauma wasn't the only genius fighter here. Form 4, Frozen Heart. The thing about demons was that they got so used to regrowing destroyed body parts that they didn't know what to do with body parts that didn't work. It wouldn't take Dauma long to adapt, seconds at most, but for those seconds, he would be utterly paralyzed. Hearts were still vital organs, even to demons. Otherwise, why would Muzan himself have so many? Dauma's eyes went wide because Akatsuki hadn't knocked him off of the ice lotus on the statue's shoulder. Comparatively, his palm strike had actually been fairly soft, as was the release of energy he put out. He'd had to practice his control on this move for hours almost every day since he'd come up with the idea, so he had perfect control. Demons didn't protect their hearts. The attack would have ruptured a human's heart, but for a demon, a waxing moon, at that, it would simply stop its function. And that was all they needed. Hiya! Kenroji screamed as she launched herself up, her sword passing through Dauma's neck from behind. But she wasn't the only one. The boar kid came in and sliced the guy's head in two right down the middle as it flew through the air so he couldn't even talk. Smart kid. That, of course, only increased the shock in both of those rainbow-colored eyes. Akatsuki reveled in it. And then, the former Kazuki noticed a third sword, smaller, with no edge to it, but more of a round section. Like a tube, sticking right into Dauma's neck. That sword belonged to the smaller Hashira, the one turning into a demon. Though he couldn't tell if that was one of Muzan's or one of Kamado's. She looked so pale and sickly, sweating profusely. Her hair half undone and falling around her shoulders, her eyes slitted and her expression so angry. And she was bleeding onto Dauma's neck, too. Purposefully, by the looks of it. "What are you doing?" he asked. She was still human enough that her blood might give Dauma strength. She didn't even look up, expression fixed on the neck stump in front of her, that had begun to grow back. Akatsuki cursed silently, but the woman didn't even look fazed, stopping him from regenerating. "I'll bet it's difficult to adjust to poison without a head." Sure enough, to Akatsuki's surprise, wherever the blood touched, the skin turned green and began to disintegrate. He said. "Is that your blood art?" She shook her head. "No, just my preparation." Okay, he was impressed that as she'd powered through the pain of transforming, B, she'd maintained her presence of mind to do so, and C, she'd actually come extremely prepared, using her own body in the worst case scenario. Dauma's voice from below came to him as the head finished disintegrating. And then the Buddha statue below them began to crumble. Instead of dodging out of the way, though, the small woman crumpled to a heap beside Dauma on the withering flower. She literally put all of any power she had left into that final strike to make sure the waxing second stayed down. Akatsuki could respect that a lot. Maybe he'd misjudged women all along. "Shinobu!" Kenroji yelled. The momentum from her own strike had carried her past them and she'd descended with the boar kid to make sure Dauma's head would be destroyed. Now she looked ready to leap up after the other Hashira again. But Akatsuki had it covered. He wasn't used to saving people, but he could get used to it, he supposed, as he scooped the woman's small body into his arms and leaped across the room, well away from the crumbling ice. "Shinobu, Kacho-san." Both of the other slayers rushed towards them. Behind them, Akatsuki saw Dauma's body disintegrate and nodded in satisfaction. "She's unconscious," Akatsuki informed the humans. She put everything she had into making sure Dauma stayed defeated. He grinned as Kenroji stopped in front of him and bent over the insect Hashira. "You pillars are something else," he said. Then he looked over at the kid, standing there shifting impatiently from foot to foot, as if he didn't know what to do. "You too, kid." "I wasn't good enough," he muttered, all energy fading from his body as he looked down. "Inosuke-san," Kenroji said worriedly, looking over at him, though she didn't move her hands from checking Kacho's pulse. "You survived a one-on-one fight with waxing too," Akatsuki said dryly. "I know from experience how hard that is. But I didn't win. You survived. You helped us win. That makes it your win." The kid looked up, hazel eyes that looked more green in the light, wide and shiny. Wait, he wasn't about to cry, was he? Akatsuki opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, a presence dropped from the corner where the former waxing third had come through, and onto the walkway below the hole in the ceiling. That drew everyone's attention. Beside him, Kenroji sounded relieved. "Obanai," but her cry of excitement stopped with a sudden gasp as the serpent Hashira looked up, slitted, mismatched eyes practically glowing from the shadow his matted hair cast. Akatsuki could see he'd definitely gained fangs and scales around the side of his face. Scales had also replaced his eyebrows, and instead, he now sported sharp ridges. He hadn't completed his transformation, not by a long shot. But the mind was usually the first thing to go. That he'd held on for as long as he had said a lot about his own determination. But everything had a limit. The guy didn't have claws, which was actually not a good thing at this point because he also held his sword in his hand, probably holding onto it by sheer muscle memory. which also meant he could attack with it too. What a pain. Oh Obanai. The pink-haired girl sounded heartbroken. Those mismatched eyes held no recognition when he saw her. Instead, he opened his mouth to show off his fangs, a sign of aggression towards all of them, and a forked tongue sneaked its way out. Above his other tongue, below it, Akatsuki could definitely see he still had a human tongue too. Even he couldn't understand some demon transformations. Before they could really say or do anything about the situation, though, Aguro attacked. XXX. Yushiro finally had it. He showed the Biwa demon that Tanjiro had stopped in frustration, was fighting other demons that he'd come across and wasn't getting any closer to Muzan. It was the best he could do at the moment. Now it would be up to Kamado to get there in time. But if anyone could do it, Kamado could. And just as he thought that, he noted that the waxing second had been killed and breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe, just maybe, they could win this after all. XXX. A second presence had made itself known in Tanjiro's mind. The first had been Kaigaku. He could sense that now. The second, he still didn't know, but he hated that someone else had had to use his blood too. And then a third, Genya, and his was developing faster than all the others. The situation was getting messier by the minute, but that was a problem for future Tanjiro if he survived. Right now as Tanjiro kept running, senses fixed on the other progenitor. Finally, he wasn't growing more distant or staying the same frustrating amount of space away, which probably meant Yushiro was involved. That took a load off of his mind. Now if anything happened, the other slayers would be alright and he could focus entirely on Muzan. And he would. He had 80 some odd lives worth of anger, frustration and karma to deliver. He most definitely would. XXX. OMAKE. Shinobu managed to stand up, despite the excruciating pain she must be going through, and eyed Dauma, holding her sword out. He couldn't help but be amused, until she spoke. Hello, my name is Kacho Shinobu. You killed my sister. Prepare to die. Why did he find that so disconcerting? 16th form, Moonbow Sickle. How was it the waxing moon could swing that sword so fast? Sammy grit his teeth as he did his best to dodge the multiple blows raining down from above. Waxing one's sword had doubled in size, almost tripled, and had all of those blade-like branches. Yet he could swing the dumb thing around like it weighed nothing. How? Had he somehow made his sword part of his blood art? Literally, how? The two Hashiras still managed to dodge, but it was a near thing. A very near thing. 10th form, Piercing Guillotine, Ivy Moon. A wave of three-tiered attacks rushed towards them. Sanmi went to jump, but realized Takedo had just been pushing off for a stride and was now mid-leap, but too low to the ground to avoid the attack, and too high to find another way to avoid it, unless he used a form. But the boy was breathing hard, tiring. Sammy shot above the wave as his tongue lashed out. Being careful to avoid any place that had human blood, he launched Takedo into the air as well. At first the boy looked disoriented, but then he saw the destruction below them and sent an appreciative look at Sanmi. 14th form, Calamity, Tenjin's Crescent. Even more crescent moon blades came rushing at them. This one wouldn't be easy, but he was ready. He drew his tongue back, bringing Takedo to him, behind him. He had more control over his tongue than he thought, and retaliated with a move of his own. 7th form, Gale, Sudden Gusts, he said, letting his body move in the familiar patterns and pushing himself to start the form over once he finished because the crescent blades were still coming. Gotta get through, Takedo muttered from where he landed a moment before Sanmi did himself. The mist pillar rushed past the wind pillar, sword already out. Look, see the openings. Sanmi figured he should give the kid the best chance he could. 9th form, Waning Moonswats, the demon said, is even more horizontal, and vertical strikes of multiple spinning crescent-shaped blades filled Sanmi's vision. Of course. 1st form, Dust Whirlwind Cutter, he growled. He'd give Takedo a chance to get through, even if he didn't get through himself. He felt the blades slice through him as he met them head-on, but he made sure they didn't hit his arms. The rest of him didn't matter. Find a way through, he thought. Push yourself. You can see it. Wait, was it just him, or did the demon look transparent? Oh yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? He didn't make it to the demon, but Takedo did. Didn't even use a form as he shoved his blade through the waxing moon's chest. Surprised, the Kazuki just looked down and asked the kid outright, can you see it? The world I see. Sammy grit his teeth. He wasn't regrowing his limbs fast enough. He needed to get there or Takedo would be done for. 8th form, Piercing Flame Shot. A sudden, powerful blast would have taken off the Kazuki's head had he not dodged to the side at the last moment. The attack took off the Kazuki's arm instead. The white-haired Hashira blinked and looked over to see Rengoku and Hajime running through a shoji door. They looked exhausted but determined, and he couldn't say he wasn't grateful. At least 6 eyes seemed just as surprised as Sanmi felt. Without missing a beat, Heimjima followed up, not even saying a form name for focus as he threw his flail out, and his axe immediately afterwards, holding the chain in between them. Good. That had actually given Sanmi enough time to finish regrowing his limbs, and he stood to follow up himself. He jumped. 8 form, primary gale slash. He shouted. He only realized a moment too late that the demon had seen the attack and, with a triumphant smirk, he turned so that Takedo would take the brunt of that attack. XXX. Muakairo saw the attack coming. He'd been holding onto his sword and hoping that the Kazuki's sick desire to turn him into a demon would keep him alive. For a moment, he thought it worked, but then Shin-san attacked and the mist pillar glimpsed a vindictive smirk on Waxing One's face, before the Kazuki turned, dragging Muakairo right into the path of the attack. He refused to let go of his sword though. He couldn't. If he let go, he'd be defenseless. That would be a death sentence. And he refused to die here, at least not before he'd taken care of this baka. He had to get out of the way of the attack. All of that went through Muakairo's mind in moments. His instinct screamed at him to move, so he did. He could reach the ground, still, and managed to push off, straight up, turning his sword as he twisted around in the air. The demon grit his teeth at the pain, but Muakairo managed to get out of the way of the wind pillar's attack while still holding onto his sword. If it had been anyone else, that wouldn't have worked, but this was Waxing One, and even all of Muakairo's weight without any breath style behind it couldn't cut through the demon's flesh. He still felt several wind slices cut through him, but nothing major, and he could keep hold of the sword, so he counted it as a win, even as gravity returned and he fell again. Why you? Shin-san growled as he, too, landed, slitted eyes fixed on the older demon and veins bulging around his face. The Kazuki opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, he dodged to the side as another bout of heat rushed by him from behind. Then the large man's axe whizzed by on the other side, making Muakairo thankful he hadn't been just there anymore. Then Shin-san came in for another attack at Waxing One's head. The axe chain whipped around them, holding both Muakairo and Waxing One in place. The mist pillar grit his teeth. That certainly didn't feel good, but once again, he refused to let go of his blade. True swordsmen get to know their blade as an extension of their body. Some say the spirit of the swordsman runs through their blade, to a point where losing the blade is like losing a limb. With demon slayers, moving energy through the sword becomes second nature. One's desperation and dedication could melt into the blade and begin to change it. With his eyes closed, Muakairo didn't notice his sword begin to glow red, starting at the base and moving upwards. Just as the color touched the demon's skin, though, the other side of the large man's chain, the flail end, smashed down on Waxing One's head from behind. Both Shin-san and the yellow-haired newcomer flew from above, their blades smashing into the mace, and driving it downwards, taking the demon's head with it. Muakairo stared at that. Had they won? Finally, something told him it was too good to be true. For the barest moment, time slowed down, the demon slayers waiting with bated breath, still clutching their swords so hard their hands had begun to bleed. And then the demon exploded. Muakairo lost feeling below his waist and glanced down to see the bottom half of his body falling away from him, only staying somewhat in place by the chains that the demon hadn't managed to cut. But he had managed to maneuver so he could move again. And his head had grown back, but monstrous. The 6 eyes remained, but everything else had mutated. He no longer had lips, but sharp teeth jutting directly from his jaws. 2 enormous horns grew from either side of his forehead and other areas of his body, like his shoulders, and what Muakairo assumed was his demon slayer mark encircled the entire top half of his body. 4 disgusting appendages covered in what looked like thorns grew from his back end. He looks on the outside how he's become on the inside, the mist pillar thought as the world began to go blurry. Do not lose your grip on your blade, he told himself, suddenly. He could feel his limbs growing weaker, but he refused to give in. No, Takedo, Shin-san, no, Shinazugawa, right? That was his name. He screamed out and a blast of air came towards the Kazuki. That jarred Muakairo loose from the chains and, unable to hold on, he fell. The last thing he saw was Waxing One ripping a red blade from his skin and tossing it away. Please let it be enough. XXX. Kokoshibo felt powerful. He'd done it. He'd regrown his head after it had been destroyed with Nichiren metal. Grinning, he tore the brat's red blade out of his body and tossed it away. He did notice that he'd accidentally cut his offspring in half, but no matter. If the wind pillar had been saved by Kamado, then he could. A powerful blast of wind shot at him, followed by the white-haired pseudo-demon himself, rushing forward, blade at the ready. Out of the corner of his eye, Kokoshibo saw the other 2 speeding towards him as well and had to stifle a laugh. How could they not see? They could not hurt him. He was untouchable, unbeatable. He'd truly surpassed his brother, finally. And then he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the wind Hashira's sword. The image almost stopped his heart. Was that him? Really? He looked hideous. This was his final form. This monster. Was this permanent? And was this what he'd had to become to surpass his brother? His brother, who, even in his old age, had been able to stand against Kokoshibo. For a moment, he could almost hear Yoriichi's voice from when they were children. I want to be like you. I will become the second strongest samurai in the land. What he saw now was that the face of a samurai, and if he'd had to go this far to beat his brother to become the strongest, was this really what he wanted? Because now he may be the strongest, but as a monster, not as a samurai. He'd been chasing his dream of becoming the strongest for so long now. But why did he want it? Before he could come to any conclusions, the slight sting in his side, where Takedo Muakairo had stabbed him, suddenly flared in pain and began to crumble away. A jolt of shock and fear overtook the demon, but in the next moment, all he could see was gray as the mace end of the stone pillar's weapon took his head off yet again. And then he felt fire, and then whined, and his body was crumbling. He had to use a blood art, but his body wouldn't respond. No, not yet. He couldn't die yet. But was this what he'd lived all those centuries for? Was he so desperate to not lose that he pushed himself to the point of becoming that hideous monster he'd seen? No, he'd already become a monster, he realized. He'd been so desperate to gain strength that he'd broken his oaths, left his wife and children, chased after his brother, and ultimately betrayed him and everyone they'd ever worked with. He'd joined their enemy, consumed humans. He'd become a wretched beast, all in pursuit of his brother, because in the end, Yoriichi, all I ever wanted to be was you. He'd abandoned his home, his humanity, his family, cut down his descendants, abandoned being a samurai. But it was never enough. It could never be enough, he realized. In the end, he couldn't leave a lasting mark on the world, not a positive one. Yoriichi's breathing style had remained, despite Kokoshibo and Muzan hunting down anyone who should have known it. His mark remained with the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi had always been someone despite being the younger brother. But Kokoshibo knew, from the bottom of his heart, that of the two of them, Yoriichi should have had everything. He'd been the strong one. He'd always left his older brother in the dust. The last thing he felt before the world, already dark without eyes to see, faded fully away, was the two halves of the flute he'd carved all those years ago. A flute he'd given Yoriichi. The present his brother had never been able to throw away. And he hadn't either. Why? Why had Michikazu even been born? XXX. The Kazuki crumbled away. No one even knew why, but he just crumbled. The demon looked desperate and confused, even in that monstrous state. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't suffering enough. No demon ever suffered enough. Sammy screamed as he dove towards the pile of ashes inside clothes. They'd cut and cut and cut and finally won, but it wasn't enough. Shinazugawa. Two voices broke through his rage as he stabbed his sword into the clothes, only barely missing the wooden. What was that? A flute. A dissected flute. And not even a good one at that. What even? Shinazugawa. Hajime suddenly stood before him cautiously. It is over. We won. Sammy couldn't look away from what remained of waxing one. Not even the smell of human blood right there could tempt him away from the sight. He almost expected the baka to grow back again, just to torment them. And as fun as that fight had been initially, as much as he loved pushing himself to new heights, he hadn't wanted to lose another comrade. Sanmi. So few people called him that anymore. Not since Kenny. Slowly, he forced himself to look up, finding a pair of blank eyes staring back. Or not staring, he supposed. Are you with us again? Sanmi slumped as he nodded, even knowing the other man couldn't see. Yeah, hi, Takedo-san. You were truly a wonderful Hashira. You will be missed. Rengoku's voice drew both of the other pillars' attention, and Sanmi looked past Hajime to see the yellow-haired Hashira cradling the top half of Takedo's body. Just seeing it caused Sanmi to wince because, wait, was he still bleeding? Before he knew what he was doing, Sanmi had rushed over, already biting his finger. The kid was still there. He could sense it. Shinazugawa. The stone pillar said, shocked. What are you? Rengoku started, and then yelped as Shinazugawa plunged his hand into Muakairo's side. What are you doing? The flame Hashira yelled, trying to save his life. Because if Sanmi had come back from this exact thing, so could Takedo. The mist pillar hadn't been breathing. Sanmi didn't have Kamado's pure demon blood. But this had to work. It had to. He kept pumping more blood into the kid. But nothing happened. Come on, he thought desperately, berating himself for not getting there sooner. He'd been able to survive for over a minute when cut in half. Of course other pillars could too. Come on, nothing. More blood. He needed more blood too. A large hand closed around his wrist. Sammy bared his teeth and looked up at Hajime, half ready to attack him, but the tears stopped him. He'd seen the man with tears running down his cheeks as often as he hadn't, but this time was different. He didn't know why. Maybe because he wanted to cry himself, but couldn't. Let me, he started to say, forcing the words out, but the older man's expression didn't change as he spoke. He's gone. You've done everything you could, but it's too late. No, he denied. Sammy-san, Rengoku said, his voice quiet for once and smile gone. Sometimes there is no saving them. You know this. We all know this. Sammy wanted to rage and scream and yell and throw things around, but instead he slumped and withdrew his hand. Part of him still wanted to lick the blood, but the thought made his stomach turn, so instead, he curled his hands into fists, screamed out all of his frustration and anger at the fact that he hadn't been able to help the kid, his fellow Hashira. Sure, he and Takedo had never gotten along, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt. That didn't mean he didn't feel the weight of one more person he couldn't protect. With everything he had, he slammed his fists into the ground, both feeling and hearing his bones break. To his mild satisfaction, the floor beneath his fists shattered. It had been a kind of tile or stone and he'd destroyed it. He wanted it to help. It didn't. Not enough. After several seconds of harsh breathing, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked over to see Hajime kneeling there, Rengoku beside him, blood dripping from his nose onto his haori. Come, there is still more to do. It felt like picking up pieces of himself and shoving them back together, but he nodded and forced himself to stand. Yeah, let's go get the baka who started this all. XXX. Tanjiro pushed himself harder and faster, going through walls now because if Yushiro had gotten to Nakheim, he had nothing to worry about and he needed to get to Muzan now. So he shot through doors, tore down walls, burst through ceilings and floors until he reached a shaft. Muzan was right there, just above him. Tanjiro grit his teeth and looked up. A blob of something biological and very much demon-made pulsed. Found you, he growled to himself, bent down, and launched up towards the thing, fully intent on tearing it apart, claws at the ready. Before he could, though, the ball of goop, or whatever it was, exploded. Tanjiro made sure his mouth was closed and shielded his eyes, but he sensed something coming right for him. He swung his fist as he caught the fist speeding at him. The person opposite of him did the same. For a moment, they hung in midair, red eyes staring into red, slitted pupils into words. Then, the now white-haired demon grinned. It's good to finally meet you, Muzan said, Kamado Tanjiro. Yushiro closed his eyes, concentrating on looking through the Infinity Mansion to find every last demon slayer. He'd managed to get the demon to open enough doors for all the lower-level slayers to get out. Now he only had a couple of people left, either still fighting demons or... Wait, was that? There was something off about the demon he'd just seen. It wasn't the first one he'd come across that seemed strange, but something about this one. Then something changed. Something with Nakheim. Before he could stop her, she moved and her fingers plucked the biwa strings. Twang. Yushiro almost panicked. That must have been a command from Muzan, but Yushiro hadn't heard it, not directly, not even tangentially. And then, he watched the very demon he'd been studying as they and their meal fell through a shoji door. Almost frantically, Yushiro went looking for them again, finding them in a room near Muzan, scrambling for their meal again. Yushiro frowned. Why? Why would Muzan want the demon there? Just as he thought that, he turned his attention to Kamado, who had just gotten to the shaft where Muzan had holed up. Get him, he urged Kamado. Yushiro could no longer sense anything but the barest hint of Tameo-sama's presence, and he wanted that monster to pay. Get him, Kamado. The red-haired demon shot up the shaft, claws extended and ready to slash, but then the mass of flesh burst apart and Muzan, that had to be Muzan, shot down, aiming a punch right for Kamado. Yushiro wanted to cry out, but could only watch as the two demons met in midair, seemingly in a stalemate. This was not good. They had to get Muzan to the surface, which meant they had to kill the biwa demon, which meant he had to stop watching that fight and do what he'd said he'd do, get everyone out. You'd better win, Kamado, he thought to himself as he gritted his teeth and kept looking through the mansion for people to save. XXX. Nothing felt real to Sanemi. Months ago, he'd been the wind pillar, a human with a chip on his shoulders ready to take on the darkest side to the world or die trying. Then he'd been turned into a demon, had to deal with everything that came with that. And just when he'd started to get a little better, Muzan himself had attacked. Muzan and all of his Kazuki. They'd killed Oyakata-sama, but at least he and the Slayers had just killed Waxing One in return. It wasn't enough, though, and everything had happened so fast. Perhaps he'd never thought the demon slayers could truly win. Was that it? Had he been fighting for what he saw as a lost cause from the get-go? Or was it just that he'd never thought he'd survive it? Probably that. That had been a big part of why he didn't want Genya in the core. It was a death sentence. Every Hashira knew it, and the non-delusional slayers knew it. He wanted Genya to live so badly. He wanted one of them to live. Something caught on the edge of his hearing, drawing him out of his thoughts, and he paused, holding up his hand so the two Hashira behind him would know to stop. "What is it, Shinazugawa-san?" Rengoku asked, way too loudly and happily, especially for someone who obviously had a broken nose. It made Seimi want to shake some sense into him, but he took a deep breath and pushed that thought aside. He could talk to the other man about his demeanor later. "I think I hear a demon," he said. Rengoku blinked at him. Hajime said nothing, just staring with tears still dripping down his cheeks. Seimi rolled his eyes. "Another demon. Low level. Eating." Hajime automatically whipped out his prayer beads and began to say mantras. Rengoku's smile dimmed ever so slightly, but he nodded emphatically. "Then let us go and do our job." "Our job is to find Muzan," Seimi pointed out. But it was half-hearted at best. He had no issues taking out a low level, and it probably wouldn't take them too far out of their way, especially considering they didn't know which way Muzan was. "One of us should go take him out and meet back up. I don't believe we should split up. Even if Yushiro-san has taken care of the Biwa demon, finding each other again could be difficult, and we will all likely be needed to fight Muzan." Well, there went his plan to go off on his own, because Rengoku may be way too loud and way too bright and way too boisterous. But he also wasn't wrong. Unfortunately, Hajime just continued with his mantras. "Of course, fine," Seimi said tiredly. "This way." He led them down the hallways, pausing at intersections to see which way would be best. After only one or two halls, he heard something else. Whimpering. "The human. Whoever it's eating is still alive," Seimi hissed and took off down the halls at a dead run. The other two followed on his heels. It took them too long to get there. He wanted to get there now. Seimi grit his teeth and took his sword out. He turned the final corner to see a demon, their back to him, and wait, that was a slayer's uniform. What the? And it was eating. Another demon. Seimi's eyes widened as he realized what was going on. He'd already charged, was about to take off the demon's head, but changed trajectory at the last moment, causing his blade to miss the neck and head by millimeters. The eating demon panicked and ducked, scrambling back from him, blood dripping down his mouth and staining the front of his uniform. He also had very small hands. Weird. He stared up at Seimi, eyes wide in fear, but then bared his teeth. Seimi rolled his eyes, then bared his own back. The kid whimpered and backed off. Good. That meant they didn't have a fight on their hands. Or at least it lessened the chance. "Shinazugawa-san," Rengoku said happily. "Why did you miss?" The wind pillar sighed. "He's eating a demon. He's one of Kamado's. Kill me." "The demon, the one the first one had been eating," said. Seimi glanced down at him and saw he'd been pinned in place with a sword. A Nichiren sword. To the neck. If the demon moved much, he'd kill himself. Seimi hated how his mouth watered at the sight. "Oi, you like being a demon?" he decided to ask, kneeling down. The guy on the floor, with pale skin and blue hair spread around him, looked up at Seimi like he was crazy. Oh, he also seemed to be slowly growing back his missing arm. Probably the one the other demon had eaten. Really best not to think about it right now. "How I supposed to answer that?" Seimi shrugged. "Fine. Do you like being one of Muzan's demons?" If anything, the look of incredulity increased. "You said his name." The pillar rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I did. Answer the question." The demon frowned. "Is there any other choice? Good enough for Seimi." "Yeah, there is." "Serious lie." The wind Hashira nodded. "If I told you the other guy was better." The demon continued to breathe harshly as he thought. "Can't be worse," Seimi snorted. "You ain't wrong. Better than dying." More silence, except for the Slayer demon's soft growls in the background. Seimi hadn't forgotten him and wouldn't let him attack anyone. But the kid seemed to understand he wasn't the strongest one there. "Good. Yes," the demon on the ground said. "You willing to go through a little pain to get away from him?" The demon just seemed resigned at this point. "Yeah, okay then. Gonna give you some blood." Seimi scratched his finger and willed it to not close, trying to force blood into the cut. It worked. A little too well. "Shinazugawa-san, what are you doing?" Rengoku asked, trying to see if he could save someone. "An experiment." "Sword," the demon on the ground said, before his mouth filled. Right, he couldn't swallow with that there. So the white-haired demon reached for the Nichiren blade. The Slayer demon growled a little louder and Seimi turned his own growl on the kid again. He slunk back, but didn't look happy about that. Whatever. He pulled the sword out and the demon swallowed. He sat up for a moment and looked around, frowning up at Sanemi. I don't feel any, irk. The demon bent over suddenly, clutching his stomach, and then screamed. After 30 or so seconds, he passed out. Sanemi blinked down at him, then looked back at Rengoku and Himejima. The flame pillar raised an eyebrow and Sanemi sighed. What happened? Himejima asked calmly. We have come across 2 demons. One of them, as you know, is Kamado's and the other is not. And Shinazugawa-san decided to see if his blood could turn someone into one of Kamado's demons. Himejima frowned and opened his mouth to speak again. But the Slayer demon squeaked, like, in fear. That, what? Sanemi turned to the kid, who was staring at Himejima, face pale. His body tensed and Sanemi had to rush forward to catch the brat before he ran away. He lifted the kid in the air, his legs kicking and flailing as he growled and shrieked. Oi, the wind Hashira shouted, you're scared of them but not me. That poor child, Himejima said, tear flow somehow increasing. Shouldn't he dry out or something? How did he have that much water in his body? I think I know him, Rengoku said boisterously. He looks familiar. I think he's the lightning Tsuguko. To their surprise, Himejima froze, not even speaking. When he did finally talk again, he just said one word. Or name. Kaigaku. XXX. Tanjiro saw Muzan, his smug smile. His new look with white hair, mouths all over his body, his slitted eyes. The time traveler remembered how much he utterly despised this being who thought he was so superior. This was the farthest Tanjiro had gotten since his first life, and he would not let this monster win again. He would not, but he needed to keep a calm head, so he just smiled and tipped his head to one side. Nice to meet you, Muzan laughed, and the fight began. Attack after attack came at Tanjiro. Muzan's arms grew and shot at him, a wall of muscle, sinew and bone destroying walls and hitting like freight trains. Tanjiro willed his hands larger and redirected the attacks he couldn't dodge. Then he hit the wall, feet first, and jumped away down the shaft, bouncing off the sides and avoiding the strikes destroying where he'd just been. Again and again and again. The bottom of said shaft came into view and he narrowed his eyes. Well, fine. He dodged one final time, hit the bottom and redirected his energy, shooting up and drawing his sword in one smooth motion. Hinakami Kagura, burning bones, summer sun, he whispered, whipping his sword around to defend and redirect again. The giant appendages hit the walls, crushing them, but it created an opening. Muzan's eyes grew wide. Sunflower thrust. Tanjiro's sword went right through the other progenitor's neck, but instead of looking worried, he just grinned. Limbs sprouted from Muzan's back, curling around in the blink of an eye, closing in, and Tanjiro saw he'd been lured into a trap. Well, fine. He, too, grinned and bit his lip. Hard. Demon blood art, demon fire explosion. His fire burst out from him and burned. Muzan screeched, but Tanjiro pushed the fire to destroy everything of the Demon King himself in the vicinity, down to his very spirit. If Muzan could mark him, what would stop him from doing the same? What would? Pain suddenly lanced through his eyes and he gasped, his fire going out. He blinked as his vision returned. What? What had that been? So, you've grown more powerful, Muzan said from above Tanjiro, on a ledge about 3 floors up. The redhead landed on the edge of a hallway himself, pushing what had happened in his eyes to the side for now as he looked up. He'd figure that out later. He had to concentrate on the fight. Here and now, he told himself. The old Tanjiro would have likely attacked Muzan again, angry and focused. This Tanjiro knew he had to wait for the right moment, so he took a deep breath and allowed his anger to fall to a simmer, the controlled, orange glow of coals instead of the raging inferno. Then he shrugged and smiled. Yup, it won't be enough. Tanjiro felt his smile strain a little. What did Muzan expect him to do? Turn around and leave? Just give up? Probably. Good thing that in this life, he didn't know Tanjiro at all. To kill you, I'll make it enough. Then Tanjiro did what he usually did. He let his actions speak for him, using both his breath style and his demon strength to attack, shooting up the shaft in a blink. To his frustration, the monster retreated. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro followed down the hallway and stopped when he entered a large room. Muzan stood at the other end, grinning maniacally, confidently, in front of a shoji door. Something was off. The time traveler could smell blood, human blood. It came from a dead body. But another demon was feasting behind Muzan. Tanjiro's instincts screamed at him to stop and take in the situation. He had to proceed with caution. This was another trap, but while he'd easily outmaneuvered the last one, he of all people knew how Muzan's traps could hurt. If the time traveler wasn't careful, he could lose this fight. As expected, you have no fear. Such is the prerogative of the strong, Muzan said. Then his smile widened. But you are centuries too early to pose a true challenge to me. Tanjiro snorted. like Yoriichi was. The older progenitor's eyes narrowed and his smile fell into an ugly scowl. You are no Yoriichi. Fair, Tanjiro could give him that. So he shrugged. No, but I don't have to be to beat you. The Demon King's smile returned, far angrier and more vindictive than before. You don't understand. You've already lost. With that, Muzan stepped to the side, opening a half-closed shoji door as he did. A demon knelt in front of a dead body, eating. Tanjiro could see the feathers on said demon's head, black, dark blue, and red, and yet it reminded him of a crow. Then he recognized the Haori the demon wore, blue, with white clouds, Urokodaki-sensei's Haori, the one he'd lent to Tanjiro and Nezuko for their final selections, and the one he'd probably lent to Takeo. Tanjiro breathed. He felt as if everything inside his body had been plunged into ice. Why was he here? He shouldn't be here. Jiyu said he was at the edge of Urokodaki's training area. He was supposed to be safe. Why wasn't he safe? I like that look on your face. Tanjiro was back on the mountain, looking in at his family, lying in a bloody mess. All dead. All dead. Boy, come here. Don't turn around. Tanjiro silently begged, hating how his legs couldn't move. He couldn't feel air in his lungs. He couldn't breathe. The boy turned around. The feathers over his face were smaller, shorter, but there, especially across his nose and forehead, making it look very beak-like. But it was undoubtedly Takeo. He had blood dripping from his mouth, obvious fangs visible, and held flesh in one clawed hand. Without so much as any recognition, he glanced at Tanjiro, then scurried over to Muzan, who put a hand on his head, ruffling his hair almost affectionately. Almost. Don't touch him. Tanjiro wanted to scream, but words wouldn't form. Don't touch him, DONTTOUCHHIM. This one will conquer the sun for me. Thank you so much for allowing me to find him. Muzan looked up and his grin widened. After all, if you hadn't escaped me that first time, I may have accidentally killed him. Tanjiro's chest squeezed painfully. Why? Too tight. Too tight. You know, I think he's already gotten stronger. Must be a family trait. He's certainly ready for more blood now. And Muzan stabbed Takeo's neck with his finger. Takeo gasped, eyes rolling back in his head. The coals of Tanjiro's anger burst into flame, growing larger and larger, until they were no longer flames but raw plasma. He had to save Takeo, a son in his very soul. But he couldn't. His brother was a demon. Tanjiro had failed. Again, something inside of him snapped at that realization and burned away as if it had never been. He had to make Muzan pay. And he would. His vision faded into red. Something smelled so good. And for once, he embraced the hunger. His mouth watered. A grin slid onto his lips. He licked them, gaze focused on the meal in front of him, on the lesser beings. Finally, he could satiate that desire that he'd never allowed himself to give into before. Demon blood art, demon fire explosion. And the world burst into flames. At first, there had been nothing but vague senses of snow, work, and warmth. Then there had been panic and darkness where there had once been light. But that hadn't stopped the little beings from existing. Then determination, and slowly, their world had truly begun to form. An endless blue sky over the calmest of seas. Clouds drifted lazily by above, completing the breathtaking picture. The beings didn't know how other inner worlds looked, but theirs had become so calm and beautiful, despite the pain and anguish they had all felt. And then there was their son. The person whom they were a part of called it a soul. It shone so bright and warm in the otherwise cool atmosphere. That was what the beings, guardians, pieces, avatars, whatever they were, wanted to emulate. That warmth and kindness, that joy and hope. The sunlight on a spring day, the lasting rays of a fall afternoon. Something that offered comfort and love. Not too hot, not too cold. Safe. Then the world had turned red. It wasn't peaceful anymore. But they held on. The soul changed, but it refused to lose that warmth that had defined it. The sun became harsh and too hot or too cold, but the guardians remained. And then the blue came back, but it was tainted. Some of the harshness and desperation from before remained, buried within the sun. Still, the soul almost forgot it and a different desperation took its place. Fear and longing and tritritry, but it ended in pain. Again. Then, the taint came back and took over. The soul lost itself. Then it returned to normal blue again, but with that taint. It happened again, and again, and again, and each time the taint became a little worse, a little more ingrained, but nothing the soul couldn't eventually forget. Until he was marked. Until the soul chose to be marked. When the calm, blue ocean returned after that, the taint was worse than ever, no longer completely buried. The red already worried the guardians, but this was far worse than they could have imagined or predicted. And then the soul was marked again. Against his will, but it made the infection all the worse. When the blue came back, they couldn't completely hide the effects of the taint immediately. After that, it simply grew worse and worse. The sea had long since lost its utter calmness, and when the red returned that time, it was the worst yet. The despair building within the sun began to eclipse it. The Guardians were losing numbers too, one by one slowly dwindling as the soul lost memories of how it used to be. They longed for the reset this time, but when it finally came, if this kept up, there would be a time when they could not revert to the calm, warm blue at all. But the Guardians were as stubborn as the soul that bore them, and they would protect that warmth long past that time, even if only one of them remained. The red continued to creep in, growing worse whenever the soul needed extra power, whenever he called on the taint. And it kept changing him. That wasn't the only difference. The taint also felt purer somehow, but it was still dangerous and damaging. The Guardians' numbers still dwindled. Then the soul, the warmth that had changed so much, did something unthinkable. It embraced the taint, reached for it, submerged itself in it, and the sea around the Guardians was no longer a sea but the surface of a sun, exploding in flames that were no longer flames but sunbursts and flares. The blue vanished, replaced by red and black, cruel and dark and so hungry. The Guardians remained by the core of the soul, despite the warmth being overshadowed by the simultaneous harsh heat and deadly cold. Their numbers started going down again. They huddled together, protecting all the warmth, the kindness and sweetness. As long as they remained, there was hope. But the world around them wanted to swallow them whole. The sea that had become a sun was no longer friendly or welcoming. It wanted to devour. They kept it at bay, hoping beyond hope that the reset would happen again, or at least that the soul would regain itself. But all they could do was wait as they disappeared and the world burned around them. XXX. Aguro attacked again, growling and screeching. The other demons and slayers dodged out of his way as they tried to coordinate. "Don't attack him," Kenroji yelled, her voice desperate. She'd probably been speaking to the boar boy, who looked the worse for wear, but he had his swords out and stood in front of a collapsed insect pillar, ready to pounce. "Then what do we do?" The kid practically screamed, obviously beyond done and so angry. Akatsuki agreed with him. They didn't exactly have options right now, especially seeing as the insect girl would randomly attack them too. At the moment, she was literally sprouting wings. The back of her uniform had torn and she screamed in pure agony, clawing at the ground around her and digging holes in the wood. The new appendages looked like a cross between bat and butterfly wings, not fully emerged yet, but he could tell they would be both terrifying and alluring. Typical demon. Aguro himself now had scales all along his hands and arms and his hair had sprouted into a hood. Akatsuki knew that snake. It wasn't from Japan. Did the guy have some continental ancestors? Perhaps. It might explain the eyes. Demons were almost exclusively Japanese, but Akatsuki had seen a couple that had outside influences. Was it sad that he found it more interesting than upsetting? Probably. "I'll lead him away," Kenroji shouted as she flipped over another one of Aguro's attacks. "I need to find someone with Kamado's blood." Well, at least she'd gotten off of Akatsuki's back about giving him some of his blood. He'd explained that he'd never been actually injected with Tanjiro's blood. No, he'd become one of the new progenitor's demons by eating those cells. When she'd asked what that had to do with anything, he'd pointed out that Muzan had injected all of his Kazuki with blood multiple times. That was why they could change people into demons, too. He didn't know if he could turn someone into Kamado's demon, and even if he could, should they take that chance? She hadn't been happy, but she'd accepted his explanation. So now it was a matter of finding someone else with one of those pure blood vials or whatever. Akatsuki didn't particularly care. He had to go check on the girl, actually. He only hadn't yet because he didn't want to lead Aguro back up there. "You want to lead him away?" Akatsuki asked as he jumped lazily out of the serpent pillar's attack. There were fewer and fewer walkways to land on now. "You sure about that? It's better than having two half-turned demons attacking us at once," she shot back. "Then you two can focus on Shinobu-san." The former waxing third thought about that, then shrugged. "Fair, have it," he said. She nodded firmly, face practically screaming determination. After that, it only took a couple of calculated jumps for Kenroji to stand in front of the walkway lining the room and wait for Aguro to dive after her. Then she slowly backed down the hallway, waiting for him to follow again, at which point she turned around and ran. "Good luck," she yelled as she shot off down the hallway, leaving Akatsuki, the boar boy and the insect pillar behind. Aguro chased her and also disappeared. They waited for several seconds in relative silence before Akatsuki sighed and slumped, then looked around the practically destroyed room. "She good for now?" he asked the kid. No, the insect pillar answered herself, but she was coherent enough to answer, so Akatsuki scratched his head as he turned to the corner where he'd entered. Part of him felt elated that he'd beat Dauma, but he'd still had help. Then again, he defeated the guy without help, but the others had just had to help kill him, which demons couldn't do. The turnout wasn't bad, really, but it still felt a little empty. It also felt good, so he guessed he shouldn't complain. "Oi, where are you going?" the boar kid asked. "To get my charge," Akatsuki said casually as he jumped up through the roof. He found the girl where he'd left her. Good. She didn't look damaged in any way, so she likely hadn't drawn any attention from Meguro. He went to pick her up, but something white jumped out at him and bit his hand. He blinked down at the snake. "When I said to bite, I didn't mean me," he muttered in annoyance, wrapping the snake around his arm and picking the girl up. Great. He still had to look after the stupid reptile too. Wasn't he supposed to give it to Kenroji, who had just left? He groaned inwardly, but sighed and hefted the girl over his shoulder before jumping back down. The boar boy knelt by the insect pillar while she held his hand tight, tears streaking down her cheeks, whether from pain or hadn't she said something about revenge? He couldn't remember. "All right," he said as he set the smaller girl down by the older one. "So, now what? How should I know?" Boar boy shot back. "You're the demon slayer," Akatsuki pointed out. "And you used to be a Kazuki. What does that have to do with anything?" He cut off as something inside of him twisted. He grabbed his chest and at the same time, Shinobu shrieked, the scream reverberating throughout the room. Even the brat's eyebrows drew together and she whimpered in her sleep. "Oh oi, what's wrong?" Boar kid asked, grabbing his swords and holding them up. "Smart kid, something's off," Akatsuki said, closing his eyes and concentrating. What was that? He forced himself to follow the sudden squeezing sensation back to its origin. It took him a little, but he suddenly realized it was his connection to Tanjiro. "Off? What do you mean off?" the kid said angrily. "With Tanjiro," the demon grit out. Then Kacho's screams rose in volume and those wings burst from her back in a display of pastel and muscle, claws at the edge of each finger snaking through the wing. Her teeth and claws. She looked like a fully realized demon, or very nearly so. That had been sudden, too sudden. Just what was going on? No, wait, he'd felt this or something similar before. When Muzan got angry, it didn't happen often. The guy was always displeased or annoyed or upset, but he rarely got truly angry. And the last time that it happened, Kazuki had died. Oh, this was not good. He'd known Kamado was too good to be true. He knew the kid had been hiding a darkness, but this, it felt worse than Muzan. Or was that just his imagination? Was it the comparison to the kid's normal demeanor? And why did he feel so much hungrier all of a sudden? "Kid, you better run," he gasped out. "What?" Boar boy asked. "I ain't leaving. I'll take care of them. But I ain't sure I can stop myself from attacking you right now. So get out and take this." He shoved the snake at the kid, who fumbled for the creature but caught it. Then he stared at it for several seconds, the reptile obviously damaged and unhappy, but alive. "You want me to," he started, but once again Akatsuki cut him off. "Go." The boy frowned at him for far too long before setting his jaw firmly. "Fine, but I ain't running away. You got me." The former Kazuki didn't really care at the moment. "Yeah, sure, kid. Just hurry." The boy draped the snake around his neck, then grabbed his swords, turned and stomped out. "You better take care of her." "Got it," he yelled, and then he disappeared. Akatsuki snorted. Then a blur flew by him towards the door the kid had just left through. Kacho. He managed to catch her, but just barely. Oh, she was fast. If she was that fast as a newly turned demon. She turned to screech at him, but he roared at her, baring his teeth. She seemed taken aback by that but still backed down. From him at least. Good. But then she took off towards a pile of bodies on one of the walkways. All women, all dead, all either half submerged in water or half lying in their own blood on the broken wood. Oh, that smelled good too. But no, he managed to reach Kacho before she got her claws on one of the bodies. She struggled against his grip, but he forced himself to turn and stomp away through the water, dragging her with him. "You'd hate me if I let you," he said with a sigh. Seriously, why was it always him? He wasn't good at taking care of people. He thought that had been proven. "So we're gonna go find some more demons," he assured her. "That sounded good right now. Then you can have a ball." He scooped up the smaller brat too, and draped her over his shoulder again. She still seemed to be having issues herself, even in sleep. Seriously, what had happened to Kamado? To Tanjiro? He'd have to find out later, he supposed. Grumbling to himself, he stomped down the hallway opposite of where Kenroji, Aguro, and the boar brat had disappeared. Kamado had really better appreciate this. XXX. Gyomai didn't quite know what to think about the situation he'd found himself in. He could hear the two demons in the hall struggling, presumably as one of them held the other. As Shinazugawa held Kaigaku, he'd known the boy had been picked up by the former Thunder Hashira. He hadn't known what to think of that when he'd heard of it, to be honest. Eventually, though, he'd written to both Oyakata-sama and the Thunder Cultivator about it. The latter had responded that he appreciated the information but had made his choice and to kindly stay away from the boy. Oyakata-sama, who had already known everything, had simply said he would avoid putting Gyomai and Kaigaku on the same missions if at all possible. Gyomai had suspected he'd have to cross paths with the boy eventually, but not like this. "Can he speak?" he asked, unsure of what he wanted the answer to be. Shinazugawa grunted. "Don't think so. He doesn't like you much, Shinazugawa-san. It looks like he wants to run away from Himejima-san in fear," Rengoku said boisterously. That surprised Gyomai. But more, it hurt. He didn't think it should hurt after everything. Oyakata-sama had explained what happened after sending some slayers to question everyone involved in the incident that had thrown him headfirst into demon slaying. Perhaps that had been how Kaigaku was recruited too. He didn't know, but he didn't find out until much later. Either way, Kaigaku, part of him didn't want to have anything to do with the kid. Part of him wanted to be grateful because he had grown so much since then and he wouldn't have otherwise. And part of him still wanted to make sure the boy was alright, still considered him to be one of his children. Before he could say anything else, though, Kaigaku shrieked. No, he screamed, in what sounded like pain. Agony. He could also hear Shinazugawa grunting, as if trying to hold something back. "Rengoku?" he asked quickly. "They seem to be hurting, and black veins have become visible on the boy." That third part of Gyomai won out and he went to step forward, unsure of what he could do but wanting to do something. "Don't," Shinazugawa growled. "Something's wrong." "What is it?" Rengoku asked. "You seem to be in pain. Just go. Want to attack you." "Oh, that was not good. We could kill you," Rengoku said. Himejima's heart tore that much more at the idea of losing his friend and one of the few children he had left, even if he was beyond angry at the boy. Still, he thought he'd gotten rid of that a while ago. It looked like he'd be spending some time under waterfalls in the near future, if he survived. Some cold meditation sounded very appealing at the moment. "No," the white-haired demon said. "Just wait it out. Go." Shinazugawa, Gyomai started. "I'll take care of them. Now go." "Himejima-san," Rengoku said quietly for once, putting a hand on his arm. He didn't want to leave them, but if it would help them to regain themselves. Gyomai nodded and turned, hurrying back the way they'd come, then taking off down another hallway they'd passed as he tried to block out Kaigaku's shrieks behind him. It didn't work. XXX. "How are you doing, Genya-san?" Zenitsu asked, noticing the boy's jerks and how tenderly he stepped. Like every footfall caused him immense pain. Genya shot him a glare over his shoulder, one Zenitsu flinched away from, almost falling back into Kanao. "I'm slowly turning into a demon. How do you think I'm feeling?" "Well, he didn't have to snap like that, did he?" "Still, sorry," Zenitsu muttered petulantly. Genya rolled his eyes and looked ahead once again. They'd had no luck finding Kaigaku. They also hadn't found any other demon slayers, or a way out yet. Zenitsu had gone beyond worried. Where was Inosuke? Or that pillar guy? And why were they creeping around behind a transitioning demon slayer who couldn't seem to walk faster than a snail's pace? Not that he could blame the guy. It looked like his body was kind of twisting in on itself and suddenly the kid froze. Behind him, Zenitsu heard Kanao withdraw her sword. He refused to do the same. Genya had been the reason why they'd been able to defeat Waxing 5. "Genya-san," he said slowly. "Something's wrong," the guy said. Zenitsu exchanged glances with Kanao. "Wrong?" The storm breather began. "What d?" But before he could say anything else, the taller boy screamed and hunched over. Genya saw. Zenitsu started, stepping forward, but a hand on his arm held him back. He looked over his shoulder to see a grim-faced Kanao, her eyes fixed determinedly on the demi-demon. The blonde turned back to Genya just in time to see the guy's back bulge. He grew even larger, if anything, and sprouted fur down his spine, thick clumps that stuck out messily in all directions. "We should kill him," Kanao said. "No," Zenitsu refused. "He's becoming a demon. We know plenty of good demons. Or, well, two, but still." She began. But Genya, turning on them, looking like some cross between a bat, a wolf, and a human, stopped her. He roared at them, but didn't attack. "I think we should run," Zenitsu squeaked out. Kanao didn't seem happy with that. Reaching in her pocket, she took out a coin. Zenitsu couldn't help but be incredulous as she flipped it, all while Genya looked like he was fighting himself, probably deciding whether to come after them or not. When the coin landed and she looked down at it, she tusked but put it away and then met Zenitsu's eyes. "Run," he almost cried in relief. Okay, he may have actually cried in relief, but who could blame him? "Go," he said, turning and urging her ahead of him. They did so, shooting down the hall. Not seconds later, they heard the shriek of an unearthly howl behind them and ran even faster. Just what was going on? Once Yushiro had confirmed that there was nothing he needed to worry about in his general vicinity, he'd closed his eyes to concentrate, looking through the eyes of another, trying to focus solely on that while keeping track of everything happening, and what he was making her see was not easy. A distant rumble reached him and he shuddered and tried to focus on the rest of the mansion again, but, much to his frustration, he kept getting drawn back to the fight between Kamado and Muzan. It was humbling and more than a little terrifying. They exchanged blows faster than he could follow. Thankfully, they hadn't come near his current position. He had to get everyone out before those two destroyed everything. He didn't think even Nakheim could completely keep up, despite her twanging away on her biwa, desperately trying. Another tremor and he gulped, trying to focus and not get distracted. Again, he'd wanted to see what would become of Muzan, but it had gone so wrong. He thought back to what he'd seen only minutes before. It hadn't taken Yushiro long to evacuate most of the demons and slayers from the Infinity Mansion. The woman's blood art really was incredible, and he was glad for it because it meant he could keep an eye on Kamado and Muzan's fight while he searched for more people to get out. He'd been watching them for a bit, but then they'd backed off and Muzan, the coward, had run. Kamado had given chase, and they'd ended up in one particular room. The Demon King had stopped in front of a half-closed door, gloating. Yushiro had noted, even as he'd gotten more stragglers out of the mansion, that the door hid the newly turned by the looks of it demon that Waxing 3 had transported there so recently. The new demon sat eating the dead body of a demon slayer, utterly focused on doing just that. Yushiro could see nothing else in the room. Not that he found that surprising, but something seemed off. At the moment, Yushiro could only try to figure out Muzan's angle as he moved the door aside, showing Kamado the new demon. Was it some sort of wild card, something the Demon King kept up his sleeve? But it wasn't like the Demon King to rely on such a new demon. So why would he be so smug, so assured, so? Then Yushiro finally put it together. It took him too long really. His stomach sank to his ankles just as Kamado said the name Takeo. Yushiro winced. He hated being right. If Kamado knew the kid, was Muzan trying to make him angry? Probably disheartened more than anything. Or was there some other reason the Demon King was gloating over this? Was he just so confident? That did certainly seem like him. Yushiro focused on them, not bothering to stop Waxing 3 from listening in 2. He balked when Muzan said the new demon would be able to conquer the sun. Why did he think that? Did he honestly think that was his last and only hurdle to overcome before he became unstoppable? And why was Kamado just standing there like that? He should be ripping the Demon King apart for what he did to Tameo-sama. It was the least the monster deserved. But no, Kamado just froze in a sort of numb shock while Muzan gloated. This wasn't right. Something was very off here. He knew Kamado wouldn't take the new turn of events well, but this felt worse than anything he could have predicted. Muzan had meant for this to be a blow to Kamado's morale, but he didn't know Kamado didn't understand who he was dealing with. Yushiro swore, thankful the demon he was manipulating couldn't hear him, and tried to come up with a plan to keep himself and anyone else still in the mansion alive. Because the look on the newest progenitor's face as he focused on Muzan, that wasn't a face Yushiro thought Kamado Tanjiro could make. In that moment, and ever since, he had no doubts that Muzan would die, probably be given the death he deserved, one slow and painful. But they might have another Demon King to take down afterwards. That expression, that hadn't been Kamado Tanjiro. Yushio only had a couple of groups left in the mansion, mainly Hashira, but he needed to get everyone out yesterday. And then, of course, it got worse because all of Kamado's demons went nuts, especially the ones turning into demons. Oh, and their transformation speed increased by leaps and bounds. Only the demons that had already been Kamado's for a while seemed to be able to keep their minds. That didn't make Yushiro feel better. He had some choices to make, choices he'd been putting off. After some thought earlier, he'd more or less moved the demon slayers to one place and the demons to another. Putting them in the same place was asking for serious trouble all around after all. He had avoided most of Kamado's demons because he wasn't entirely sure what to do with them, but putting them with Muzan's demons may be beneficial at this point. Of course, what did he do with those Hashira who were with demons at the moment? The fact that Muzan's demons seemed to be drawn to the ground and just dug with little to no awareness of what was going on around them once outside. This was a mess. The Hashira also needed to be somewhere in case things went badly with Muzan. So, currently he had two groups of Kamado demons, two groups of slayers running from demons, one group of Hashira and one lone slayer. He'd better get those latter two out first. He still had to be subtle or the Biwa demon may fight him, something he really didn't have time for right now. Kamado had better come back to himself soon, and appreciate what he was doing. He managed to get the Biwa demon to open portals for the two groups of only slayers, sending them where he'd sent the others, the woods near the Yubayashiki property. He did so by showing her the slayers there, but fed her the illusion of them examining or entering the doors. He was able to nudge her opening the doors to empty hallways. The Hashira ran out. The boar kid didn't. He simply scoffed and turned to keep looking for more demons. Slayers were insane. Period. Okay, new plan. He was able to switch the hallway so that the Tsugukos who were running from one of Kamado's transforming demons would meet up. Maybe they could knock some sense into him. Then he showed her some slayers in the woods where he'd sent the demons and had her open doors to empty hallways where the groups of only Kamado's demons were. Thankfully, they took the opportunity. Now he just had to figure out what to do with the others. The mansion around them shuddered. Yushiro wasn't sure he wanted to know. Okay, he was sending the Tsugukos to the demon area and the Love Hashira to the Slayer area. The Kamado Bat Wolf demon chasing the younger slayers may get distracted by Musen's demons, and there was likely going to be a bloodbath there, but with enough chaos that the Tsugukos might survive. If they wanted the Serpent Pillar to live, though, he'd have to be subdued, and having several Hashira around could help with that. Another shudder through the building around him had him gulping and looking up, before forcing himself to focus on having the Biwa demon open doors. He could figure out what was going on with Kamado later, and it looked like the Tsugukos and the boar kid had met up. Okay, now. And with that, everyone got out except for Musen, Takeo, Tanjiro, Waxing 3, and himself. Now he just had to wait for the right moment. For now, that was the best he could do. XXX. Another howl, just about as animalistic as it was human, sounded behind the two Tsugukos, literally running for their lives. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Chan. The girl behind Zenitsu didn't answer, which did nothing to ease his mind. He could feel tears streaming down his cheeks, and he was sure he'd survived the fight with the waxing moon to just die here to a fellow slayer. But he couldn't hurt the guy. It wasn't Genya's choice he was turning into a demon. He didn't think it was his choice. It was a demon thing. He'd be fine after he had a while to calm down. Right. But they couldn't just keep running until then. They saw a T-junction in the distance. Left, Kano said. Why? Zenitsu shrieked. We should stay together. Why left though? A pause. That's what I saw when I took my coin out of my pocket. You're basing our lives off of what you saw on a coin. Yes. Why did she sound so confused? Before they even reached the actual turn, though, a familiar form of a boy with a boar's head slid to a stop in the junction, pointing down at them. There you are, Inosuke started, but they'd reached him by then, and with mutual silent agreement, grabbed one arm each and dragged him with them down the hallway. Oi, what are you doing? Let me go. Why do you have a snake? Seriously, why? The white reptile peeked its head out from under the boar mask, and hadn't Zenitsu been through enough already? Thankfully, a door appeared in front of them. A door to outside. Oh, thank the kami. His tears of fear turned into those of relief as he and Kanao dragged Inosuke outside, still yelling and screaming. That relief was short-lived as he saw dozens and dozens of demons in the clearing in front of them. What? Zenitsu shrieked. Behind him, the howl of their friend sounded again. What are all these demons doing here? Inosuke asked. Who cares? Fight him. The storm breather made to answer, but the demons had begun to notice them and some stood in front of them, blocking their way forward. Zenitsu cried. But before they reached the demons, a flash of white made him blink. The demons that had stood in front of them were gone, or knocked to the ground, and missing arms. What? Zenitsu glanced to the side and saw Shinazugawa stick an arm in his mouth while he carried another and began to attack the other demons. Then the storm breather also noticed Akatsuki doing more or less the same, and wait, was that Kacho-san? She looked terrifying, with giant wings sprouting from her back that looked simultaneously like bat and butterfly wings. Just how? Some demons he'd never seen before were also eating the other demons, and wait, was that Kaigaku eating more demons? Nope, he was going to forget that had ever happened. Just, no. Oi, let me go, Inosuke said. We gotta fight. No, both Kanao and Zenitsu said at the same time. At least he didn't think Genya was chasing them anymore. Once a decent distance away from the last demon, Zenitsu looked up. Branches, he yelled. Kanao nodded and, as one, they jumped, still dragging Inosuke with them. Once he felt relatively safe, he turned to take in the bloodbath below. It really wasn't difficult to pick out Kamado demons. And that was terrifying, really. Let me go so I can fight him, Inosuke yelled. No, Kanao said sternly. We might be needed in the fight against Musen. Zenitsu froze. So did Inosuke. but apparently for different reasons. Isn't he the biggest, baddest demon? Inosuke asked. Yes, the flower Tsuguko said succinctly. Zenitsu couldn't help that he whimpered a little. Well, why didn't you say so? Where is he? Inosuke asked. The storm breather dropped his head into his hands. Why was he like this? We're waiting for a signal, Kanao said. Well, that signal better come soon, Inosuke said, and then sat down on the branch, putting his swords away and folding his arms, almost petulant. No, seriously, why? XXX. When the shoji door opened in front of Mitsuri, she almost cried in relief, especially as she could see trees and bushes past the door. Shooting through it, she glanced around and saw several demon slayers milling around, and her eyes widened and she gasped. Was that the Yubayashiki estate? Or what was left of it, still on fire? She put a hand to her mouth and hated how she couldn't stop running to take it all in and grieve. Oikata-sama. But no, she couldn't stop. Not if she didn't want to have to fight Obanai-kun. As if on cue, she heard a half hiss, half roar behind her. Her heart hurt a little more for it. And then she saw Kyojiro and Himejima rush out of another shoji door, and immediately turned towards them. Kyojuro-kun, she yelled. The other Hashira turned to her, the younger blinking as she ran past. Capture him. She could probably do it herself, but this was faster, easier, and probably safer. She heard a scuffle behind her and several grunts. Stopping, she turned and glanced back. The other Hashira had Obanai pinned to the ground. He squirmed and thrashed and tried to bite, but it was obvious he wouldn't go anywhere. Breathing a sigh of relief, she hurried up to them. Thank you so much. Himejima-san, do you still have Kamado's blood? The older pillar blinked and slowly nodded. The other demon slayers milling around seemed to be cautiously approaching, wondering what was going on. Those who weren't treating others' wounds, in any case. Are you sure you want to turn him to Kamado's? Kyojiro asked loudly. Kamado's demons seem to be having problems right now, Himejima-san said slowly. But Mitsuri had every faith in both Tanjiro and Obanai, so she nodded. Yes, Himejima didn't answer for several seconds, but when he did, he nodded, much to Mitsuri's relief. In my satchel, on my hip. Thank you, she said gratefully and hurried to his side so he didn't have to risk letting go of their fellow pillar. It didn't take her long to find the vial full of blood. She didn't make a face at it, but it was a near thing. Helpful or not, you. She uncorked the vial and hurried over to Obanai's head. He lay facing the sky, but she had to help hold him still with one hand as she poured the liquid in his mouth, then put her other hand over it. He swallowed before he could bite her, thankfully. And then he froze, mismatched, slitted eyes going wide. After a moment, he howled, thrashing even harder. It took all three of them to hold him down. Was that supposed to happen? Mitsuri didn't know. Kenroji-san, a familiar voice said, and she glanced to the side to see Imagawa-san rushing up to her, Miebe-san following. Oh, thank the kami. They had scratches and scrapes all over them, but they were alive. What's going on? Mitsuri bit her lip and shook her head as she continued to hold her fiancé, boyfriend, Obanai down. I don't know, she admitted. XXX. At the base of Mount Sajiri, Jiu took a stance as Rengoku suddenly woke, howling even louder than he had before, screaming in pain. And then he'd stopped and fixed his eyes on the water pillar. Oh, not good. Kamado-san, he said quietly, don't make a noise. I will lead Rengoku away. Jiu stood in the hallway, where he could see both Rengoku and the Kamados now huddled together, but the family couldn't see the demon. Jiu-san, she said softly. Keep them safe, he said, referring to the still unconscious Nezuko, as well as Hanako and Shinjiro huddled together in a corner, looking confused and scared. The mother's eyes went wide. Jiu-san, she started again, but he had no time to listen to her otherwise as Rengoku Sr. lunged at him, red tail swinging behind him. Jiu ran. The demon followed. XXX. Muzan wasn't entirely sure what about the boy in front of him put him on edge. Perhaps it was his willingness to fight so harshly but still smile and say it was nice to meet him. Or perhaps it was how he just grit his teeth and pushed forward, falling right into Muzan's trap, but then burning everything away like it didn't matter. That fire hurt, but part of Muzan realized that as much as he hated the idea of losing, he hadn't had a good fight in centuries. Before Yoichi even then it was surprisingly invigorating. But then the boy had changed. The look of utter horror when he'd seen his brother had been priceless. Absolutely devastated. But then he'd smiled, and the room around him had burst into fire. It hadn't come towards Muzan, but it was still something to look out for. Then the kid moved. Or more accurately, he disappeared. If Muzan wasn't the 1,000-year-old demon he was, the kid's fire-covered arm would have taken off his head. Well, it seemed he'd goaded the boy into attacking at least. Wait, where was his sword? Muzan couldn't look for it as the boy's attacks came too fast. Not fast enough that Muzan couldn't keep up, but fast enough that he had to concentrate. They danced across the room, lightning fast and out for blood. Muzan attacked back, shooting his arm out, enlarging its mass and size again. The new progenitor ducked, but Muzan saw the brat's eyes open wide as the attack headed for the new demon instead, just as the Demon King had planned. It didn't take much to nudge the attack just off. If he'd read Kamado right just now, just as he'd anticipated, Kamado disappeared again, unfortunately grabbing his brother just in time and far too fast for Muzan to do much about it. The two younger demons appeared across the room as the true Demon King's attack smashed into the wall where the kids had been. So the Muzan had been right about his character. He grinned and sent another attack at the kid, who had his fingers on his brother's neck. Just what was he? Who cared? The attack neared, it would take the blink of an eye and Kamado held up his hand. Muzan's appendage ran into it and disappeared. What? Muzan felt his own eyes widen. What kind of attack had that been? Where an appendage almost as large around as it was long just vanished, leaving a stump behind. Then Kamado looked him in the eye. Good, but that grin was back. I'm still hungry. Wait, he'd absorbed Muzan. But how? The brat disappeared again, and Muzan realized he may have miscalculated. Shidru was cold, tired, and the air was still hard to breathe. His head kept nodding and then he'd shake awake, trying not to jerk too much as a sleeping Rokuta lay curled in his lap. One of them had to stay awake, right? He couldn't see much, but he was positive he'd be able to see his breath if he could. It felt so cold, but at least Rokuta was warm. A little too warm. It felt nice, despite the cold, and if he just closed his eyes for a second. He nodded again, felt his head fall before jerking awake. Then he sighed. How did all the demon slayers stay awake all night? Seriously, how? And an unknown number of seconds later, he jerked awake again. If it had been any other time, he would have pouted and grumbled, but he didn't dare just then. Not after demons had been on the mountain and Akasan hadn't come back yet. He wished she would soon. He didn't want to think about her not coming back at all. Suddenly, Rokuta's face scrunched in his sleep and he whimpered. Then it happened again. Oh no, a nightmare. Should Shidru wake him up? Akasan said not to wake someone from a nightmare unless they'll hurt themselves or someone else. But he didn't want to listen to his little brother whimpering. San, the little boy whispered weakly. That broke Shidru's heart a little. He wanted his family to be safe too. He reached down to shake his brother but paused. No, if he woke Rokuta up, he'd probably scream and that could get the attention of predators. Shidru grit his teeth and just held his brother tighter, trying not to let the sounds of distress get to his heart. Eventually, Rokuta's whimpering calmed, but his face never did. So Shidru laid him down and curled up by him, holding his hands and snuggling close. They'd have to keep each other warm tonight, and he'd be there for his brother just like Akasan asked. But he just can't stay awake any longer. He drifted off to sleep, despite the cold and worry. Jiu hated this. He hated being chased through the forest in the dark. It reminded him of bad times when he'd failed. It reminded him of his sister and running away from the smell of blood or Sabito, and the final exam where he should have died in his friend's place. And no, he had to remember he hadn't failed tonight. He'd been instrumental in taking down Waxing 4 and he'd lured a demon away from an innocent family. His only real complaint was that he hadn't gotten the chance to heal like he'd needed. Oh, he'd used his breathing to speed up his healing, but there was only so much one could do in a couple hours' time. Not for the first time, he thought about stopping and fighting the demon, killing him. Rengoku didn't seem to be in his right mind at the moment as he'd left his sword behind, so it likely wouldn't be an extremely difficult battle. But Kamado had wanted to save him, and the man's son was back at the house, waiting for his father to come home. He couldn't do that to Sanjuro or Rengoku the current flame pillar either. No, he had to keep going until Rengoku SR came back to himself. His senses screamed at him and he dodged to the side. Where he'd been, a flower of flame grew, engulfing everything in its path before burning out, leaving a barren circle behind. Had those powers grown? Jiu's fist clenched but he just moved on. The three Yubayashiki siblings sat there, staring at what they could see. None of them seemed able to speak. Nyai-sama, one of Kirya's sisters, managed to say. His ears weren't working very well and he didn't know which one had spoken. She sounded distant. He felt bad for not knowing, but his mind kept trying and failing to process what they all saw. They'd been winning. All of the waxing moons were either dead, turned, or under control. Kamado had gotten to Muzan and was thoroughly destroying the Demon King, but the Kamado Tanjiro he'd met, who had liked to sit on the roof and look at the moon after training, who had been so kind and bright when he'd stayed at the estate, as little as it was, Kirya had only met him a couple of times but he'd been so kind, so determined, so inspiring. This wasn't him. It was bad, and they all knew it, even if they couldn't really quantify why. Kamado was still winning, but his demons had gone mad. Muzan was getting torn apart, but Kamado wasn't killing him like he should, and he just seemed so demonic. That was the only word for it. Kiryu-sama, one of his sisters, tried again. Orders. He didn't know. He didn't know. Wait, had he said that aloud? Did it matter? What could they possibly? Sudden pain on the side of his cheek and his head snapping to the side pulled him out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Kanata standing over him, clutching the hand that had hit him to her chest as tears leaked down her cheeks. Keep yourself together, Oyakata-sama, she yelled angrily. Give your next orders now. The fight isn't over yet. He stared up at his younger sister, who somehow seemed far older and more mature than him in that moment, and saw the echo of his mother. His mother, who had never slapped him or raised her hand to him, but who had been kind but firm, which made him think of his father again. His father, who always had praise for them and who had loved them so dearly. His father, who had left this to him, right? He was in charge of this. His father had left this to him so he could cure their family, so he and his sisters wouldn't have to live in fear of their bodies decaying of terrible diseases as they lived. It always came to the head of the family the fastest, but the others by blood had not been spared. He had to do this for them. He didn't have time to panic over a turn of events. He had to pull himself together, like his parents would have. Inform the Hashira to be ready. Yushiro-san, where will you send Kamado-san and Muzan to? The green-haired demon responded a little slowly, his voice cracking and the most unsure Kiryu had ever heard. He pushed aside how much that scared him. To where I sent the demons. What about the Tsugukos? Hyuna asked. We need to make sure all the demons are contained. It's more important to completely finish that man off. The demon sounded so insistent. Then sad. Kiryu's heart went out to him. So be it, Kiryu said. Tell the Hashira and the rest of the corps to get ready to move to the southwest. Tell them to be ready to fight him. Hi, Kanata said. What about Kamado-san? Hyuna asked quietly. Kiryu bit his lip. He really didn't know. If he didn't come back to himself, could they kill him? He didn't think so. Not only was he their comrade, but they couldn't exactly kill him by keeping him out in the sunlight. And would taking his head off even work if worst came to worst? Pray, he said quietly, and do everything else we can. Warn the Hashira about him. Try to contact Shinazugawa-san or Akatsugi-san. They seem to be the most coherent of Kamado's demons right now. If we can get a description of what they're feeling. He knew what they were feeling, though, leakage. Kamado's rage had finally reached a point where it couldn't be contained, and it was affecting his demons. Hence the slaughter going on in the demon area just then. Still, hi, Kiryu-sama, Kuina said firmly, and they got back to work. One way or another, this would end tonight. Now he had one more thing he had to do. Kanata, Kuina, he said quietly, but still loud enough for his sisters to hear, thank you. Yes, Kuina whispered. Kanata didn't say anything, probably embarrassed and recovering from her own extreme actions. Extreme, but necessary, and he was grateful she'd taken them. He didn't see their wet, relieved smiles, but he felt them. XXX. Pain. And the world blurring around him, and he didn't know who he was anymore. No, that wasn't entirely true. He was a demon. That was all he remembered, and it was all that mattered. That and his master, Muzan-sama. Everything had been fine. He'd had food to eat to his heart's content, and his master had even deigned to give him more blood. There had been another demon in the room, someone who seemed to tickle something at the back of the younger demon's mind, but nothing he could be bothered to really examine. His master had called him, after all, and then given him blood, and he would be stronger and in his good graces, and then everything seemed to fall apart. He couldn't even move because he was still adjusting to the new blood, the new power in his veins. The other demon had grabbed him and stabbed him in the neck. He could feel something else flow into him. More blood. Why? What was this demon doing? He couldn't compare to Muzan-sama. No one could. And then the pain started anew, so harsh and strong he couldn't even scream. He could only sit there while he felt the other demon's blood work through him. Burning, burning, burning. Takeo. He could hear a voice as the world around him faded in and out. Takeo, get up. Your brother needs you. What? In his mind, he saw a flash of kind, if worried, eyes, sunken cheeks, and dark red hair. The face looked so familiar, like the smaller demon fighting in front of him, but older and sicker. Wait, almost as if a dam broke, memories began to play across his mind. Memories of a mountain in all seasons, though most recently winter, of working hard and taking care of his siblings and how happy they'd all been. and the other demon was his brother, his older brother, Tanjiro. Wait, what? He strained past the agony, looking over in time to see the two progenitors clash again, a huge shockwave destroying many of the rooms around them. Takeo had to close his eyes as wind and wood and debris flew by him, raining down over his still mostly unresponsive body. When he looked back, he saw them exchange blows again, each going for the other's throats and hearts, tearing and scratching and roaring at each other. It was a fight between demons, pure demons, and that didn't look like his brother. Well, it did, but something was wrong. Very, very wrong, and Takeo still couldn't move. His arms still burned and it hurt. Wait, was he a demon now? Judging by the claws sticking out of his fingers, that was probably a yes, and he still had something that tasted very good in his mouth. Blood. He wanted to reel back in horror because he had eaten another human, raw. He wanted to be sick. No, he couldn't, and he still couldn't move. He could only watch as his brother's arms grew larger than any arms should be, meeting Musen's same attack, exchanging blows. And every now and then, wherever his brother would touch the other, a hole would appear in Musen's flesh. He actually saw Tanjiro cut and tear and eat. And with that smile on his face, that wasn't his brother. Yet, it was, and he still couldn't do anything. He felt so angry and hungry, but he had his memories. It was hard to keep focused on them and not the anger, but Nai-san. He was right there, and that was more important than everything else. Something was wrong and his brother needed him. He tried to force himself to move, to cry out, to do something. But the best he could get out was a soft, weak Nai-san. The pain in the rest of his body began to fade, but not in his stomach. He was so hungry. Nai-san, he tried again. But no one heard and the fight went on. XXX. Tanjiro grinned. It wasn't a nice grin, but he didn't care. It matched the red haze the world had fallen into. Or was that his fire? Did it matter? He grinned at the thought of destroying his enemy. He grinned at the thought of finally satiating that howling agony in his stomach. He grinned at the thought of showing this nobody what real strength was. Centuries too early, he'd said. Tanjiro wanted to laugh, even through his rage and anticipation. He would enjoy every second of this. He'd never felt all of that at once before. But that was fine. It didn't matter. All that mattered was the prey standing before him. He attacked, moving and striking in the blink of an eye. He let loose almost 100 lifetimes of pain and anger of watching his loved ones die again and again. It was almost as if his rage had gone so far it curved back around to something more positive. Not right but better. It curled through his gut. He could only focus on the progenitor in front of him, the progenitor who barely dodged Tanjiro's swipe. Who was the weak one here? Pathetic. But then Tanjiro had always known this man was pathetic. Now it was just time for the prey to get up to date with that fact. Tanjiro needed him to understand, would make him understand. And if he had to tear him apart piece by piece, that would just be the icing on the cake. He liked that panic in the other's eyes. They both knew who the dominant predator was. Nakime. The monster yelled, but nothing happened. Tanjiro's grin widened as his arm brushed the Demon King's enormous appendage as it flew by him, growing to a size that should have been impossible to control or hold up. It was meant to be overwhelming. It wasn't. A hole appeared in the flesh and that ever-present hunger stopped for just a second. It felt so good. He did it again, absorbing the other demon's cells as he redirected or dodged every attack. His body just acted while he reveled in the feeling of being full for once. Plus, his strength grew every time he absorbed the other's cells. Bonus, strike after strike came at him. Tanjiro lost himself to the battle and the red haze. He dodged and attacked, swiping and clawing and punching and breathing. The walls around them blew away and the ceiling collapsed from the kickback from one of their strikes meeting, sending energy shooting away from them. Then, of course, the prey's fist disappeared as Tanjiro absorbed it where they'd been touching. So good. Nakime. The prey sounded desperate this time, but he wouldn't escape. Tanjiro would make sure. The monster turned to run, but Tanjiro put everything he could into catching him and managed to brush his back. His torso vanished and that actually filled him up for more than a couple of seconds. What have you done? The prey hissed, growing his body back, but it filled in more slowly than Tanjiro had expected. Interesting. The younger progenitor didn't answer, couldn't be bothered to. Instead, he went for the man's head this time. The prey tried to duck, but not enough and Tanjiro adjusted, taking the monster's head off. Horrified expression frozen on his face, it went flying. But the body just grew another one and he came at Tanjiro again. Perhaps out of anger, or desperation, certainly out of stupidity. Tanjiro wasn't hungry anymore, but he could always use more, keep that hunger away and maintain that drive and anger and loathing. Then the prey changed direction and Tanjiro's hand swipe missed. Growling, he took off after the supposed Demon King, bursting through walls and destroying everything around them. The coward, he would not escape. They didn't see a small figure weakly move rubble aside, shaking as he forced himself to his feet and eyed the remnants of the red fire that still burned. Nyai-san. Yushiro wasn't panicking. He wasn't. Anyone who said otherwise deserved death for their lies. It had to be the demon in front of him panicking. He was caught in some kind of feedback loop and getting all of this from her. Yes, that had to be it. Tameo-sama had taught him to be level-headed and he would never sully her memory. Despite watching Kamado go completely nuts, he was playing with Muzan now. Yushiro could tell, and he'd even left his brother behind. That wasn't like the Kamado he knew. To be fair, he may have thought the kid would be safe if both progenitors left the area, so maybe he wasn't entirely gone. One way or another, the healer's apprentice had to get the kid out of there. The kid who seemed so tired as he forced himself to where he could look around him, likely taking in the damage. Then he weakly but determinedly stood up and half stumbled, half crawled his way over to where the dregs of Kamado's fire still burned. Yushiro glanced at what Nakheim could see of the progenitors again. The fight, exactly as it was going on, except she could not hear Muzan's voice. Yushiro wouldn't let her. Not again. Judging from what he found, he had a couple of seconds to spare to try and figure out how to get Waxing 3 to take the younger Kamado out. Wait, why was he sticking his hand in his brother's fire? And wincing. He must still be converting, still have Muzan's cells inside him. He wasn't a Hashira or any of the other higher ranks, so his conversion into both a demon and then a Kamado demon seemed to be going far more quickly than them. But if he had enough of Muzan's cells in him to wince from that fire, he shouldn't be standing, let alone crawling or grabbing a sword that had been left behind. Oh, that's what he was doing. Have to get this to Nyai-san, he said to himself, voice raspy. Yushiro wasn't entirely sure getting Kamado the sword would help, but sure, why not? He'd have to send everyone else still in the mansion to the demon area anyway. So he showed the Biwa demon yet another demon slayer outside. She seemed hesitant though. Had she noticed how empty the rest of her mansion was? He was trying to keep up the illusion of more fights happening. Finally, she opened a shoji door portal and he nudged it to open in front of the kid. The boy stood there for several seconds, looking back and forth between the portal and where the older Kamado had disappeared. Come on, Yushiro growled. Thankfully, the kid eventually stumbled out the door. Yushiro let out a breath of relief and he gasped as he felt something take over from the demon he was controlling. Wait, he knew this presence. It was Muzan. Yushiro cursed and grit his teeth. He may be Tameo-sama's demon, but Tameo-sama had been Muzan's demon. Yushiro could feel the man absorbing his cells. Who are you? The disgusting being snarled, or the mental equivalent. Someone who will enjoy watching you die. Yushiro snapped back, pouring all of his will into his blood art, trying to keep the woman's vision under control. You deserve it after killing Tameo-sama. He felt tears drip down his cheeks, admitting it aloud. It just hurt so much more. Yushiro would not lose. Here, stop interfering. Muzan practically screamed, panic behind every breath. It was music to Yushiro's metaphorical ears, or it would have been had he not been doing everything in his power to keep himself from being absorbed. The Biwa demon just seemed confused, feeling like Muzan was attacking her. Good, but the healer's apprentice knew this couldn't last. Kamado's hand brushed Muzan's chest again, leaving holes in his wake. Yushiro was regaining control. He could. Then Muzan raised his hand. It closed into a fist and the woman's head imploded. He'd prefer to destroy her than let Yushiro continue to control her. It was a valid, if heartless, decision. Typical Muzan. Yushiro could feel his control slipping. No, he had to get everyone out of here. Fortunately, there were only 3 people left, and he knew just where to send everyone. Growling, he forced the house to do as told, even as it collapsed in on itself, and the necessary rooms exploded upwards. XXX. Takeo didn't quite know what he was doing. He still hurt, but in a vague, distant kind of way. Nothing felt real and he had a hard time making his way through the rubble in a body he could barely feel. Nyai-san, he muttered to himself. He had to find Nyai-san. Had to get Nyai-san's sword to him. He didn't know why, but he did. But he also didn't think he could catch up with the 2 demons fighting. He wasn't even sure he could survive if he did manage to. Barring that, he had to find a way out. Had to. Had to what? Where could he go now? He was a demon. He shuddered and pushed away the memory of eating raw meat and how good it had tasted. He felt sick. Would the Demon Slayer Corps take him back now that he'd eaten someone? One of their own. He couldn't blame them if they didn't. But then, where would he go? Certainly not with Muzan. With Nyai-san, he supposed. But Nyai-san was with the Slayer Corps. Ugh. His brain was not working with him. It felt like thinking through fog. A painful fog. A distant painful fog. And then a door opened to the left of him. It just appeared and slid aside to reveal A forest. For several moments he stared at it. Should he go? He glanced after Nai-san. He needed to get the sword to Nai-san, but he may not find another door to the outside. Go, Takeo. He knew that voice. He did. He trusted it. San? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. You must leave. Definitely San. Although, wasn't he dead? How could he? And what about Nai-san? He will find you. Go. Hurry. It still wasn't an easy choice. He wanted to go after his brother, desperately, but, taking a deep breath, he shook his head and stumbled towards the door and outside. He exited into the nighttime forest. The door closed behind him and he turned to see a battle. Demons fighting demons in utter chaos. What? Oi, you, someone said from above him. Demon. He flinched and looked up to see 3 pairs of eyes staring down at him in the moonlight. Human eyes. They smelled good. He shook that thought from his head very quickly. Why do you have a slayer's sword? The boar-headed guy asked aggressively, pointing at him. Takeo took a step back. I have to get this to my brother, he said. Your brother? The girl asked suspiciously. Why are you wearing the Taori? The third person, a yellow-haired teen, suddenly whispered. Takeo wasn't entirely sure how he pulled it off. That was what Nezuko-chan wore to the final selection. Where is she? Takeo blinked. Nezuko, he said slowly. It was hard to remember, but he forced himself to think through it. She's my sister. Yes, Nezuko was his older sister. I just passed my final selection. Right? He'd been heading home with Jiu-san. No, Jiu-sensei. Attacked just before I got home. He shuddered, not happy about remembering the water pot and the terrifying monster of a demon. This guy with so many arms and eyes for his mouth and mouths for his eyes. He's dead, the girl said, matter-of-factly. Takeo blinked again, taken aback. He is? He asked, not expecting his voice to come out sounding quite so desperate. We killed him, she said, pointing to the yellow-haired kid. Yeah, well I helped kill Waxing too, the boar-headed kid said suddenly, pointing a thumb to his chest, which he puffed out proudly. Takeo couldn't help it. He was impressed. Amazing, he whispered. Yeah, right, the yellow-haired guy said, disbelieving. That confused Takeo. Why would the boar kid lie? And, didn't he know these people? They seemed familiar. A flash of them working hard as Rengoku-sensei instructed them flew across his mind. He was about to say something, but didn't get a chance. I did. Boar guy replied, getting in the other boy's face. You're just saying that. Where do you think I got this snake? Huh? Takeo said loudly, noting the girl didn't look like she'd stepped between the other two. Do you know how I can get this to my brother, Kamado Tanjiro? That, thankfully, did the job. They all stopped and stared at him. He shifted a little uncomfortably. Wait, you're Tanjiro's brother? Yellow asked, his voice surprisingly quiet and somehow more intense for it. Takeo nodded. And you're a demon. The younger boy flinched and nodded again, hands tightening around the grip in his hands. It happened after they kidnapped me. He didn't like thinking about it. It surprised him when he realized everything had happened earlier that night. At least he thought so, but it felt so much longer, like a lifetime ago. Then Nai-san fought Musen. He had to force himself to say the name because part of him still feared doing so. Thankfully, nothing happened. He injected his blood into me, and then they fought, but he was so angry and he left his sword behind. That's why I have to get it to him. How was he fighting? The girl asked, voice even quieter but just as intense as the yellow-haired guy. With his claws, and fire, and giant arms that he suddenly grew and weird hands just sprouting from random parts of his body. But Takeo really didn't want to describe that. Yeah, he finished lamely. The 3 teens traded glances. Then the boar-headed kid started laughing. Oh, he's gonna destroy him. Who's gonna destroy who? Takeo hoped he thought Tanjiro would destroy Musen, but he also didn't like that tone. I still need to get this to him, he said, deciding to bring everything back to his original point. We don't know where, Yellow started, but then the clearing behind them exploded as the ground shot into the air, literally sending demons flying. On top of the pile that remained, both Musen and Tanjiro picked themselves up and looked around, confused. Well, that answered that, Takeo supposed. He went to step forward, eyes fixed on his brother, but the yellow-haired kid appeared at his side, a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Don't, he said, his own gaze on the 2 opponents that had seen each other once again. Tanjiro launched himself at Musen and the fight started anew. They met and energy exploded outwards, knocking Takeo to the ground. He forced himself to sit up, still clutching the sword in his hand. He was going to get this sword to his brother if it killed him. Another explosion of energy knocked him back again. The yellow-haired kid beside him flew backwards and had to grab onto a tree. Takeo looked down at the sword and then up at his brother again, realizing that his goal just might actually kill him. Well, no one could say Kamado's didn't go in all the way. He began to crawl forward. XXX. Once Sanmi had separated from the other pillars, things got fuzzy. He could really only hold on to one thought: don't eat humans. Nothing else seemed to pierce the haze that had fallen over his perception. At some point, he recognized that he'd exited the dark mansion, exchanging that for the darker forests. Fortunately, he hadn't had a problem seeing since he'd become a demon. And, much to his excitement, he found many other demons he could eat there. Beside him, the two kin demons also looked on, drooling. Then, as one, they moved. He didn't know how long they just ransacked the demons in the clearing, but the hole that had begun to gnaw at him again, even after he'd eaten waxing one's hand, demanded he fill it. That hunger overpowered his perceptions, and since they weren't human, he saw no reason not to give in. The best part, the demons grew back. As long as he didn't use his sword, they had an unlimited source of food in front of them. It was glorious. Most of the demons he attacked weren't nearly strong enough to fill him like waxing one had, but he figured if he just kept eating, he'd eventually feel satisfied. Or at least, not hungry. He'd take not hungry. Then the ground below them literally thrust upwards, disrupting everything. That was the first time since he'd come outside that the haze lifted. He blinked, glancing around as he landed on a fairly stable new rock formation. All around, demons lay in groaning heaps, many of them regrowing limbs. He also held a half-devoured leg in his hand. Wincing, he dropped what was left and his eyes focused on the two figures closer to the center of the new, rocky hill, the highest part. He could swear one of those was Kamado, though he had two horns growing out of his forehead. And the other. Then the two of them clashed and Sanmi flew backwards at the resulting shockwave. He landed in the forest, still trying to recover when he realized what he'd seen. That had been Musen. He reached down and found, much to his relief, that he still had his Nichiren blade. Grabbing the hilt, he made to rush forward, but something caught his eye, a new demon. A kin demon he'd never seen before. But the demon looked so familiar with that hair color and... Wait, Genya, he shouted, turning towards the figure. No. This couldn't be happening. Genya wasn't supposed to become a demon. Please don't be Genya. Please don't be Genya. The demon turned to him, some horrific animal-like snout curling up in threat until their gazes met. Then its muzzle relaxed and those eyes went wide. Aniki, the demon said, the voice harsh and guttural, but obviously Genya. Sanmi's heart sank at the sight. What are you doing here? He yelled, trying not to panic. And why? What is this? What happened? The large being sighed. Had to save others. His brow furrowed and he seemed frustrated. Was he having difficulty talking? With a new mouth shaped like that, probably. It didn't help that the snout had quite the set of sharp teeth on the top and bottom jaws. He was likely stabbing himself every time he closed his mouth. Sanmi scowled. This is why I didn't want you in the core. He yelled, hating how he felt on the verge of tears. Not that he'd ever let a weakness like that show, but still. His brother frowned. My choice. Aniki, not yours. The wind pillar felt his frustration build. But words wouldn't come. He could barely wrap his head around the fact that his brother was a demon now. Why had this happened? Why? Before he could open his mouth again, though, Genya spoke. Sorry. Sanmi blinked. For what? He asked. Genya turned away, ashamed. What I said. You're not worse than monsters. You're not. Killer. The Hashira sat there for several seconds, his mind refusing to process the words he'd heard. After a moment, though, he opened his mouth to say something, but a silent call cut him off. Come, destroy it. Almost without his permission, his body had already turned and begun to stalk towards the sounds of the battle. Next to him, Genya had done the same thing. It took several confused moments for Sanmi to realize that had been Kamado. He knew it, but that hadn't sounded like the kid. Genya, he said, forcing himself to stop and putting a hand out to his brother. Must go, Genya said, not stopping. Genya, something's wrong, he said, grabbing his brother's arm. Can't you feel it? Master, called, the younger Shinazugawa said, continuing to walk forward, as if in a trance. And just about then, Sanmi realized that his brother was now much larger than him and was dragging him along. That was weird. He was used to being the older, larger brother. He could still stop Genya if he wanted to, use his breathing style to brace himself against a tree or a rock, but that call was getting stronger. A large part of Sanmi wanted to resist it, just because it was his choice and his body, and his life, and no one else should get a say in that. But part of him also needed to see what was wrong, in and above that part that also felt compelled to follow. He grit his teeth and forced himself to think through the repercussions of his potential actions. What if he just stayed here and forced Genya to stay too? Sure, he'd reassert his own willpower, but then he might miss out on the fight with Muzan. Ugh, he hated it, but he'd have to put his pride aside for now because that was more important. But he'd take it up with Kamado later. Sighing in frustration, he gave in, let Genya go and followed him back into what used to be a clearing but was now a mound of rocks and debris sticking out everywhere. He noticed that he and Genya weren't the only ones coming back either. Akatsuki was already there, standing at the bottom of the mound, looking up at the two figures fighting on top. Two other demons stood beside him, one with pastel wings folded like a moth behind them and the hand girl, rubbing her eyes tiredly. Sammy pulled Genya towards the group and that seemed to get through to him. The pull lessened significantly once they reached the base of the rocky mound. He's using it. Sammy heard the former Kazuki mutter. What? The wind pillar barked. The pink-haired man turned around and blinked at the approaching pair of demons. My force fields. Tanjiro's using them. Wait, you're what? Akatsuki opened his mouth to explain. But the winged demon cut him off. I think we have more to worry about right now. She turned to them and sanely stepped back in surprise. Kacho, she sighed, looking frustrated, and kind of terrifying with the remnants of blood dripping down her chin, but smeared as if she'd tried to wipe it away. The whites of her eyes had turned dark, blue, he thought, but couldn't quite tell, and her blue, purple irises now had smatterings of pink and yellow in them, as did her hair, which had fallen around her shoulders messily. Two antennae, he thought they were called, had sprouted from her forehead, and what looked like tiny scales sprinkled the sides of her face, iridescent even in the moonlight. Sammy could only blink. What happened to you? He finally asked. She sighed. Waxing too. The wind pillar frowned. You don't smell like one of his demons. She smelled like kin. He decided not to voice that. Ever. Kinroji had a vial of Kamado's blood on her, Akatsuki said, still staring up at the fight thoughtfully and ignoring the backlash of wind and power washing over them from it. Poured it down her throat to spite Dauma. We're lucky she's back with us, he went on, looking directly at her as the insect Hashira's expression grew flatter and flatter. She wasn't for a while there, was expecting the transformation to take longer. Must have been those demons you ate. Her eyebrow twitched at that, but she otherwise kept staring the other demon down. Meanwhile, Sammy thought about that information. Kinroji didn't normally act out of spite, so there was probably some of her wanting to help Shinobu in there. Either way, the wind Hashira approved. Before he could say much of anything else, the little hand girl spoke up. What's wrong with Tanjiro-san? Everyone froze at that because it seemed no one had an answer. We don't. No, Kacho said quietly, making sure to smile. Without showing her teeth, she squatted in front of the girl a little. Sorry, honey, but what's your name? The girl blinked and glanced around. Kamiko, she said shyly. I'm Kacho Shinobu, Kacho said far too brightly. You can call me Shinobu-san, if you'd like. Okay, Kamiko-chan. The girl still looked a little shy, but she nodded in acceptance. Sammy let out a snort and rolled his eyes. He didn't see a point in coddling a demon if some movement caught his eye and he glanced over to see the two demons from the hallway, the Kaigaku kid and the one Sammy had turned, scrambling up the side of the rock formation. Those idiots. He hissed and started forward. With everything Kamado and Muzan were doing, they'd only get themselves killed. Or worse, they'd get in Kamado's way. What were they thinking? Well, they probably weren't, but why? Once he'd gotten to the base of the new hill, the call had nearly stopped for him, and likely every demon with him. So, why was it different for them? Or was it different? Did that have something to do with him being more coherent? He growled and rushed forward, reaching out to grab the brats. Just as he did, another streak came rushing through the trees on the other side of what used to be the clearing. Sammy looked up. Wait, was that a gyro? As a snake? As a cobra? Just how many people had been turned into demons that night? At least the Hashira that came chasing after him didn't look demonic. That Inaguro didn't smell like one of Muzan's demons. At least not completely. But the whole group was still heading right into the middle of the fight. Kacho, Akatsuki, he yelled over his shoulder, more than ready to send them off to stop everyone. He didn't have to. Another shockwave from the clashing demons did. It also knocked Sammy to the ground. He sat there with the dazed demons for several seconds. Boo finally a shout from Muzan had him looking up. Kamado had one. It almost didn't register for several seconds, but the younger progenitor had the supposed demon king wrapped in weird fleshy arms that were way too big for his body. Any last words? Kamado hissed loudly. Before I eat you. Sammy blinked. Kamado was gloating. His chest tightened. That wasn't Kamado. He knew something was very, very wrong. But this, and then Muzan exploded. Jiyu's ankle twinged, but he ignored it. It wasn't surprising. He'd had enough time earlier to heal it to a point where he could use it, but he had to keep an eye on it. Even reinforced, it wasn't as strong as normal, and running from a waxing moon-level demon didn't help. Despite that, it only added to the nostalgia of racing up the mountain he'd trained so long on. At least once he got past the running through the forest away from failure's part. It did feel a little strange to be going up the mountain while seeing many already tripped traps, even if he knew there could still be some active. He had to remain alert for those while keeping a steady pace, but he couldn't rush too fast, lest the demon behind him get bored and return to the house. If that happened, he'd have to cut his losses and just kill Rengoku SR. He most certainly didn't want to. They'd lost too many people already, but if he had to, he would. He'd only been running for a few minutes when the noises of the half-mad demon behind him faded. Jiwoo paused and looked down the mountain through the trees that had already begun to turn colors for the season this high up in elevation. He saw nothing. Why had the demon stopped? And then he remembered. The youngest two children had gone to hide up here. No, he thought desperately as he took off in the direction he could now sense the demon moving. No. Due to his long years working as a demon slayer, he didn't panic, but it was a near thing. He'd done this far too often. The unpleasant memories he'd managed to shove away before came rushing back at full force, hitting him almost like a fist to the stomach. He didn't let himself stop, though. Branches whipped at his cheeks because he couldn't go around thicker clumps of trees, couldn't afford to waste even a second. He had to get there in time. He had to. A scream from two boys echoed around the mountain. Jiwoo pushed faster and removed his sword. If he had to, he would kill Rengoku to save the kids. He got to the right area moments later, sword aimed for the demon's neck. But Jiwoo realized Rengoku stood frozen over the cowering boys, claws ready and mouth open. But he wasn't moving. Had he remembered? Jiwoo took in the scene in moments and had to make his decision. He decided to go for the torso instead. It would be awful for the children to witness that, but it might save Rengoku's life and give them a chance if he decided to continue attacking. Before the water pillar reached him, though, Rengoku turned and raced back down the mountain, barely missing Jiwoo's swing. The black-haired man stopped and looked after the demon, confused. Then he looked back at the children, and after the demon again. That didn't make sense. Eventually, though, he shook his head and crouched to follow his charge. Make your way back down the mountain, Jiwoo said quietly to the children. Be as quiet and aware as you can be. He didn't stay to make sure the boys listened, instead taking off after the demon, keeping his senses alert for traps the entire time. He dismantled as many traps as he could without falling behind the demon to make it easier for the kids. All the while, he wondered what was going on. Was Rengoku going for the house again? If so, why? When he'd had the children right there? Much to his confusion, the former flame pillar didn't so much as glance over at the house as they passed it, not even with Sensei's body still sitting outside. So where was Rengoku going? Jiwoo continued to follow the demon away from the mountain at a breakneck speed. He even frowned at not sensing his new Tsuguko's presence, but figured they had to have passed the boy by too quickly. That didn't sit right with him, but he didn't have time to think on it. For the moment, he contented himself with chasing the former waxing six through the surrounding forest. He'd figure out where they were going sooner or later, and then maybe Jiwoo could get some answers. XXX. Mitsuri hated this. She hated everything about their current situation. Here she and the other pillars were, trying to hold the twisted form of one of the best men she'd ever met. One of the few men who could stand the thought of courting her, down while he thrashed and continued to turn into a demon. It felt like they'd been in the same position for years, not minutes or hours or whatever amount of time had actually passed. And worse, Obanai wasn't getting any better, continuing to try and swipe or bite at them. Obanai, please, she whispered to him, closing her eyes and willing her thoughts to reach him but not daring to move her hands lest he manage to break free. They had to get through to him. She honestly didn't care if he was a demon, as long as he was her Obanai. She had to make him see that. Once he could actually think, they could. Then the ground near them, just outside what remained of the Yubayashiki estate wall, exploded upwards, showering the area with debris. The demon slayers shrieked and all three pillars looked over to see an enormous mound of earth, rock, and wood sticking out of the ground. She glanced at Kyojiro and knew he'd come to the same hard decision as her. If they were being attacked, they'd have to choose between letting Obanai go and potentially letting a mad demon loose, or killing him and fighting whatever had come to attack them. Fortunately, before anything could happen, she looked back to see two figures being thrown from the great, upwards thrust of earth. One of them pulled their hands away from where the other's head should be, and the other was disintegrating. What? But then she recognized the first figure. Yushiro, Mitsuri called out, incredibly relieved. Obanai tried to make use of their distraction and escape, but they weren't Hashira for nothing. They managed to keep hold of him. The green-haired demon boy landed and rolled a couple of times on the dirt and weeds in front of the estate before he got to his feet and looked around. A biwa hit the ground next to him. He snorted derisively before looking up and finding them. Kamado Tanjiro is fighting Muzan, he said, hurrying towards them. The other slayers around him all gasped. Who is this Yushiro? Hajime asked. One of the demons helping us, I believe. Kyojiro replied brightly. Yes, Mitsuri said, a little absently, eyes still focused on the demon coming towards them. The problem is, Yushiro went on, he's gone berserk. He paused, looking distinctly uncomfortable. I've never seen him like this. We, the Yubayashiki children and myself, aren't sure if he'll come back to himself once Muzan is finally dead. What? More than one person exclaimed. Mitsuri herself couldn't believe it. Tanjiro had always been so kind. He wouldn't do something like that. He wouldn't, right? Yushiro shook his head. One way or another, we will be needed. An explosion a fair distance away cut him off, making the ground shake. The demon slayers around them whispered fearfully. There, the demon finished. We will be needed there. Before anyone could answer, Mitsuri felt Obanai tense below her hands. He'd done that before, but this felt different. She turned her eyes back just in time to see a green and yellow disc of energy shoot out from him, throwing the Hashira away. No, not a disc. A hood, like a snake's hood, that matched the color of the scaled skin around his neck, but from his whole body. He looked like a snake that had just flexed said hood out and it was a blood art. He could use his blood art. Then he was gone, shooting off through the woods towards the explosion. Obanai, Mitsuri cried and jumped after him. Everyone able to fight, follow. She heard Kyojiro yell. Those who can't, stay and help with the fire and first aid. Be prepared to fight, Hajime said, voice sad but firm. She didn't know quite how he pulled that off, but she wasn't surprised. And, honestly, she didn't care. She could only focus on the disappearing form of her soon-to-be fiancé pulling ahead of her. She pushed harder as she shot through the trees, feeling her neck pulse where the mark was. Well, so be it. Just a few seconds later, they came across demons, obviously Muzan's demons, running away from the general direction of the explosion. Mitsuri grit her teeth and unsheathed her sword. It whipped around her and she focused on her wrist movements and where she wanted the blade to go. She took down 3 demons in the blink of an eye and turned just in time to see Obanai stuff an arm into his mouth, pick up another screaming, pleading demon, and continue to run with it under his arm. It made her sick. She didn't want to see him reduced to this, but she also wanted to stand by him to support him. No, she wouldn't give up on him, so she swallowed her disgust and pushed forward again, expression determined. Behind them, she heard more blades unsheathing and more breath styles used as the other demon slayers caught the lingering demons. Good. That meant she could focus on the serpent pillar. For some reason he wasn't focusing on pushing as quickly as before and she caught up enough to take off the head of the demon under his arm and he cried in relief as his head went flying. Obanai growled over his shoulder at her and picked up speed as the demon disintegrated. She could try and swing at him, but she couldn't bring herself to, so she continued to follow him. Not a minute later, they raced into what used to be a clearing, but now looked to be a miniature mountain. Not smooth or round enough to be a hill, but sharp and uneven, with wood and paper sticking out of it at odd angles. Obanai raced towards the 2 figures on top. The 2 figures who clashed in a terrifying display of power as a shock wave hit her. It felt like slamming into a wall. She couldn't go forward anymore, stopping almost in mid-air and dropping to the ground. At least the blast also stopped Obanai as he thumped to the ground in front of her and didn't move. Oh, Obanai, she asked slowly. He responded, his voice sounding harsh as he put a hand to his forehead. Then he turned to look at Mitsuri, slitted, mismatched eyes blinking at her as if he couldn't focus. Mitsuri, he asked. She almost wanted to cry in relief. Obanai, she didn't rush forward to hug him. She didn't know if he was truly back or if this was a trick of some kind. If it was, she didn't think he'd do it on purpose, but better safe than sorry. Instead, she reached out to lay her hand on top of his, the one resting on the ground behind him, holding him up. He jumped at her touch and she took her hand back a little, before steeling herself and reaching out again. He watched as her hand went to hold his. Can't think, he said. Foggy. Mitsuri nodded and crawled forward. I'm not surprised. He frowned at her. What? Another shock wave tore through the area, drawing both of their attention. Right about then, Mitsuri realized that they weren't getting the brunt of those power waves. They would have to travel down the mountain to hit them at full force, not straight out or up and down. She could practically see where that power went, despite it not really hitting anything of consequence. That was terrifying. Kamado, Obanai asked. Mitsuri bit her lip, but nodded even though he wasn't looking at her. Yes, that's Tanjiro. The black-haired demon frowned. doesn't look like him. She had to agree there. It was him, but how he moved, wild and angry, looked like just about anyone but him. What happened to me? The new demon inquired. Mitsuri sighed. Wait, waxing third, he said suddenly, and his eyes flew wide in realization. Also, the hood on his neck flared with his agitation. No, I'm so sorry, Obanai, she said as his hands found the scaled skin flaring out from the side of his neck and face. He shook his head frantically. No, don't touch me. You are not dirty or unworthy or any of the other disturbing things you were thinking about yourself, she interrupted firmly, not letting go of his hand as he tried to pull away. I don't care if you're a demon, I love you anyway. Or, well, she was willing to try. And even if it didn't work out for some reason, she'd still want to be his friend. He blinked. You what? She smiled, softly and warmly, because she needed him to know she meant it. However, maybe we should talk about this later and figure out how to destroy Musen now. More blinking. His eyes had been beautiful before. Now they sparkled in the moonlight, almost glowing. Even with the slits, she could get used to them. The love pillar, not talking about love? Kyojiro asked loudly as he walked up beside them, grinning down. Then he focused on Obanai. I'm happy you've returned to us. He started, but the sounds of fighting above them stopping suddenly drew their attention. They all looked up just in time to see Musen explode. Tanjiro screamed, XXX, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Zenitsu shrieked, hands pulling the hair on the side of his head. For a moment he had been calm and cool and collected, and then, well, everything had fallen apart. Again, he'd been blown back, as had both Inosuke and Kanao. Kanao had ended up in a bush, Inosuke tangled in several branches, and Zenitsu had hit a tree almost dead on, his back ramming into the wood painfully. Thankfully, he'd braced himself beforehand, reinforced his body with his breathing style, but still, there would be bruises. At least, they'd also lost track of the demon boy, Kamado's younger brother. Where was he? Still crawling forward. Oh, wait, there he was running. They could catch up if another blast sent them back, and Zenitsu cursed. He wasn't the only one, though this time, his boar-headed friend managed to land a little better. Thankfully, all three of them managed to get back to their feet quickly. This is insane, the thunder breather shrieked. Because, well, it was the kind of power being tossed around here. Don't care, I ain't missing out on this fight, Inosuke said, breaking the branches he didn't have the patience to climb out of. Then he jumped down, landing next to Zenitsu, who stood up straight and turned to face him. Are you seriously going to go try and fight that? He wasn't even sure what that was. He expected Inosuke to rage or swear or scream or just stomp off. He didn't expect the boy to turn a hard stare on Zenitsu, made all the more surreal as he held his typical boar mask under his arm, absently clearing the fur from the sticks and leaves that had gotten stuck in it with his other hand, which still held one of his swords. Isn't that the main demon guy in there? Zenitsu frowned. Well, yes, the Slayer Corps was made to take him out, right? The yellow-haired boy nodded slowly. Then why are we even waiting here? I ain't gonna let anyone else die if I can help it. It was surprising, actually. Zenitsu hadn't expected that from his friend at all. Yes, Kanao said as she joined them, eyes watching the mound of rock barely visible through the trees. If we end it here, we end the demon threat permanently. Supposedly, Zenitsu wasn't entirely sure he could completely believe that, but he'd like to. Are you coming? She asked, turning to him. He blinked. Why were they even asking? Of course, I can't let you go in there alone. What would Nezuko-chan think? Besides, he actually liked his Slayer Corps friends and would like them to live. Another wave of gale force winds pushed them back a foot length or so. We could die, the flower breather pointed out. Zenitsu actually snorted at her. I knew that the moment I picked up a sword. He managed a shaky smile. Lightning breathers tend to pick things up fast. Was it just his imagination, or was that a genuine smile on Kanao's face? Faint, almost imperceptible, but there. Okay, she replied, nodding. Another blast of air hit them, followed quickly by another. Once that died down, they looked towards the clearing again. Let's go, Inosuke yelled, plopping the boar head atop his own and holding one of his hands, along with his sword, in the air. Kanao nodded. Yes, but before we go, she turned to Inosuke. I have a question. Did you know about that mark on your chest? Blinking, the black-haired boy looked down at the mark on his chest, the simplified boar face breathing in and out. He frowned. How did that get there? Before their eyes, he poked at it. It moved a little, but not in relation to his finger. It was still weird and a little creepy. That's a Slayer's mark, Zenitsu shrieked, pointing at it. It limits your lifespan but gives you more strength. And sore. Wait, this makes me stronger, Inosuke asked, grinning fairly. It does. In exchange for years of your life, Kanao said matter-of-factly. Who cares? And stronger. The boar-raised boy cackled. Zenitsu groaned and dropped his head into his hand. Of course that's what you take from this. Come on, Inosuke said again, this time leaping into the trees. The others followed him. They reached what used to be the clearing just in time to hear Kamado scream. No, no, that's him. Find him. Kill him. Now. Every single piece. Zenitsu frowned. He'd hoped what he'd heard before would change, but it hadn't. That didn't sound like Tanjiro, despite it definitely being his voice. The offness, the demonic darkness, was still there. That deep hatred Zenitsu had heard underlying Tanjiro's melody every now and then, a disharmonious chord that threw his entire perception of the older Kamado off, now sounded loudly and angrily throughout the demon's body, pulsing with every beat of the boy's heart. He'd heard it before, when he'd stopped the younger Kamado from going to his brother. It just sounded so wrong. All that hatred where the boy had sounded so kind. It made Zenitsu sad, and more scared than he'd ever felt before. Before he could say anything, though, Inosuke rushed forward, sword dicing a blob of, what was that? Flesh? Zenitsu leaned away in revulsion. What is that? He shrieked. Kano hadn't wasted any time searching out the slug-like substances herself. She also used her breathing forms to destroy them. Musen, she said calmly. If anything, that only made Zenitsu feel more disgusted. No, disgusted didn't quite do it justice. Was there something worse than that? Stronger? Revulsion? Maybe. He both wanted to destroy what he could now see was an army of flesh slugs while simultaneously not wanting something that gross to touch his sword. Or him. Or be anywhere near him. Renitsu, Inosuke shouted. Zenitsu looked down and saw one by his feet. How had they gotten there? He'd heard it but it hadn't sounded that close. Was he that distracted? He screamed and stabbed his sword into the thing multiple times. Eventually, it disintegrated, thank the kami. He thrust his sword into the ground and just rested there for several seconds, breathing harshly, before he turned to the other two. They stood frozen, watching him. After a moment, Kano nodded and went back to finding her own flesh slugs. Inosuke gave him 2 thumbs up. Zenitsu could just sense his manic grin as he also went back to destroying every demonic thing he could find. Zenitsu groaned. He couldn't wait for tonight to be over. Refusing to leave his friends alone, he made himself attack more of those creepy slug things. He didn't know how long they sought the disgusting musen pieces, but it felt like hours or days. Finally, they got the last one in that area. He watched it disintegrate himself and found himself holding back his dinner when a light off to his left drew his attention. His eyes went wide as he realized what he was seeing, a wall of flame shooting towards them. He could have probably outrun it for a couple of minutes at least. But the wall just came so quickly, and he was so tired, he just couldn't seem to make himself move. Oh, I'm going to die, Zenitsu thought as it rushed forward and engulfed him. Nezuko. She didn't know where she was. On a river. In water. The ocean. It felt like she was floating, but not cold. The small river by their home had always been so cold as it came off the mountain. But here, she felt warm. Safe, secure, but, Nezuko, your brothers need you. That confused her. She didn't open her eyes necessarily, but it felt like that somehow. The world around her came into focus. She was not floating after all, strangely enough. Instead, she lay in a field of wild flowers. Above her, she could see blue spider lilies waving in a calm breeze, matching the mostly clear sky above. She smiled at the lovely view. Nezuko. She frowned and went to sit up. Her frown deepened. She couldn't feel her body. Or she could, but it felt distant. It throbbed with pain, but that didn't seem important or distracting. It took her a minute to remember why she felt pain, but then she couldn't help but smile in pride. She'd helped to take out a waxing moon. She'd managed to be useful and helpful and protect her. Nezuko, right? The voice. She turned her head and saw a river, wide and yawning and flowing so quickly in the middle. The other side of the river looked almost exactly like her side, except it was covered in red spider lilies. She blinked. Oh, finally, she saw the figure on the other side. "Tusan," she said quietly. He smiled, sad and wistful. "Hello, Nezuko." "Tusan." "What?" she asked, confused. She knew where she was, in theory, but she'd never thought of the river of death as an actual place. How am I here? Was she dead? About to die? She didn't see a bridge. Wasn't there supposed to be a bridge? Or a boat or something? You still live and have many years ahead of you. Oh, she felt both relieved and sad at that. Then she frowned. Then how? She asked again. His shoulders slumped a little. "You aren't entirely human anymore," he said. Or, he didn't say it because she could hear him as if he stood right next to her, not across a wide body of water. She gulped. His words sent a cold shiver up her spine. She bit her lip and looked away. She started, but he cut her off gently. "It is nothing to be ashamed of. This is what you had to do to survive. To help your siblings and mother survive. To not become a demon. That surprised her and she looked up at him, returning his sad smile with one of her own. She wanted to ask what she was then, but sensed it wasn't the time. She didn't know why. After a moment, the smile on his face faded. But you are needed. She frowned again. Nai-san, she asked. Yes, but you cannot physically make it to them in time. You have to find a way to unlock your new power. You have to find them, bring them back, before one of them gets hurt, or leaves permanently. Leaves? She asked, concerned. He shook his head. Even here and now, I do not have the time to explain. Nezuko, this is up to you. I cannot help you anymore. Even as he spoke, the world around them began to fade. Nezuko's heart lurched. Two-san, no. She reached for him, but to no avail. The distance was just too great. I love you, he whispered, his voice sounding far away. Don't show up too early. I'll wait. It hurt, seeing him fade away like that, fade into darkness. Clutching her arms, she fell to her knees and yelled. She'd been so close to him. And now, he was gone again. Something tickled her legs, though. It was unexpected. She opened her eyes and gasped. Below her, she saw the clearest water she'd ever seen, and a veritable forest of vines growing through it, flowing with calm waves as the greenery broke the surface and stretched for the sky. She'd never seen anything like it before. And, wait, was that lightning? She glanced up and saw clouds above her, not many, but still there, and still dark and flashing with lightning. Oh, she stood and glanced around. She saw the same thing for as far as the eye could see. A blue sky outside of the clouds faded into a deep purple, and then a pink on the edges. It looked almost unnatural, but felt perfectly normal. She blinked in confusion as puffs of what looked like fire, but so much stronger, released randomly around her. Where was she now? Here, a new voice said. In your soul. She whirled around and came face to face with herself, except herself as a demon. Pink eyes and sharp fangs and a horn on the side of her forehead. Oh, T2-san said I wasn't a demon, she blurted out, a little shakily. Don't worry, I'm all that remains, merely a figment of what could have been. The girl spoke softly, quietly, as if she chose every word with care. You wish to help your brothers. Nezuko nodded emphatically. I have to. I can't just leave them if I can do something. She stepped forward a little, almost pleading. What do I need to do? The girl held up her clawed hand. I am just as much his memory as I am a remnant of your own transformations. Even as a demon, you only wanted to help your family. It is truly part of who you are. I can take you to him if you can trust me. If you can trust yourself, because I am still you. Nezuko looked at the hands, dark claws open and waiting. She didn't like this vision of herself, of what she could have been. But she'd do anything to help her brother. She only glanced up to those slitted eyes once before nodding firmly and then grabbing the appendage. The other her smiled. Now, run. They did, both hurrying through the vines, almost flying across the water. She didn't know how long they ran. Breathing styles and demonic power pushing them farther and farther, even if it didn't look like they were getting anywhere. Then, finally, they reached the edge of what? Her soul. The water and vines sort of tapered off into darkness, but beyond that darkness, she could see two lights, suns, both feeling infinitely cold and infinitely hot at the same time. One was significantly smaller and flickering. He needs you more, her demon self said, pointing to the flickering light. But this is as far as I can take you. You must go the rest of the way yourself. With that, the demon she could have been let her go and stepped back. Nezuko glanced between her, the ledge, and the lights in the distance. The larger one flared angrily. It didn't feel right. Her instinct was to go to him, but she needed to trust herself. So she took a deep breath, then took a running leap into the darkness. XXX. Takeo found that if he inched forward, if he crawled, he could outlast the waves of wind and power that kept knocking everyone else away. Sometimes he stood up and rushed forward, and was able to drop down when it looked like Nysan and the Demon King would clash, but he couldn't predict every time, and he had lost a lot of ground that way too. Now, as he climbed up the side of the tiny mountain, he practically hugged each and every rock below him, staying as close to the ground as he possibly could. He had to get up there. He had to. Something was driving him on, something he couldn't truly name, deep inside of him. It went deeper than even the demonic hunger and instincts. Then, just when he'd climbed over the last ridge, the two demons clashed again and he fell backwards, down the hill. It wasn't far, but it felt like miles. No, Nysan, he yelled before crashing into some rocks painfully and losing his breath. He knew he wasn't truly hurt. He was a demon after all, even though that thought still made him sick. But he still felt pain. Gritting his teeth, he looked up again and went to push forward. Another demon. Takeo looked to the side to see a dark-haired boy standing above him, Nichiren's sword held high above his head. Takeo's eyes went wide and his heart stopped for a moment. He had to move, but it shocked him. He hadn't really thought the Slayers would try to kill him. But why wouldn't they? He was a demon. Good thing I came to make sure no one would try and help that piece of filth. The sword swung down. Takeo tried to dodge or bring his sword up or something, but his body still hurt and was only starting to really listen to him again. He wouldn't make it, and he knew it. No, he silently screamed. An orb of light appeared over his hands, but he had no idea what to do with it. He knew instantly it was his blood art, but it did him no good. He would die, and what would happen to Nai-san and his family and the Slayers? Kling. Takeo hadn't realized he'd closed his eyes, but he felt no more pain. After a moment, he looked up to see Nezuko standing over him, holding the man's sword back with her own. But something about her seemed different. She almost looked like she was glowing, and wait, could he see the forest and sky through her? Like her body wasn't even there entirely, and her hair floated around her like she was underwater. What? Stay away from my little brother, she warned, her voice low. The man sputtered. But he's a demon. So are half the pillars at this point, but they're still fighting Muzan. She shot back. He, like them, aren't Muzan's demons. What even are you? A blood art? The man growled. No, Nezuko replied. I'm a sister. Takeo let out a half-grateful, half-hysterical laugh at that. Nezuko managed to shove the guy back a little and turned to him, face melting into a soft smile. Hurry, get that sword to Tanjiro. He breathed in sharply. How did you know that's what I was trying to do? He asked. She opened her mouth for a moment, then paused and closed it again. I'm not entirely sure. Wait, the man who had tried to kill Takeo said. Tanjiro, as in Kamado Tanjiro. Nezuko and Takeo exchanged glances, both wincing as another blast of air and power flew by them. Thankfully, the rocks around them created a sort of alcove that didn't allow them to be blown away. Small mercies, he supposed. He's our brother, Nezuko said slowly, pointing up at the clashing progenitors. The man looked back and forth between them, blinking rapidly. Then he leaned a little closer, squinting at Takeo. Wait, that Hiyori, you're telling the truth. He sounded so shocked. How do you know? Takeo asked, relieved but still wary. The man sighed and lowered his sword a little. He saved my life during our final selection. I told him I would never need to be saved again. He snorted. I was a fool. Takeo saw Nezuko's face soften from the back somehow as she smiled. Everyone has problems they need to overcome. I'm glad you overcame yours. The other Slayer snorted. Overcome? No, but I'm working on it. He sighed and looked at Takeo. Something I would have never gotten the opportunity to do if not for your brother. Then he frowned. A demon, though. How? Why? Takeo sighed. He really didn't want to go over it again. I don't have time, he decided to say. I have to get this to my brother. The man paused, then looked up as the two progenitors clashed again, enormous arms the size of tree trunks batting at each other. Oh my, he's the demon Hashira everyone's been talking about, isn't he? He didn't say it like a question, sounding very resigned. Again, the two siblings exchanged glances before looking back at the Slayer and nodding. I need to get this sword to him so he can finish off Muzan once and for all, Takeo said, surprised his voice came out so steady. The man seemed to think that over as he studied them for a couple of seconds. Then, finally, he nodded. Then I will speed you on your way and apologize for trying to kill you. Takeo shrank in on himself a little. It's fine. I mean, I am a demon now, he said. The words tasted bitter and sour on his tongue. Thank you, the man said as he rose from the bow. I don't know what's going on, but if you need to help him, then go. Suddenly Nezuko cut in. Thank you, Yamamoto-san, but we must hurry. With that, she grabbed Takeo, feeling far more real than she looked, even if it didn't feel normal per se, before she shot up the side of the mound of rocks, dragging her brother with her. Just as they left, Takeo heard the man ask himself, how did she know my name? He wasn't sure either because Yamamoto-san hadn't introduced himself. Lee-san, he asked worriedly, what's going on? She didn't speak for a moment as she launched herself onto the next rock. I'm not entirely sure myself, but Tusan said you needed help. I think he's helping me help you. Takeo's eyes widened. You saw him too. She paused, almost tripping, but finally nodded. Yes, she said. The youngest Kamado there frowned. Nisan, you take the sword to Nai-san. He held the sheath out, kind of hating how she'd cradled him against her like a little kid. She just shook her head. I don't know how long I can stay like this, and I get the feeling I'm going to be paying for it. Suddenly something occurred to Takeo and he felt himself pale. Nisan, are you? He couldn't finish the question. Thankfully, Nezuko blinked and shook her head. No, I'm not dead. She paused. I'm pretty sure. That didn't put him at ease. Nisa, he started again, but Nezuko's gasp cut him off. He looked up to see her staring in horror above them. She'd scaled the mountain easily while timing her jump so she wouldn't have to worry about being blown back. And now they'd almost reached the summit, where Tanjiro held Muzan in the hold of his two enormous arms. "Any last words before I eat you?" Nyaisen said. Takeo could see a smile on his brother's face that he'd never seen before. It scared him, more than anything else ever could. Nyaisen shouldn't look like that. Nyaisen was kind and wise and protective. Nyaisen had gotten sad since that morning, and he could definitely get angry, but this wasn't angry. This was cruel. This was demonic. Nyaisen, he managed to whisper before Muzan broke apart, shooting out in all directions as if he'd exploded. It didn't blow Nezuko back, somehow it passed through her, but it did hit Takeo, who flew right back through his sister and out over the side of the rocks, about to drop below again. He shrieked and scrambled for a hold of some kind, not wanting all of that progress to be lost. But he knew it was in vain. Before he could truly fall, though, Nezuko had spun around and grabbed his arm. He yelped and fell against the side of the hill, hanging on only due to his transparent sister. She looked even more see-through than she had before. Was she really not dead? Nisen opened her mouth to say something, but then Nyaisen yelled out and Takeo's mind went completely blank. XXX. Akatsugi's heart sank when he saw his former master break apart. One last, desperate gambit. Then Kamado yelled something and his awareness faded out. He'd felt that before when Muzan had forced them to do something. It didn't take long for Akatsugi to come back to himself, but when he did, he found himself in front of what looked like chunks of flesh. Chunks of flesh with a certain smell. He sneered at the weakness of what he used to think was the strongest being on the planet. T-Trader, the little thing managed to squeak. So, it knew who stood before it. Good. Akatsugi grinned. You disgust me, he said, then used his demon blood art to completely obliterate the pieces before turning to search for more. It felt freeing. XXX. Sammy wasn't entirely sure what happened when Muzan exploded. Had Kamado just squeezed him too tight? He could swear he saw pieces of the demon fly everywhere. Would that actually kill him? The remaining demon progenitor started yelling. No, no, you coward. You utter coward. Oh, so that had been one of Muzan's defenses. Sammy swore in his head as he dropped the two brats he'd been carrying and went to rush forward, looking for whatever was left of. Find him. Kill him now. Kamado screamed with such power, Sammy lost himself for a moment and came back only when he'd found a half-dozen piles of flesh. They looked like homeless snails of varying size. For a moment, the wind pillar shot a glare up at Kamado. Sammy had been fully committed to destroying Muzan already. The progenitor didn't have to do that. For now, he brushed it aside and used his wind style to slice the things into several pieces until he came to the last one. That one he looked at for several seconds. It was neither the largest or the smallest piece of the Demon King there, but he was getting hungry again, and it did smell very good. Should he try? He thought about it for several seconds before finally dismissing the thought and slicing the Muzan piece into far tinier pieces. It continued to shrivel away until it became dust like the others had. Now was not a time to take chances like that. You cannot escape me, Muzan. I will find you. I will obliterate you and everything you've ever touched. Do you hear me? Kamado screamed. Sammy didn't know how long he'd been out. It could have been minutes or much longer, but something was wrong. He turned to hurry back up the side of the hill, getting to the top just in time to see Kamado cut his own arm off. For a moment, Sammy just stared because what? But then he saw the amount of red liquid and it clicked. He was going to use his blood art. Whenever the wind pillar had seen Kamado use his blood art before, he'd noted that the kid had only seemed to need small amounts of blood for the relatively powerful and versatile effect he got. Even when he bled heavily, Sammy had the distinct impression the kid just used the blood as a spark and had simply controlled the fire from there, with maybe the exception of when they'd confronted Waxing One. But even then, it had been a last, desperate gambit and had likely gone out as soon as they'd been out of danger. That wouldn't happen here, and everyone knew it. This would be a bonfire the size of Mount Fuji, and with the anger, the hatred, Sammy still sensed from the kid, did he have the presence of mind to not destroy everything living around him? Because he very much could. Sammy cursed loudly and rushed forward, stomach dropping in worry. Demon blood art, Kamado started. Sammy swallowed. He wouldn't make it. Kamado, he yelled. Tanjiro. He wasn't the only one, but nothing seemed to get through to the boy. He could see others approaching from other angles, other sides of the mound, but none would get there in time to stop him. Were they all about to die by the person who had persuaded them to trust him? Then, one voice stood out above the others. Nyaisen. And the world froze. XXX. OMAKE. T-Trader, the little thing managed to squeak. So, it knew who stood before it. Good, Akatsuki grinned. Through dangers untold and hardships unnumbered, I have fought my way here to the infinity castle beyond the sunlight. For my will is as strong as yours and— Stop, the little thing squeaked, trying to reform into a small version of something vaguely humanoid. I gave you everything. My power, my attention. You have no right to do this to me. Akatsuki's grin just widened. My will is as strong as yours and my allies as great. You dare. The former waxing third chuckled. Isn't that the line from that new play just brought over from the other countries? The one you hated because the little slip of a human girl defeated the Demon King. Muzan growled. Akatsuki, on the other hand, just leaned down. No, Muzan said. You are nothing without me. You are far better off. Because you know what, Muzan? You have no power over me. The Demon King began to melt and fizzle away. Akatsuki just stared down at the pile of ash on the ground, blinking. He hadn't actually expected that to work. Everyone held their breath. No one seemed willing to break the thick silence that had descended on the miniature mountain. That one voice had stopped the raging in Tanjiro's mind for just a moment. But it was just a moment. The progenitor registered the silence around him, but his brain didn't seem to want to process it, especially when Muzan's final whispered words began to repeat in his head again, and then again, over and over, drowning anything else out just as they had before. I'll survive. I always do. And I will come back for you and yours. Tanjiro swore he heard them, even now, and it made his blood boil. He wanted to destroy everything near him to make sure he could completely dispose of that thing. He would burn everything to the ground to obliterate that. Nyai-san, the voice said again, this time much smaller, more cautious. Despite that, it was, once again, the only thing that seemed to break through Muzan's words. After a moment, Tanjiro turned to look down the new mound to his right. He could sense one of his demons there, but it still somehow surprised him to find the familiar face now covered in feathers looking up at him, pleading. Also, a semi-transparent form stood behind him. Takeo, Tanjiro asked, confused. Nezuko. She must have picked up his growing panic and worry when he saw her because she held up her hands and waved them as if in rejection of an idea. I'm not dead, his sister said hurriedly. She paused, looking troubled. I don't know, but I'm not dead, okay. He didn't know what to say to that. Are you all right? He finally managed to ask, forcing the words out. He didn't really want to speak them, but it was his siblings, and he did want to know. So why had that been so hard? Yes, Nezuko said immediately. And I even helped Jiyu-san take out Waxing 4. She beamed. Tanjiro blinked. Right? She didn't know he already knew. Something inside him began to relax a little at her excitement. I'm proud of you, he said, happy at how much he meant it. She was so strong, and knowing she could defend herself was nothing short of an immense relief. Then, he looked at Takeo. The boy harumphed. I just finished my final selection, got offered an apprenticeship, found out my family was being attacked, got kidnapped and turned into one of his. He spat the word and no one had any doubts about who he meant. Demons. Losing my memories, by the way, and then into one of your demons, consequently getting my memories back, all in the last couple of hours. He let out a frustrated breath as Tanjiro winced. Yeah, that didn't sound great. No, I'm not fine, but I'll deal. You'll help me figure it out, right, Oni-san? One-san, of course, Nezuko said quickly, but Tanjiro could only stare. The last thing he remembered of that face was his brother looking at him while stuffing flesh into his mouth, with nothing that was his brother in those slitted eyes. Seeing Takeo back again, part of him wanted to cry, but he wouldn't let himself, couldn't let himself. Not here with that man's presence all around them, even reduced as it was. He started, then swallowed his sobs back. I wasn't sure you didn't even recognize me. Before, I thought you might be gone forever. While that hadn't been the case with other demons, knowing Muzan, it hadn't been off the table. He'd been fully prepared to take a demon who didn't recognize him, but had his brother's face under his wing once he'd obliterated the threat, but it had hurt then. The idea that it may have happened still hurt. Takeo cringed, clutching his sword to his chest tighter. Don't say you're sorry, Tanjiro said. His Ototo shouldn't be sorry for this. The time traveler hopped down next to his siblings and put a hand on his brother's head slowly. Takeo didn't flinch away. That tightness loosened a little more. Tanjiro felt like he could breathe again, truly breathe, if only barely. It's not your fault, Tanjiro said honestly. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked past his siblings, out to the forest. It's his. Almost as soon as his thoughts fell back on the other demon progenitor, the lightness vanished and the tightness in his chest began to grow again. But he didn't care. He grit his teeth and looked around at the landscape. He could sense the other progenitor all over, crawling away or trying to hide, but he wouldn't escape. Tanjiro would do anything to make sure of that. His mind went back to the idea of using his blood art to burn the forest to the ground. That had been why he'd cut off his arm, knowing he'd need a great deal of blood to make sure, but it had already grown back. Perhaps he'd been a little too hasty, though. There were other ways to manifest his blood art at the kind of power levels he'd need. Don't worry, Tanjiro growled, not noting the anticipatory smile that had begun to grow on his face. I'll make him pay for what he did. I'll draw every ounce of our vengeance out of his very skin. Make him beg for mercy before I obliterate him. That didn't sound like it should come from his mouth, but it felt right. Or, well, it felt satisfying, just thinking about it. That was right. Right? No, his younger siblings said at the same time. Tanjiro blinked, taken aback at the honest horror and fear on their faces. Shouldn't they hate that man as much as he did? But they'd only grown more worried with each word he'd just spoken. He knew he was acting strangely, but this was Muzan, the exception to every rule. He didn't understand. What? Dai-san, Nezuko said softly. This is wrong, Takeo added on, as if to finish her sentence. Tanjiro just blinked. Part of him agreed with them, but that part was so small, overwhelmed by his need to utterly destroy everything about Muzan. Did they just expect him to smile it all away like he used to? He wished he could, but that wasn't how it worked. It had taken him 80 lifetimes to realize that. It's Muzan, he said, as if that explained everything. Because it did. Almost as if having read his thoughts, Nezuko shook her head and stepped forward. Nyai-san, we don't expect you to be happy all the time, but this isn't you. Nezuko, he started tiredly, but Takeo interrupted. She's right. This isn't you, Nyai-san. Takeo said. This is. He thrust his sword. No, it was Tanjiro's sword, Yoriichi's sword, at him. The time traveler grabbed it out of reflex. When had he lost it? And did he need it? With what he had in mind. He has to pay, Tanjiro insisted, because otherwise, what was it all for? Everything that he'd suffered. No, Nezuko insisted, pleading. I hate that the kindest thing to do, for everyone, is to end it, but it is. This needs to be over, Nyai-san. That small part of him spoke louder, yelled that she was right and he knew it. But, it doesn't feel right, he whispered, his voice raw. All the pain. He just, Nyai-san, please, Nezuko said. He could see tears running down her transparent cheeks. Takeo placed his hands on Tanjiro's, still holding the sword. End it for you. And for us. Please don't drag it out more. They knew what they were asking. For him to let go of over 80 lifetimes of completely justifiable pain and hate. Everyone always said he was kind, but that type of emotion didn't just go away. It begged for release, for him to torture the object of his hatred. He wanted to give in to that too. But what did that make him? As he looked into the eyes of his siblings, he knew he had to tell them his thoughts, tell them the truth. Even if it made them look at him differently, he had to make them understand. He closed his eyes, unable to face them as he voiced his biggest shame, his biggest truth, and fear. I'm not the brother you used to know, he said, unable to make his voice work above a shaky whisper. I've changed, Nezuko, Takeo. I've seen you die so many times and it changes you. I'm not who I used to be. That's why I hate him. He turned me into a monster, not just a demon. He used to be kind, but he wasn't anymore. Not really. He used to love so unconditionally. And he wanted to go back to that so badly. To forget all of this and just return to their mountain and live there happily for the rest of their lives. He wanted to be happy. He wanted his family to be happy. He wanted his friends to be happy. But monsters didn't deserve to be happy. He kept his gaze down, not wanting to see the looks of horror and disgust on their faces now that he'd revealed just how awful he'd become. What he didn't expect were the arms he felt coming around him, fast and hard. A head of feathers entered his view. Takeo, he asked, his voice breaking against his will. Then he felt hands on his face and he looked up to meet Nezuko's teary eyes. Oh, Nyai-san, she said so quietly he could barely hear her. You're not the same person you used to be, but you are not a monster. Anyone in your position would be angry. That doesn't make you evil. But he wanted to hurt someone, just like Muzan always did. How was that not monstrous? But, he started, I am. Then why do you care? A voice from below asked, words muffled from being said into Tanjiro's Haori. Two pairs of eyes turned down to the shortest Komodo sibling. What? Tanjiro asked. Takeo looked up at his older brother, slitted eyes wide and pained. Why do you care? He said slowly, emphasizing each word. I know you. You're doing this, all of this, because you want us to be happy. In every life, you sacrificed yourself, became a demon, just so we would all live and have that chance. You've sacrificed so much for us, for everyone here. He looked around and Tanjiro followed his gaze. He hadn't noticed how demon slayers and demons alike had come, and now all stood, watching them. How many people here would be dead or under that man's power if it wasn't for you, Nai-san? And you can't tell me you did that just to hurt Muzan. The newest demon took a deep breath and stepped back, running a hand through the feathers on his head, which seemed to throw him for a moment before he shook it off and went on. You still care. I know you do. Partially because I can feel it, which is weird, not gonna lie, but still. I think you're afraid of losing all of this. He blinked as he came to that realization and his face opened in surprise. You didn't think you'd get this far, did you? Because it's been so long. And too many people died. Over and over, this time too. Tanjiro blinked. Perhaps he had a closer link with Takeo than the others for his Ototo to be feeling and understanding that. But even then, even though he could sense what Tanjiro felt, the disgusting knot of emotion, the utter hatred for Muzan and for himself for even feeling that way, despite all of that, Takeo was still holding out his hand. He was still willing to give an offering to his brother, an offering of hope that he was scared to take because anything positive had always been snatched out of his hands before, dangled in front of him as he desperately tried to reach it. And Takeo was just offering it. Was his brother right? Was Tanjiro really so afraid? Yes, he was. Perhaps that was what Muzan had cultivated in him, without either of them really knowing the depths or effects of But wasn't that why he never stopped fighting? Why he'd gone through life after life after life, searching for a way to end Muzan's threat, to stop the fear for himself, and to help them never have to experience it. It had been for them. It was always for them, would always be for them. And wasn't that who Kamado Tanjiro had always been? You're still you, Nai-san, Takeo said after a moment, turning to face his brother again, expression set in a pointed scowl before it lightened and he shrugged. You just got a little sidetracked. Nezuko laughed and ruffled her little brother's hair. Since when did you get so wise? The boy sniffed. Since I became Ju-sensei's Suguko. Nezuko gasped before a wide smile stretched over her face. When did that happen? Takeo scratched his cheek with one demon claw sheepishly. Since last night. Tanjiro couldn't help it. Just seeing those two interact like that seemed to break something inside of him, shattering it irreparably. But that didn't feel like a bad thing. He let out a half sob, half laugh and then couldn't seem to stop. He didn't know whether he was laughing or crying or both. Nai-san, Takeo said quietly. Tanjiro just reached out and pulled him into a hug, then did the same with Nezuko's transparent form. Or, he tried, and she just came forward to wrap her fading arms around them both. It was enough. We're here, Nai-san, Nezuko whispered, sounding so relieved. Us and Ka-san and Shidru and Rokuta and Hanako and all the Hashira and all your friends, Takeo said, sounding much younger than he had just minutes ago. Tanjiro hugged him all the tighter for it. We all support you, Nai-san. We all believe in you. He's not wrong. A new voice had them looking over to see Kacho Shinobu. As a demon, she somehow looked more terrifying and more beautiful all at once. But that could have also been her smile, the most real smile he'd ever seen on her face. Seimi showed up beside her, looking annoyed. You know, you're a pain in the Shinazugawa-san, Shinobu interrupted, glancing pointedly down at Takeo. He muttered and rolled his eyes before turning back to Tanjiro. But you saved my life. And not just mine. He thumbed over his shoulder. Tanjiro glanced around at everyone there again. They all looked on in support, except Obanai, who seemed to be having a bit of a crisis of his own as he held Mitsuri's hand. The pink-haired girl patted him with her other hand, but was still grinning widely at Tanjiro. And it hit him. So many of these people would have died in his original timeline. He'd seen Mitsuri's body and had watched Obanai die. He knew Muakairo and Genya had both died, yet he could sense the latter there at least. Haimjima-san, Shinobu, Seimi, and maybe a lot of them were demons, but they could work on that. They were alive to work on that. I'm still gonna get you for Genya, though Seimi growled harshly. Somehow, despite him knowing that was a real promise, it just made Tanjiro want to laugh more. Because Urakodaki-sensei was right. There wasn't any such thing as a perfect loop. He hated that he'd lost people getting to this point, but he couldn't become dependent on those loops. He had to learn to live on without knowing what would happen. Because everyone still alive deserved it. So he would. You're still the kindest person I've ever met, Mitsuri called out. Thank you so much. And that quickly, other voices joined hers. You gave me another chance, Akatsugi said. I didn't deserve it. Tanjiro-san rescued me, little Kimiko piped up. I guess you're okay, from Obanai. That was just the start of the cascade of support from more and more people who had come to see what was going on. He saw Yamamoto-san, who he'd taken the final selection with, standing next to Miebe-san and Imagawa-san. He saw hundreds of demon slayers scouring the forest down below, Zenitsu, Kanao, and Inazuke included, and they were all working together because of him. Well, not just him, but he did have a large part in this, and that felt good, relieving, hopeful. Nyai-san. Tanjiro looked back at his brother when he heard Takeo again. He'd reached out and placed a hand on Yoriichi's sword again. End it. Tanjiro looked between him and the sword, then up at Nezuko, who just smiled and nodded. He returned the gesture with a warm smile of his own. You're only gonna get Muzan, right? Sanmi asked bluntly. Shinobu punched his arm. He winced and rubbed the spot before frowning at the smaller woman. Then he turned back to Tanjiro. You were gonna destroy everything to destroy him, weren't you? Tanjiro winced because that had been his general thought. Yes, not anymore, he said. Now I will end him. And just him. Sanmi studied him for several seconds before he must have found what he was looking for as he nodded. Good. Tanjiro returned the gesture and scratched his finger with his claw, piercing the skin. He forced a fair amount of blood out and took a deep breath. Demon blood art, palm fire explosion. He continued to ignite his blood and pushed his power outward, to spread at speeds trains would have difficulty keeping up with. He willed it to burn through everything and find any trace of Muzan. He pushed it into the ground, wanting to find every single cell and burn it. He pushed it deeper and farther in. Pain erupted in his eyes. He shrieked, but refused to drop the attack. Nyai-san. His siblings yelled, but he held up a hand. He continued to make the mound around them burn, going as deep and as wide as he could. He would burn every single trace of that demon out of the world, no matter how painful. After several minutes, the pain died down and he almost collapsed in relief, but it wasn't done. Below him, the sound of multiple, high-pitched shrieks of pain reverberated throughout the forest. What was left of Muzan burning? Tanjiro just continued to let his fire grow. But, even this close, his fire couldn't kill the former Demon King fast enough. It would get the smaller pieces, but the larger the piece, the more it would take to burn through them. Most likely the sun would come out first. That would happen in a couple of minutes anyway with how the horizon had begun to lighten. Well, fine. Tanjiro would make his fire last as long as he needed to, even if he could feel it sapping away his strength. He had enough for this. He'd make sure he had enough. Sensing the danger, the different parts of Muzan stopped crawling away from each other, instead turning to scramble together to try to outlast the attack. Tanjiro could sense where they would converge and took a deep breath. He would confront this and he would finish it. First, though, he let the fire die down around them, then turned and smiled at his siblings. Thank you, he whispered, hugging them again. Then he looked up at everyone else. All of you, I won't let you down. He bowed low to them. I promise. Nyai-san. Nezuko asked, confused. As you said, I have to go end this, he said. You can all follow me, but I have to see this through. His siblings nodded and looked down in worry. Be safe, Takeo said. Nezuko squeezed Tanjiro's hands in silent agreement with their brother before her solidity faded and she passed through him. He could barely see her now, but he could still sense her there and that was enough. Tanjiro's smile widened when he met her eyes. He was so grateful for his family at that moment he thought he would burst. But he needed to stop putting this off, so he turned and jumped into the air, pushing off and shooting towards where he could feel Muzan coalescing. He touched down in the forest between a couple of groups of demon slayers who seemed very confused, very concerned, and very tired. They all eyed the strange mound of flesh coming back together warily, still on fire. When he landed, they all backed up. Thank you all for everything you've done, Tanjiro called out. Without you, he may have escaped too far, or there may have been too many pieces, or Muzan may have figured something out. But once again, Muzan was working alone. Tanjiro was not, and he had to lean into that. Stand back, he yelled loudly, wanting to make sure they stayed safe. Make a perimeter and make sure nothing escapes. Then he began to walk forward. The massive demonic cells formed into a giant shape, with a head and body. It was familiar. A baby, with sharp teeth. Tanjiro drew the sword, dropping the scabbard. He would return for it later. Now, he had to focus. Yoriichi-san, Tu-san, he thought, please lend me your strength. In his hand, the blade began to glow red. Later he would smile at that. Now, he only had eyes for the disgusting but pitiful creature in front of him. The enormous form he remembered from his first life. That fight had been physically harder. But this felt more difficult somehow, and more final. 10 minutes ago he may have seen this as a reward. But now, he just felt sad. Sad for this creature that couldn't truly see anything. He'd lived for 1,000 years, but was that really living? Alone, watching his back at every moment, only enjoying others' pain. No, it wasn't, no matter how much power he had gained. The time traveler took a deep breath. He had to get this out. It felt like draining poison from his soul, poison he'd been carrying for far too long. I pity you, you know, he heard himself say and realized he meant it from the bottom of his soul. You will never understand true happiness. You can only feel some sort of substitute. Get your highs from lording what power you have over others, wanting to drag them down to serve you, thinking that's enough. I don't think you can know true happiness because even then, you will never be content. That with the whole world under your control. The baby began to crawl away desperately, even as the dawn began to shine over the mountains in the distance, washing the world in golden light. Musen's shrieks hadn't ever really stopped, even as the flesh slugs coalesced into one entity, but now they redoubled in volume. Tanjiro only continued. You only find pleasure and enjoyment from dragging everyone around you down, from making others suffer. You break them to push them below yourself and pretend that is you rising above them. But the truth is you will never gain any ground that way. You will always be stagnant at best, and that is truly a tragedy. He paused and looked down for a moment, gathering himself. I'll admit you almost broke me, but... He glanced over his shoulder at the mound where so many of those he cared about had gathered, and smiled. In the end you didn't, because I have people who love me, people to fight for and to live for and to die for. So, no matter what happens, you will die knowing this, you didn't win. I may be a demon, but I am still Kamado Tanjiro, and you cannot take that from me. Because only Tanjiro himself could give that up. And because of that, he would give this being the merciful ending he didn't deserve. He took a stance. Breath of Sun, 13th form, Hinakami Kagura continuous. With that, he surged forward, sword slicing through the Demon King as Tanjiro danced. He went through every single form and then started again, making sure that nothing escaped. He also kept his fire burning so any piece of Musen that managed to get away would burn into ash. Anything else that managed to get far enough, the Slayers would take care of. He felt the other progenitor's presence flicker, reaching out desperately, but it wasn't enough. Then Tanjiro drew near the end of the form one final time. Goodbye Musen, he whispered. Then, with the last cut, the presence finally faded away. Around him, the pieces of the body still burned. But the fires began to diminish, leaving Tanjiro standing in a forest clearing in the morning light, face pointed towards the sun. Then, while everyone watched, he put his sword through his sash, still without a sheath, but it would do for now, then clapped his hands and prayed for a lost soul. XXX. Takeo didn't really know what to do once Tanjiro took off after Musen. At least, not for the first few moments. Then he exchanged a glance with the fading Nezuko, and they both took off after him. They weren't the only ones, it seemed, as everyone else began to run too, shooting into the forest below. Takeo, Nezuko said while they were in the air, I don't think I can stay much longer. They landed and Takeo froze at her words, eyes meeting his Nisen's faint outline. He could still see the worry plain on her face. There was probably only so much she could do, and since they didn't really know how she was here in the first place, he only really had one option. He smiled. I'll take care of him, Nisan. Promise. Just before she faded from view, he saw a relieved smile wash over her face. Okay, we'll meet soon, she said, her voice trailing off as she finally faded from view. Yeah, we will, he said, watching the area she'd been standing in for a moment longer. Once sure she was gone, he turned and hurried through the trees using his water-breathing form. He wasn't nearly as fast as most of the other demon slayers there even with his demon body, so when he finally caught up with everyone, they'd all gathered in a group facing away from him. Takeo, rather annoyed but not wanting to be rude and elbow his way through them, jumped into a tree and landed on a branch overlooking the clearing. He saw Tanjiro standing in the middle over a pile of ash blowing away in the breeze and praying for a lost soul, praying for Musen. A knot inside the younger Kamado's stomach loosened at the sight. That was his brother. Welcome back, Nisan, he whispered. In that moment he knew everything would be okay. After nearly a minute of utter silence as the morning light washed over the area, Takeo decided enough was enough. He leaped over the group of people out into the clearing and began to approach his brother. Nisan, he asked, only a little hesitant. Tanjiro turned, gaze meeting his younger brother's. Takeo caught his breath at the sight. He'd noticed it earlier, but now, with his brother standing there, it really hit home. With the sun coming up behind him and casting him in shadow, emphasizing the glowing eyes, everyone could see it, the kanji was gone. Then his brother smiled. We did it, he said. He's gone. Takeo felt tears come to his own eyes and he nodded. Yeah, he is. Thanks to you, Nisan. Thanks to everyone, Tanjiro corrected happily, although Takeo frowned because his words seemed a little slurred. He wobbled on his feet and the younger boy realized what was about to happen. He rushed forward and caught his brother just as he collapsed. Nisan, he asked. Tanjiro didn't answer. That would have worried Takeo if he didn't somehow know that everything was fine. His brother would be alright. Actually, the expression on his unconscious face looked far more peaceful than Takeo had seen since that winter morning when Nezuko had dragged him back to their home, dejected and broken. It was nice to see him whole again. He even smiled a little in his sleep. Takeo smiled back. "Rest, Nai-san," he whispered as everyone else came to gather around them. "You earned it." Shinobu took a deep breath of the morning air as she stepped out of her estate. Birds sang sweetly, heralding the oncoming spring. The morning frost had already melted, and while she could see her breath, that wouldn't last. The sun began to peek over the eastern mountains, making the world seem new, fresh, and far more hopeful than it ever had felt to her before. She smiled and stretched, then looked down at her completely normal, human hands before dropping them to her side. Today marked the end of an era. Today, they would officially close a long, bloody chapter of Japanese history forever. If only Kanny could have lived to see it, although she liked to think they were looking on from the other side. All of their sacrifices had built to this, and everyone's hard work had finally paid off. It was a good feeling. Still, who would have thought that cleaning up from the aftermath of Musen's death would be simultaneously more difficult, and far easier than any of them could have guessed. Once Kamado had destroyed his opponent, allowing the sunlight to obliterate everything left of the Demon King, he'd collapsed, and they couldn't wake him. Back then, before they could even evacuate everyone to a relatively safe place, though, Tomioka had shown up with a very disoriented demon Rengoku Shinjiro, who had reunited with his oldest son in a very awkward series of half-finished sentences, pats on the back, and trying to hold back tears via unsuccessful attempts to keep their smiles in place. Tomioka himself had been devastated to learn of Kamado Takeo's kidnapping and subsequent transformations. He'd gone so far as to kneel in doji before the Kamado siblings, quietly asking for their forgiveness, even though he insisted he did not deserve it, and would abide by whatever they decided. The younger Kamado, proving that he did, indeed, come from the same ancestry and background as his older brother, hastily forgave him and told him to rise, flustered, while pointing out that none of them could have known what Musen had planned. Even Nai-san, and he's lived so many lives. Tomioka thanked him, but hadn't stopped looking guilty since. Still, he'd been professional enough to put that aside and ask what had happened. Once everyone had exchanged stories and information, they'd immediately wanted to send someone to check on the Kamado family, especially Nezuko. Shinobu hadn't let their water pillar go, as he'd obviously needed rest, as had more or less the rest of the pillars. In the end, Aguro-sen had volunteered to go, saying he'd been incapacitated too early in the general fight, but felt better and wanted to be of some use. Mitsuri had taken him aside and given him a very stern talking to after that. Despite her heavy frown and obviously harsh tone, her lecture had seemed to help the serpent pillar perk up. Then she'd volunteered to go with him, and Shinobu had allowed it only if Aguro-san carried her. They'd both gone very red after that, but had agreed. It had been nice to know that being turned into a demon hadn't changed Shinobu's personality that much. She may or may not have orchestrated that just to see their reaction. After all, according to the Kasugai crows they'd sent the next day, Nezuko had passed out fighting Waxing 4 and hadn't woken since. Despite that, she hadn't seemed to be in any distress, merely quiet sleep. Knowing that unconsciousness and sleep were not the same state, but could easily be mistaken for the other, Shinobu had decided to go and check on the girl personally. Once there, she'd confirmed that the girl was, indeed, for all intents and purposes, asleep, and she needed that rest. It still seemed too close to Tanjiro's demon sleep for her to feel entirely comfortable leaving the girl there with her family, even with pillars there to watch over her. So they'd all made the trek to the butterfly estate once they'd finished mourning Yurakodaki-san and set up the headstone for his grave. The already nearly full butterfly estate had then gained more visitors. Shinobu hadn't seen the estate that crowded since, well, ever. It had been nice, though, especially once the Yubayashiki children had come to stay as well, mainly to get checkups on their own health. Yuzui-san hadn't come with them, choosing to return to his wives instead, and that may or may not have been to his benefit as the Kamado matriarch seemed determined to have a word with him. He must have gotten wind because he hadn't come since, despite Shinobu wanting to check up on his health, too. He was still recovering from severe poisoning, after all. She didn't know why he didn't just get it over with. The longer he put the confrontation off, the more it would hurt, but to each his own, she supposed. Smiling at the morning sun, she brought herself back to the present and turned to walk along the Ingawa, heading towards the sounds of children yelling and giggling. In the background, she could also hear people training. Honestly, she welcomed the noise. Being a doctor and a researcher, one would think she'd hate it, but no. She loved the sound of life and happiness and hope. It seemed like such a positive portent of what could now be. As she walked, she continued to think back on the recent months. After returning from Mount Sajiri, Shinobu had gotten back to work on a cure for demons almost immediately, now with extra motivation. All of Musen's demons had either died with him or been killed with the double shot of his death and Kamado's fire that had traveled through all of Japan. That meant the remaining Kamado demons only had humans to feed off of if things went south, which worried everyone. Fortunately, Seimi had more or less locked himself in the Butterfly Estate's basement and refused to come out again until they actually had a cure. Shinobu couldn't blame him. Obanai had done much the same, as had Shinazugawa-kun, Rengoku-sr, Kaigaku-san and Inao-san. The demon Shinazugawa had apparently turned. Tanjiro had been placed in a cell as well, and his brother had followed, refusing to leave his side. Even Shinobu had had to sleep sometimes or risk the insane hunger, but she hated it as she often lost weeks at a time when she needed to work. In that time, though, Kimiko-chan had gotten to know the triplets and they practically became a quartet, albeit with strict supervision by someone who could stop Kimiko if she lost control of herself, but that didn't seem to be a problem most of the time. The quartet met up with the Kamado children often, and between all of them, they tended to finish most needed chores quickly so they could move on to playing. Shinobu didn't mind. Quite the opposite, actually. Something else that had surprised her was how well Kimiko had taken a liking to Suzuki Kaio, who had remained at the Butterfly Estate more or less since her humanity had been restored. Honestly, Shinobu had been worried for the woman. Her depression at not seeing her family had gotten worse and worse, but she and Kimiko had bonded over their harsh pasts, and even before Shinobu's announcement of the cure, Suzuki-san had offered to adopt the small demon. Neither of them had wanted to replace their old family, but they both seemed hopeful in creating a new one. Thinking about it made Shinobu smile. The remaining demons, namely Yushiro and Akatsuki, had holed themselves up in rooms in the estate. They had both proven that they weren't a danger to those around them, and the basement had been full enough as it was, so they'd both been given the benefit of the doubt. It wasn't lost to Shinobu that the only demons that hadn't been part of the core were the ones to get upstairs rooms. Akatsuki came out nearly every day. He wasn't sleeping to train more or less anyone who still wanted to learn how to fight. It had come as a surprise to many when he'd said he wanted to start a dojo once he became human again, and he insisted that techniques still needed to be passed on, even if they'd gotten rid of every demon in existence. It always surprised Shinobu when she watched the former Waxing Moon teach. He was always strict but patient and encouraging. If she hadn't known any better, she would never have guessed his history. Ishiro had worried her, though. Every time she had approached him, he would simply thank them for everything but say he would like to be left alone to mourn on his own, in peace. So they left him alone with his cat. That had only changed once Tanjiro woke, about a month after he'd fallen asleep, and heard about the other demon's situation. The oldest Kamado sibling had immediately marched into the boys' room. A yelling match had followed, and then Yushiro had exited the room in a huff. "Please live," Tanjiro had called after the older demon. The green-haired boy had frozen at that point, almost mid-step. "You carry Tameo-san's memory with you, after all." Shinobu, who had been watching just in case she'd needed to intervene, had actually seen the boy's expression crumple. He'd nodded, but had said nothing as he'd stomped more or less right out of the estate and into the night. He hadn't returned. "He'll be all right," Tanjiro had said as he'd walked out of the room, watching the other demons retreating back. "What made him so mad?" she'd asked. "I asked him if he wanted to become one of my demons so he could walk in the sun." The demon progenitor had chuckled in amusement, albeit with an undertone of sadness. His exact words, "How dare you? I am Tameo-sama's demon and I always will be. You dare try to take that from me." That hadn't surprised Shinobu, to be honest. "But that's why I'm sure he'll be fine," Tanjiro had continued with a soft smile. "I know what it's like to try and live without the people you love. You need a reason. Now he has one. And he knows he can come back anytime, so he has support." Something about the way he'd said that had made Shinobu study him. The look in his eyes had taken her by surprise. For the first time she could really see his fatigue. She suspected he'd been tired for a very long time. He'd had his singular goal that entire time, but how often had he just wanted to rest, to end his continuous lives and finally get a break? What a sad and morbid thought. Maybe he understood Yushiro more than any of them were comfortable with. "And what is your goal, now?" she'd asked. He'd closed his eyes for a moment before turning to her. "To live happily with my family. The evil in the world isn't gone with demons. I still want to protect their happiness. My goal hasn't changed. I just needed a reminder is all. Not sidetracked anymore," she'd asked. He'd smiled. "Nope." And she'd believed him. She still did. After that, she'd gone back to pursuing her own goal. It had taken her 2 more months to find a poison that would work on Kamado's demons. Thankfully, by that time, Nezuko had woken up as well. While sleeping, she'd made a full recovery, much to her family's relief. It had been a good day. When Shinobu had informed the other demons of her progress with a potential cure, the older Shinazugawa had practically demanded his little brother go first. Of course, said little brother wanted it the other way around, and that had started a shouting match that Tanjiro had been needed to step in on, as none of the other demons there dared. In the end, the older Shinazugawa had indeed gone first, just in case something went wrong. Genya-san hadn't been happy, pacing around his chosen cell like a trapped wolf, despite having technically won his argument. Just in case something did go wrong, though, Shinobu had insisted that only herself, Tanjiro and Shinazugawa be allowed inside the room she'd prepped. Some reluctant agreement in creative ushering later, the wind pillar had laid down on the bed they'd set up and, with one final glance, she'd put him under with her new poison. Once he couldn't seem to respond, she'd nodded at Tanjiro, who had activated his blood art. Burning the cells out of one of his own demons took a lot out of him. Curing Shinazugawa-san alone had required almost an hour of continuous flame before Tanjiro couldn't sense any more demon cells within. He'd also burned out the remainder of the poison, so Shinazugawa had woken up not minutes after they'd finished. "How do you feel?" Shinobu had asked him cautiously as he'd sat up. His eyes, completely back to normal, had flicked up at her before he'd stood, jumped up and down, swung his arms around, stretched, and gone through several katas, minus his sword, of course. Then he'd grinned, with completely normal teeth. "Human," he said. Of course, that's when Shinobu had noticed the change and gasped. His grin had dropped immediately. "What?" Instead of answering him, she'd handed him a small, handheld mirror that she kept around. He'd noticed the change quickly. His tongue remained a sort of violet red, but definitely far more purple than it should be. It was normal otherwise, but he hadn't been happy. He'd still been grateful, though, and had still insisted he felt human. Shinobu told him to remain at the estate for observation, and then had handed him a rice ball. Hesitantly, he'd taken a bite, and then had continued to scarf the entire thing down, grinning widely the entire time. "I'll take it," he'd said once he finished. "Welcome back, Shinazugawa-san," Shinobu had said with an enormous grin. They had succeeded. "I'll go get Genya," the wind pillar had informed them, already striding out of the room. At the door, he'd paused, then spoke without turning around. "Call me Sanmi," he'd finally said. Shinobu remembered the pleased surprise she'd felt at that as if it were moments ago. That only increased when he'd gone on. "She would have been proud of you, Kacho." Shinobu's voice caught in her throat as Sanmi opened the door. "Shinobu," she called after him. "Whatever," he called back. Tanjiro had snorted at that. They'd only been able to heal 3 demons that day, but everyone had been excited. They'd slowly worked their way through the demons after that, until there were only 2 left. Shinobu had had to continue working on the actual cure though, for 2 reasons. First, she had quite the immunity to wisteria poison, and second, Kamado couldn't exactly burn his own cells out. As long as he had enough power to burn his cells, he was still too demonic. Once he hit that threshold where he couldn't burn those cells, theoretically, he'd be demonic enough to only start the process of slowly turning back into a demon all over again. While he'd likely pass as human, the remaining demonic cells would grow in number again, and he would always be a demon waiting to happen. And that's if he didn't become immune to his own power. In the end, he would likely still have to be awake to burn his own cells out, but they would have to perfect the cure and have him consume it at just the right time to even have a chance of returning Kamado to a remotely human state. Truthfully, even Shinobu wasn't entirely sure Tanjiro would be fully human again. None of the other demons were. Most of the results had simply been strange colorations and some slight improvements to stamina and such, or weird cravings. Kimiko still had a green shine to her hair and the proclivity to use her otherwise normal feet as hands. Genya had been larger than initially and had retained a rather hairy back. Higuro-san's scars had lessened significantly, but he had a tendency to hiss, as well as a heightened sense of heat and cold when he breathed through his mouth. The Kaigaku kid had strangely colored sclere. Even Suzuki-san had said her skin had a more sallow tone to it than when she'd been human before, and she felt drawn to water when she hadn't before. Shinobu, herself, had new, strange colors in her eyes that hadn't been there before, and she craved meat more than she felt she should. It annoyed her to no end that she'd come to remotely resemble the deceased Waxing 2 with his rainbow-colored eyes, but she did enjoy the extra strength and stamina she'd gained from her experience. She even missed the wings. Not enough to remain a demon, but still, they'd been fun and interesting. However, once she'd formulated the cure, several months after that final confrontation, she hadn't hesitated to take it herself. Over a week of severe sickness later, and she'd woken to find the remnants of her wings shed permanently, and with her hands and teeth back to normal. That had been 2 days ago, and she'd luxuriated in feeling human again ever since. Yes, she'd gotten weaker once more, but not wishing to take a bite out of every passing human was definitely preferable. Despite all of the noise she could hear as she slowly meandered in the crisp air towards the training fields and shed, she couldn't help but notice areas where some of the recovering slayers had unofficially claimed, even if they now stood empty. Like near that tree, where the Shinazugawa brothers had trained every morning once they'd been cured. They'd only left a couple of days before to head back to the Wind Estate. The Yubayashiki children had been happy to give some of the estates they owned to the current pillars for their future posterity in thanks for their service. It had been incredibly generous, and it took a huge weight off of Shinobu's shoulders knowing that the Butterfly Estate was officially hers and her sister's now. But once that had been finalized, most of the pillars had left to set their estates in order and to look for records. The Yubayashiki children had asked for any such records and histories with the demons and breath styles so as to make copies. They wanted to have all of that history in one place, even if not the originals. They had even planned on hiring scribes to make several copies for any family involved who would like one. The Shinazugawas had left with Haimjima-san, both intent on assisting the other with going through their estates. The Rengokus, who had often trained near that small pond with the Kamados, had also left to their household, only to return fairly quickly. Or, well, the youngest son had. Apparently his older brother and father wanted to go over their own plans for the future of their family. And once Sanjuro had given his opinion and volunteered to return to the Butterfly Estate with the records, they had thanked him and sent him on his way. Shinobu had since heard that they had agreed to let Sanjuro go to study in one of the Tokyo universities, while Kyojiro and Shinjiro would start a local dojo to teach anyone who wanted to learn sword techniques. Even without the actual breathing, the sword styles were still powerful and part of Japan's history. Sanjuro had been thrilled, putting up his sword permanently before thanking the Kamados, Jiyu, Shinobu, and the Yubayashikis for their help and generosity. Then he'd returned home to spend time with his family before he would prepare to leave for the city. Jiyu-san had taken his Tsuguko and Kamado Nezuko to the Water Estate and Mount Sajiri respectively to gather any records in either place before returning about a week later. It hadn't been an easy trip for any of them, especially as both had turned down the Yubayashiki's offer to retain the land around Mount Sajiri. Jiyu-san seemed content with the Water Estate, and the Kamados were making plans to return to their mountain and the village they'd been forced to leave so long ago. Shinobu both did and didn't understand. That had been a lot of land to turn down, but their original home was just that, their home. As long as they were happy, she supposed. Iguro now Obanai on his fiancée's insistence, which Shinobu found endless amusement in. And Mitsuri hadn't inherited any traditional land and had refused anything the Yubayashikis had offered, as Mitsuri would be inheriting land of her own from her family. The omiai with Mitsuri's family had gone splendidly, and the two Hashira were now in the process of planning their wedding, of which everyone had been invited to participate in. It would be a very large after-party from what Shinobu could tell. They weren't the only ones getting married. Several people had decided to begin new chapters of their lives now that their incredibly life-threatening, if well-paying, career had ended. To be honest, Shinobu was looking forward to attending each and every one. Now that life seemed so much more positive, she wanted to live it to its fullest. The Thunder Cultivator had taken the two boys he'd raised and returned to the Thunder Estate, which he had still been occupying as they hadn't had a Thunder Pillar to take over when he'd lost his leg. Only the youngest, who was no longer a Thunder Tsuguko as he'd created his own style, had returned and had seemed relieved to do so. Apparently he and the older Tsuguko hadn't gotten along. She honestly didn't want to really get involved, but was still keeping an eye on that situation just in case. Which brought her to the last Hashira. They'd set up a shrine for Takedo Muakairo in one particular room looking out over the garden. It was a lovely place, out of the way and quiet, just what he would like. Tanjiro had visited often once he'd woken, praying at the shrine and asking for forgiveness. When Shinobu had asked what he needed forgiveness for, he'd said he asked forgiveness as he'd decided to move on, to do his best to not reset and rid himself of everything demonic that he possibly could. He wouldn't go back in time anymore, which meant there was no way to save the boy who hadn't even gotten his memories back this time around. "It's not fair," the demon boy had muttered softly. "His life was worth just as much as anyone else's. That's why I feel guilty about moving on." "He'd want you to," Shinobu had pointed out softly. He'd sighed. "I know, it just feels disrespectful, but I know it isn't, which is why I'm choosing this. I could go back right now. I'm still a demon after all. I know what to do, and I have a feeling that things would be very different if I reset, but I also feel like that would be diminishing his sacrifice at the same time. Plus, we'd lose so much. Shinobu hadn't known what to say to that because he'd spoken the truth. She knew if she could go back and save her sister, she would in a heartbeat. But who else would that hurt? How difficult would that truly be? Would Kani agree that such pain and uncertainty would be worth it? Shinobu had doubted it, but then again that had been who Kani was. Finally, though, she'd known what to say after thinking back to all the advice she'd been given after her own sister had died. And even more recently, I think you underestimate your own efforts, your own sacrifice. Your life and feelings are worth just as much as his. You did your absolute best to save him and everyone else. You suffered greatly for it. You deserve to move on and live happily, even after everything. As long as you do not forget him, or anyone who has died, and what they strove for, you are respecting them, Tanjiro. The boy had looked at her with such sadness and pain then. I just hate that the happiest ending I could get for him was to meet his family in the afterlife. She'd empathized with that. I know, she whispered. He used to have a twin brother, you know, and loving parents before they died. No, she hadn't known. His brother didn't want him to learn to wield a sword, but he forgot that after almost dying to the demon that attacked them and killed his brother. That sounded like Takedo had wanted to forget to Shinobu. It also explained a lot about the forgetful boy. They were also descendants of Waxing One. Tanjiro had gone on. The insect pillar had turned to stare at him in open shock with that metaphorical punch to the gut. Because what? There were so many reasons why his brother likely didn't want him to become a slayer, Tanjiro had muttered, turning back to the shrine. Then the boy had let out a long breath. But I also think that even in this life, some part of him knew. Some part of him wanted to help end his own ancestors' contribution to the demon problem. And I think he felt he had to avenge his brother, even subconsciously. Once again, Shinobu could relate. Not to the having a demon in the family history part. But still, she'd managed to work past her shock to say something that had helped her recently. He has now, she said. I would have died to stop the demonic threat. Making sure to destroy the demon who hurt my sister was a huge bonus. I would be lying if I said I didn't want to confront him. But if I hadn't, and someone else had destroyed him, I still would have been thrilled. If Takedo-san was anything like me, he is at peace now, with his family. For several seconds Tanjiro hadn't said anything. Then, finally, he'd closed his eyes and taken a deep breath. Yeah, thank you, Shinobu-san. She'd left him to grieve alone after that, but she'd also noticed that he'd seemed lighter too, and sincerely hoped her words had helped him. He wasn't there today. The room stood empty and she decided to take a couple of moments to pay her respects to the fallen pillar. Today, we end it, she said to the picture nestled behind the lit candles. And a lot of that is thanks to you, Takedo-san. I wish I had known you better. Please, be at peace knowing your sacrifice helped us succeed. The future has so much potential now. So, thank you. After a couple of silent moments, she got the sense of Takedo-san smiling kindly down at her as he stood next to a scowling but otherwise identical boy. That certainly felt like approval. She bowed once again before rising and returning to her mission, passing the next room which also had a shrine in it, to Yurikodaki-san. She'd never met the man herself, but it was also a room Tanjiro frequented often, as did Jiu-san, the rest of the Kamados and the Rengokus. Several dishes and cups of sake sat before the shrine even now. She smiled at the scene, but didn't stop at it, instead choosing to continue pursuing her goal. She was headed all the way to the far end of the estate and the training grounds. She was glad no one had invaded her garden. She'd taken great pains to make sure that it stayed beautiful and rich. Having people step all over her flowers and the butterflies that took refuge there would not make her happy. Hence why everyone had chosen other places to train away from more or less every other group. She liked her grounds. She could have just gone through the estate buildings to the back. But she'd wanted to enjoy the fresh air. Morning had always been one of her favorite times of day. And now she didn't have to wait up all night to see it. She could definitely get used to this. As she turned on the Ingawa facing the back of the estate, she had to pause as she almost ran into several children, all carrying baskets of clothes or blankets, and all laughing at each other before noticing her. The triplets were there, along with Kamiko, the Yubayashiki sisters, as well as the two youngest Kamados. They'd obviously been doing the laundry as a group, hence the laughing she'd heard. They must have just finished with the washing and were heading over to hang everything up. They bowed as best they could when they saw her, greeting her with a Shinobu-sama or Shinobu-san. Hard at work, I see, she said with a smile. Yes, ma'am, several of them replied. After, we're going to play ball, Rokuta said happily, almost bouncing in place. Kanata-san said she'd teach us new games while everything dries. Shinobu laughed. As long as they finished their chores, she didn't see a problem with that. Well, I hope you all have fun. Carry on. The children's smiles all returned before they'd yelled variations of hi and thank you before hurrying off. Shinobu could only smile and shake her head fondly as she watched them go. After a moment, she turned to see several people training, including the older Kamado children. Akatsuki stood with his arms folded at the head of the group, facing them and watching their movements carefully. It seemed strange to see his hair mostly black and that approving smile on his face as he looked on, stopping someone every now and then to help them. This included Jiu-san, as everyone there had decided to also learn what the former Waxing Moon called the Soryu style, a weaponless martial art that Akatsuki had mastered when he'd still been human. Learning the style and incorporating it into their different fighting styles was not exactly easy, but most of them seemed to have experience learning and meshing different styles anyway, if not inventing their own branch. So they were making progress. It also served to keep them both occupied and satisfied as well as healthy. Honestly, she'd like to try it out herself once she got a little more time. If she ever got any more time. Then, as she watched, Akatsuki ended the class, had the students bow, and then let them go for their own free time. Fight me, Inosuke immediately shouted at Tanjiro, who seemed to slump tiredly. Inosuke, no, Nezuko said as she came up to the pair, followed by Kanao and Zenitsu. Inosuke, yes, he replied with a huge grin. Stupid boar, Zenitsu muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. I am not stupid, and I'll prove it. He turned back to Tanjiro. Fight me. The last demon held his hands up placatingly. I already fought you this week. I'm stronger now. Well, to be fair, he was. She'd seen some serious improvement once everyone had added Akatsuki's style into their repertoire. A lot of that was because of how hard the former Waxing Moon worked with them to add to their sword style. But something had to be said about his natural teaching ability for him to even take that into account, let alone for his efforts to work so well. It helped that he had talented students. Speaking of the man, she turned to see him standing a little ways off, watching the group. Golden eyes lit up in amusement. Pointedly, she walked up to him. Aren't you going to step in? She asked. You kiddin'? He returned with a snort. This is hilarious. She let out an obvious sigh and shook her head as she decided to come to Kamado's rescue. So that's why you should fight me again, Inosuke was saying as she walked up to their group. Tanjiro started, but Shinobu spoke before he could get farther. I'm afraid he can't right now. At that point she turned to the boy in question. It's time. Everyone seemed to freeze, even him, with the exception of his red, slitted eyes widening. Then his face broke into an excited smile. If you'll follow me, she said, nodding a goodbye to everyone else. Hi, Tanjiro said as he followed her across the training field. Behind them, Inosuke started saying how he wanted to be the last one to defeat a demon. And there was only one demon left to fight. Shinobu just shook her head fondly. That boy. She was sad that he, and likely Obanai and Mitsuri, perhaps even Tanjiro, and Nezuko, along with many of the other pillars, wouldn't likely live to see their 30th birthday due to the marks they'd manifested. Countering that was actually next on Shinobu's list. But for now, are you ready for this? She asked as they entered the estate and began to walk down the hallways. He took a deep breath and let it out before nodding. I'm used to being a demon, but I can't wait to go back to being a human. I'm going to eat a whole bowl of Fatsia sprouts. They're my favorite food, you know. Shinobu giggled a little. Sometimes he really acted his physical age. Now was definitely one of those times. But, he went on after a long pause, voice subdued, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. She blinked and glanced over at him. Oh, why? Because you aren't sure you'll be able to become human. Or is it the pain? Because it would likely be agony for him. He winced, a little of both, but he paused and took another breath. But also, I've known what to do for so long. I've known more or less what would happen and what I needed to try and avoid and how to deal with what was coming. I won't have that advantage, all the information, anymore. After so long of relying on that, it's just scary, you know. She could have welcomed him to the club of everyone else in the world who had to live their lives like that. But, honestly, she could imagine where he was coming from, and didn't feel like being a troll just then. It had to happen sometimes, she supposed. I don't know, but I can certainly sympathize, she said honestly. But then her smile returned. But if anyone can navigate it, I'm sure it's you. The smile on his face was worth her comment. But, then that troll inside her raised its mischievous head. However, I would like to remind you that people have been doing it for centuries. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, which just made her shake her head at him. Probably the strongest being in the world, and he shrunk away like that at just a simple, teasing comment. I suppose everyone will just have to all help each other. She looked ahead, but out of the corner of her eye, she did see him perk up. Yeah, I guess we will. No, seriously, she could definitely get used to, get addicted to, this lightness and this feeling of hope. XXX. Alright, Tanjiro, Shinobu said as she handed him 2 vials full of liquid. Drink this one right now, she pointed to the amber-colored one. That's a painkiller. It shouldn't take too long to take effect with your metabolism. Make sure you don't burn that out because it's all I can give you to take the edge off of this. He nodded and swallowed the liquid. The substance tasted extremely bitter, so much so that he couldn't stop himself from making a face, but he didn't otherwise say anything as he handed the vial back. Despite how badly it tasted, he was grateful for it. He'd been preparing for this for a while, but he wasn't entirely sure anyone could truly prepare for what he was about to go through. In about 10 minutes, I'll need you to begin to burn your cells out. When I say, you'll need to swallow this, she pointed to the purple-gray liquid. It's the cure mixed with some wisteria to help it along. You'll likely want to burn that out too, but please refrain. Once again, he nodded. Only demon cells. Correct, she said, then paused. Are you sure you want to do this? I remember what you said about not being able to burn yourself and the mindset it put you in. He took another calming breath, closing his eyes and trying to release all of his anxious tension. It helped. Then he met her gaze steadily. Yes, she still looked concerned, so he forced himself to smile. How else can I eat those sprouts? It worked, she chuckled, which was contagious and helped him relax a little too. Very well, she finally said. He started hesitantly. I think I was afraid, before. When I tried to burn the demon cells out of my body, afraid that I'd be making a mistake because I didn't think I would be strong enough without this strength. He sighed, knowing he sounded self-deprecating but unable to help it. He deserved it. Shinobu frowned and was about to open her mouth, but he continued before she could say anything. I know we were strong enough before, but so many people died. We had him, but then he turned me into a demon and I couldn't chance it working out remotely like that again. I didn't even really think about it until after he was gone, so it wasn't conscious, but it was easier for me to believe in myself like this than it was for me to believe in everyone working together again. He slumped. I'm a hypocrite, a selfish hypocrite. For several seconds, the room fell into silence. He didn't want to look up and see her agreement. She tended to be brutally honest with her assessment of things, and it took all he could muster to brace for that. Which was why he couldn't help but feel shocked when she said no firmly. Tanjiro blinked. What? Her eyes narrowed, fixing him in place as she folded her arms. What's wrong is that you value other people more than you value yourself. It was easier for you to sacrifice yourself than it was to even contemplate sacrificing others. You believed you could handle it, and if it gave everyone else more of a chance to survive, then so be it. That is not selfish. She huffed and her face softened. Just a little. Sidetracked. For moments that lasted an eternity, he could only blink at her. She'd meant that. Every word. He could smell it, and even if he couldn't, he didn't think he could deny it. Because, well, now that she pointed it out, he did think like that, didn't he? His mind went back to his siblings telling him he wasn't evil, just sidetracked, and he heard himself chuckle, mildly hysterically. Shinobu still seemed pleased. I guess I'm just susceptible to becoming misguided, he muttered. She cocked her head to one side. It's easy to become misguided in one lifetime, let alone almost 100. I think it's understandable and that you should be kinder to yourself. The half smile he gave her felt raw and grateful at the same time. I'll work on that. She nodded. You'd better. Then she glanced at the clock in the corner of the room. We have about 3 more minutes. He returned the gesture and they fell into a nervous silence as they waited for the time to pass. It felt like years and yet just moments before she finally nodded again. Okay, now. He braced himself and scratched his finger. Demon blood art, palm fire, he said, then forced his blood to ignite all over his body. Oh, it hurt. Immensely so. He grit his teeth, but the white-hot pain just kept growing. He couldn't hold back grunts and then shrieks, and finally sustained yells and screams, but he didn't let up. He couldn't keep going. He heard Shinobu say. He didn't want to. He couldn't express in words how much he didn't want to, but he had to if he wanted to be human again. That was worth any pain. Even this crippling agony that made it hard to see and breathe. He fell to the floor, or was it the hospital bed? He couldn't tell. His fingers had already dug holes into something and he gripped it like his life depended on it. Or maybe he'd scratched it, it being whatever he lay on. But he didn't let up with his fire. If Nezuko could handle this, then so could he. He could. He had to. Because he couldn't handle going back again. That would hurt more. Maybe not physically. Wait, where was the other vial? Had he smashed it? He tried to ask, but could only croak out, cure. I have it right here, Shinobu said. Don't worry. Just keep going. He felt a cool hand on his forehead. A doctor's hand. A friend's hand. He was infinitely glad his fire only burned what he wanted it to. He clung to that small relief, even as he continued to scream out and tears leaked down his cheeks. After what felt like longer than an eternity, the pain finally began to subside, going from burning knives stabbing into his entire body over and over again to pinpricks instead. His throat hurt too. I don't think I can keep it up much longer, he gasped out. Okay, Shinobu said soothingly. Then take this. He forced himself to focus on the vial in front of him, the purplish-gray liquid inside waiting for him to swallow it. With a tired, aching, and shaky hand, he managed to grasp the cool, hard glass and dump the contents in his mouth, forcing himself to swallow something that tasted even worse than the painkillers. Of course, that's when the pain came back, except from his stomach this time. He groaned and collapsed again. How much longer did he have to do this? Would it end? It didn't feel like it. Keep burning as long as you can, he heard Shinobu's voice. Gritting his teeth and holding back more screams, he focused on those words, pushing that fire to keep burning. He could feel it slipping out of his grasp, though. Whether due to pain or his weakening demon cells, he didn't know, but he had to keep pushing. So he did. He didn't even recognize when he lost consciousness. XXX. Nezuko sat by her brother's bed, dabbing the damp cloth over his face. He looked pained with his flushed cheeks and sweaty face and hair. Shinobu-san said that the fever was expected, but she'd looked so worried when she'd said it. All of their brothers and sisters, as well as their mother and even Jiyu-san, took turns by his bedside, trying to keep the fever down. They had some medications that were supposed to help, but since no one knew how they'd interact with the demon cure, they hadn't dared use them. All they could do were old-fashioned treatments of keeping his head cool and his feet warm to keep the fever down to a manageable level. Miyai-san, she whispered, come back to us soon. Everyone's worried. And they were, though Nezuko wasn't sure whether she would prefer for him to come back as a demon over dying. Selfishly, she thought she would, but she knew that would break his heart. So she hoped he came back completely human, or mostly human like her. She'd take that, or just not demon, whatever else he may be. She just wanted her brother back. Closing her eyes, she tried again to project herself outwards, hoping that maybe she could connect with his spirit somehow, but yet again, nothing happened. After several minutes of concentrating, she collapsed against the back of the chair, sighing in frustration. She didn't know how she'd been able to do that, project herself into the battle and even be able to interact with the battlefield. She hadn't been able to do it since, and she had tried, especially recently. If she could project some part of herself out of her body, could she also project herself into his mind? She didn't know, but she really wanted to let him know how much they loved and missed him. With a heavy sigh, she took the cloth on his forehead, dipped it back in the water and squeezed the heat out again. Then she went back to dab his forehead again and froze. 2 maroon irises peeked out from under heavy eyelids. Nezuko, a croaking voice asked. For several seconds, she just sat there, staring. Then she dropped the cloth and leaped forward, catching him in a hug. Tanjiro, she shrieked in joy. He groaned and she realized she may be squeezing him a little too tightly. Hurriedly, she let go. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? How do you feel? He chuckled tiredly. I ache all over. She smiled in sympathy. And I'm hungry, he muttered, frowning. Oh, we have some rice balls right here, she said as she hurriedly grabbed the white triangles from the plate on the side table. They are a little old, but he eyed the offering cautiously for several seconds before reaching a shaking hand out from under his covers, taking it carefully and moving it to his mouth. Then he bit into it. He could barely move his lips, it seemed, so she couldn't see if he'd lost his fangs or not. The room fell into a heavy silence as he chewed and swallowed, then waited. And waited. And finally, tears came to his eyes. Oh no, was something wrong? Did he still? Before she could finish that thought, he burst out into a sob and stuffed the rice into his mouth again. Oh, he could eat it. He was human again. Or at least not demon. Nezuko felt tears come to her own eyes. It's over, he choked out after he'd swallowed that mouthful. It's finally over. Yeah, she said. Slowly, his eyes closed and his arm holding the half-eaten rice ball fell down. She could see and feel his slow, steady breaths. Not constant concentration, but still deep and restful. Sleep, Nai-san, she whispered, taking the rice out of his hand and setting it back on the plate before tucking his arm back inside the blankets. Then, unknowingly echoing his little brother's sentiment from after the battle with Muzan, she smiled at him. You've earned it. Because just then, she realized that everything would be just fine. Setting the damp cloth on his forehead once again, she kissed his temple before standing and rushing out to tell Shinobu-san. Behind her, on the bed, Tanjiro smiled. Ever since he'd woken up without his fangs and appetite for human flesh, Tanjiro's life had felt like a dream, surreal and heavenly all at once. Sometimes he couldn't believe it was real, just too good to be true. Other times it felt all too real. Whenever he saw Yurikodaki-sensei's or Takedo-san's shrines for instance. Somehow, he didn't think that equating negative with real was something he should do, but he also hoped that passed in time. Now was definitely one of those times when everything felt surreal. Tanjiro sat at a low table in a large room filled with bowls of food. Not a banquet, supposedly, but he couldn't really see a difference. Nezuko sat next to him, staring at the plates and bowls of food that were supposed to be more refreshments than an actual feast. From the look on her face, she couldn't see a difference either. Around them sat many other Hashira and demon slayers. Actually, they made up most of the company in the room, seeing as both the bride and groom had been Hashira. Tanjiro's eyes strayed to the happy couple seated at the head tables with their families. Mitsuri looked resplendent in her formal irohachi cake that had been dyed the traditional vibrant red on the bottom, with beautiful scenes dyed and sewn into it in gold. The red faded to a lovely pink that ended up matching her hair on top. He didn't know how they'd done her hair up like that, too. From what he understood, those types of hairstyles were usually wigs, but he doubted that anyone could really match her color of hair, so they must have somehow gotten her hair to stay like that. She smiled beautifully around at the guests, but more often at her husband dressed in the traditional black. Obanai himself looked a little stunned and overwhelmed, but happy, and Tanjiro was happy for them. To be fair, it was a lot to take in. After all, he'd never expected to ever be invited to the nijikai of a very wealthy family who offered all sorts of food and drink while encouraging everyone in the room to mingle, despite the obvious class difference between some of them. The only people on Tanjiro's side of the room who seemed to really know how to act were the Yubayashiki children, unsurprising due to their station. They also were the only children under the age of 13 there. They sat next to Himejima-san, who had tears running down his face. Again, although only his size really made him stand out. Both Genya and Seimi sat next to him, arguing loudly, and Yuzui-san with his wives watched in amusement across from them. Next came the former Thunder cultivator sitting between Kaigaku and Zenitsu. Nezuko sat next to Zenitsu and Tanjiro next to her, of course. Kanao and Shinobu came next, and across from them sat Jiyu-san and Inosuke. He sat next to Sanjiro, who looked a little traumatized, as he also sat next to his very boisterous brother, who sat next to Rengoku SR, who seemed a little lost, but also happier than Tanjiro had ever seen him. Across from him, next to Shinobu, sat Akatsuki. He seemed to eye the food with both eagerness and melancholy, as apparently the feast reminded him of some of the celebrations he'd participated in before his fiancée had been killed. From there, several regular core members seemed just as thrilled and out of their depth. But it was an obvious celebration that everyone seemed determined to put their heart and soul into. Even people Tanjiro hadn't expected that from. It was strange to watch Jiyu-san drink, actually. Much to everyone's surprise, he seemed like a happy drunk, smiling and laughing and talking and basically freaking everyone out. It was also nice, just surreal, and Tanjiro would never let him forget it, although he probably wouldn't have to bring it up himself, as Shinobu also watched him, obviously amused. Often, people would randomly get up to mingle and wait their turn to approach the bride and groom to wish them luck. Tanjiro hadn't been one of them yet, mainly because being around so many people without wanting to kill or eat them was, well, he needed to find another word for surreal. He couldn't sense Akatsuki's emotions anymore, but he had no problem empathizing with how the former waxing third likely felt. It wasn't bad per se, but still difficult to wrap his mind around, and not everyone there would understand. On the other side of the room, several tables with people dressed in far fancier clothing and with much better posture all sat eating and drinking daintily. So Mitsuri's friends and family, most likely, other than those at the core, of course. He could see them shooting the core side of the room's strange looks, and couldn't blame them. Honestly, between the people and the volume, it was getting to be a little much, and Tanjiro really wanted to step out for a moment. Since people were supposed to mingle, he didn't think anyone would mind if he took a break. "I'll be back," he said to Nezuko as he rose to his feet. She frowned worriedly up at him. "Nyai-san, just need some fresh air," he assured her with a smile. She didn't look entirely convinced, but still nodded. He made his way through the room, smiling at and greeting people as he pushed towards the exit as politely as he could. Almost 10 minutes later, he let out a long, relieved breath as he stepped outside into the garden and the fading sunlight. It was just beginning to set over the horizon, and Tanjiro watched it for a long time, breathing in his constant concentration to calm his body. Well, you're certainly a bold one. An unfamiliar voice had him jumping and reaching for the sword he didn't have. It was a wedding. In the Taisho era, even the Shinazugawas hadn't brought swords. An older woman stood next to where he'd been just moments before, her eyes also fixed on the sunset. Wearing your mark out in the open like that. She was dressed in one of the finest kimonos Tanjiro had ever seen and had a sort of ethereal quality about her that reminded him of waxing moons. Just less violent. It still put him on edge. Mark? He asked slowly. She snorted and shot him an unimpressed look. I'm guessing no one told you why most yokai wear masks of some kind. It's not just for traditional reasons, you know. It's rude to show your mark. And kind of stupid as it shows ally and enemy alike your power, fire boy. Tanjiro just stared at her for several seconds. Why yokai? He asked. The woman's gaze turned on him and stayed there, pinning him down. Are you new? What clan are you even from? He frowned. The Kamados, he answered truthfully, though something told him to not give this woman his full name. She frowned. Never heard of them. Where is their lair? Tanjiro was only growing more and more confused. Lair, more staring. You can't be that new with that aura. Drop the act. I'm sorry, Tanjiro said slowly, genuinely apologetic. But I honestly don't know what you're talking about. They continued to stare at and study each other for what seemed like a very long time before the woman's eyes widened in recognition. You're one of those rare human cases, aren't you? She didn't say it like a question. Oh, how fascinating. She walked up to him, putting a hand on his chin and moving his head left and right, up and down, so as to get a good look at him. He wouldn't have let her if he'd sensed any amount of malicious intent. But he didn't. That didn't make him comfortable either. Fascinating, the woman said again as she stepped back. Funny, her robe didn't move how he thought it should, with gravity and friction and all. It seemed to move where she simply needed it to, so she constantly looked regal and elegant. It set off more warning bells in his head. Then let me ask you this. Do you have any ill intentions towards my granddaughter or her new husband? Honestly, it just felt like the shocks kept coming. Gee, granddaughter. You mean Mitsuri? The woman's scowl deepened, but Tanjiro just decided to plow on anyway. Of course not. I worked with her in the Demon Slayer Corps. The woman's eyes narrowed and Tanjiro suddenly felt that hostile intent he'd been expecting earlier. You're not a demon, are you? He winced. No. Well, not anymore. She didn't sound disbelieving like he'd expected her to. Was this how the rich acted all the time? The Yubayashikis hadn't. Honestly, Tanjiro felt so confused he didn't know what to do. What do you mean by not anymore? He blinked again. Something about her tone. You believe me? About demons. She sniffed as if she'd smelled something disgusting. Those pathetic half-breeds. Failed experiments at best. Now you are one. I've never heard of a cure before. It's new, he found himself saying. Developed to turn demons human again. The woman blinked in surprise, then let out a laugh, although it sounded more incredulous than anything. Maybe that experiment was more successful than anyone realized. She seemed to draw in on herself and then her eyes flew open in realization. Do not repeat that to anyone else. Oh, we need to come up with a good cover story for this before you go over the border. Wait, you're Mitsuri's grandmother, Tanjiro said slowly, and you're yokai. The woman smirked. I am. She reached up and put a hand on her face. Then she took it off. Her face. Tanjiro blinked and rubbed his eyes with his fists before looking again. In her place stood a large animal. A familiar animal dressed the same as the old woman had been. She also held a wooden mask in her hand painted to look like an old face. Oh, Tanuki-san, he managed to croak out. Then he frowned. I thought Tanuki were, male. The woman asked dryly. Of course not. We're a tribe of yokai. But women do often carry pouches around and transform them into. Okay. Tanjiro yelped and waved his hands in front of him, trying not to blush as the woman smirked playfully. Definitely a tanuki. As amusing as you are, with your incredibly human reactions. Her smile suddenly dropped. You cannot begin to understand the danger your very existence has brought to this world. Tanjiro spluttered at that a little. Danger. But I'm not a demon progenitor anymore. We got rid of the demons. The tanuki blinked. Progenitor? She asked slowly. The time traveler sighed. It's a long story. Even with her animalistic features, Tanjiro could read how utterly unimpressed she was at his answer. Fine. Well, it has to do with me being turned into a demon when we defeated Muzan the first time, like wham. Boom. Gawa. But then he kind of poured all his demonic cells into me and was trying to control me from inside my head when I became a demon, and when I woke up from that I woke the final form of my blood art. Whoosh. which sent me back in time to the morning of the day he attacked and tried to kill my family. And then every time I died after that, it sent me back again and again, but due to some things that happened, I kept becoming more demonic even though I went back to being a human every time, and my body remembered what it was like to change, and so it kept doing so even when I was able to stop myself from becoming a demon this timeline. And because of that, it sort of mutated and became stronger than Musen's cells, which, yeah, he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Didn't mean to, but I guess my body just went, no. And ha. And so I could turn people and his demons into my demons, but I hated it because demon progenitor. Yuck. Blurg. So once we defeated Musen, we came up with a cure, and thanks to that and my blood art, I was able to burn it out of me, and the cure did the rest. And Tada, he grinned, hoping she'd followed that. The Tanuki stared at him, those golden eyes utterly blank. Then, finally, she let out a shaky breath. So you're the source of... Oh, this is worse than I thought. Why? Tanjiro asked, utterly confused at his explanation, only seeming to distress her more. Taking a deep breath, the Tanuki put her mask back on. Before his eyes, she melted into the old woman he'd seen before. Well, demons were the result of an experiment. 1,000 years ago, give or take a couple of decades, one of our healers wanted to see if he could turn humans into yokai. He wasn't known for his kindness, even among yokai, and likely just wanted to either sow chaos or find a way to gain easily controllable yokai servants. Tanjiro felt his jaw drop open a little as he began to put it together. Musen's doctor, the one he killed. The now woman nodded. No human should have been able to kill a yokai like that. No one expected it. We didn't find out about what had happened until the demons had become so entrenched into the human world that, according to our own rules, we could not interfere on a large scale. Rules that are in place for a very good reason, I might add. This is a very common cautionary tale from the world of yokai. It says we did try to help where we could, bestowed blessings, encouraged any half-yokai children to get involved. But little worked until a human woman and her husband began to search desperately for a way to save their child. She had been diagnosed with an incurable disease and was not expected to live to give birth. In her desperation, she came across a kitsune who happened to be with child herself. Taking pity on the woman, the kitsune blessed her that she would tie her life force to the woman, and that would cause their births to mirror each other. If the kitsune's child was born healthy, so too would the woman's. It would also extend the human's life. However, the bond could only last for so long, and eventually the woman's sickness would catch up with her. She was warned she may only live long enough to see her children before she died, maybe a few years more if she was lucky. The woman accepted readily and thanked the kitsune. Now, I am sure there was more to the deal than that. The Tanuki rolled her eyes, still elegant and ethereal. Tanjiro wondered how she did that. Kitsune aren't known to be terribly benevolent for a reason, but whatever price the woman actually paid, it worked. However, the kitsune gave birth to 2 kits. Having so recently tied the woman's life to hers, even temporarily, caused the woman to bear twins as well. Yoriichi and Michikasu, Tanjiro almost gasped. The Tanuki woman paused, thoughtful. I wouldn't know, she finally admitted. Human names only mean something when given directly to a yokai, so we rarely remember them otherwise. In any case, the younger twin was born with yokai empowering him. He eventually left his household after his mother's death and began to teach watered-down versions of yokai techniques to humans. I doubt he knew they were yokai, likely just natural to him. But many yokai were not happy with this development. However, they also hoped that it would give humans the edge they needed to destroy demons and decided not to intervene once again. It almost worked, but then the older brother, who had learned some of those techniques, joined Musen, betraying his brother and all they worked for. Tanjiro said, feeling a little weak. This made so much more sense. The woman looked surprised. Oh, is that what happened? We couldn't always spy on that man and his demons, or those who fought them. But that does make sense. In any case, that did give humans the edge they needed to keep demons in check at least. And everything went on until recently, when many yokai who are sensitive to the flow of time became very sick. They claimed that time was resetting itself. I believe they counted 87 times before they claimed it stopped. She paused, looking pointedly at the boy in front of her. I am so sorry, Tanjiro said hurriedly, bowing low. I did not mean to harm anyone. I didn't even know how it happened. The Tanuki sighed and glanced up at the evening sky, now darker as the sun had just set. Yes. Well, strange things tend to happen when you meddle with time, intentionally or not. She returned her gaze to Tanjiro. Such as you, for instance. You read as a yokai. That took Tanjiro back and he just blinked at her for several seconds. For all intents and purposes, I believe you have become one. You even have a mark, although so does my granddaughter. I simply thought it was her yokai blood coming out though. The The woman pulled a fan from her sleeve and tapped her lips with it thoughtfully. The marks? Tanjiro asked, touching the side of his face where he knew his flames stood out against his pale skin. Yes, the woman said. The girl you came with reads as a half yokai as well. Both of you should be fine when it comes to your marks. Normally they are too powerful for human bodies to bear for long. So, the core had been using yokai techniques taught to them by Yoriichi, and doing so could awaken or bestow yokai power on users. That also made so much sense. He had to tell Shinobu-san. Is there a way to unmark someone? He asked slowly, hopefully. The couple, she replied. Look through some of the older tales. You should come up with ideas. There is more truth in them than you may realize. Right? He could believe that now, even if he didn't want to. I have to go tell. Please, you must be careful who you tell, the old woman interrupted, putting her hand on Tanjiro's arm. If some yokai find out that this route even has a chance of working, or what those marks truly mean, it could spell war between our worlds. Some yokai would come and exploit humans, doing everything they could to turn them into their own slaves and servants, and I cannot say how many would succeed. It could only be a couple, or it could be hordes. Yokai tend to think of humans as a resource to exploit, not as living, breathing creatures who have their own choice, will, and power. I know humans, I lived among them for decades, and I know they will not take kindly to yokai exploitation. Also, if enough humans become yokai themselves, humans will have a way to fight yokai on their own terms, as I doubt they would be so weak as many yokai seem to take for granted. Can you see how this could destroy our worlds if not handled carefully? The former demon nodded slowly, knowing he'd gone pale. Now that humans have defeated demons, she went on, looking reassured, we will likely pull back. We need to let that happen so something like demons does not happen again. Tanjiro gulped and glanced back at the door leading to the celebration party. We cured several demons. Many of them have traits left over from when they were demons. Those are also yokai marks, aren't they? The woman took her hand back and thought about his question for several seconds. Likely, yes. But while I sensed an unusually high amount of yokai in there, I did not sense anything that would read as more than a distant descendant. With the exception of you and your sister. He didn't answer. He'd heard too many stories about tanuki and their tricks. Thankfully, the woman didn't seem to be offended. In any case, you are here because you are close with my granddaughter, correct? Hesitantly, Tanjiro nodded, smiling sheepishly. My mom kind of unofficially adopted her. We know she already has family, but that wouldn't stop my mom. The woman raised an eyebrow, looking amused. I see. Is she inside? No. She had to watch my siblings, but Shinobu-san offered to go back to the butterfly estate early and watch the children so she could still attend later. You should be more careful with names around yokai, the woman warned offhandedly. Tanjiro gulped. Right? At least that hadn't been his name to give. As you are close to and have fought with and likely either saved or been saved by my granddaughter at some point, I will give you some advice and an offer. You may or may not age like a normal human, depending on how your yokai power develops. If you do not die, you will likely be requested to withdraw from the human world at some point. When that happens, you must not draw attention to yourself. Accept, follow, and then use a name that you have not used here to get around. Once there, find the tanuki and use my granddaughter's name to find me. I will help you establish a clan over there. I am doing this as much for my own safety and that of my family's as I am for yours. Understand? Again, Tanjiro nodded, trying to wrap his head around everything that had happened. You may be able to bring your sister, but you will not be able to bring any humans. And that is if you do not age and die like a normal human. Not for the first time, Tanjiro really hoped he did. Still, this was an incredibly generous offer this woman was giving to him. He didn't think he could turn it down. Yes, ma'am. And thank you. He bowed again. Your politeness will likely get you places in that other world. But make sure you are not weak-willed. Living in the world of yokai is. They both paused as the former sound Hashira slammed open the door behind them, startling both of them a little. He glanced their way and paled before turning and hurrying off around the side of the Ingawa. Wait a moment, Yuzui-san. A familiar and very falsely pleasant voice called after him. Not a moment later, his mother appeared in the door, smiling in a way that sent shivers down his spine. Ka-san, he asked. Ah, Tanjiro, good to see you here. Your sister is looking for you. Please don't worry her. He nodded hurriedly. I was about to go back in. Good, she said. Now, where did Yuzui-san go? I still need a word with him. The time traveler didn't even try to hide it. He pointed in the direction he'd seen the former sound pillar disappear. Thank you, dear. She sent an actual warm smile at him before the fake one returned and she began to walk after the man. Yuzui-san, you have yet to explain why you decided selling my 14-year-old daughter to the red light district on an unsanctioned, unsupervised mission without my permission was a good idea. Can you please explain it to me? The two who had just been talking watched her until she disappeared with a step of her breath style. Her learning and using the water breath like that may have been the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen after Musen's baby form. That was your mother. Tanjiro just nodded, not taking his eyes off of where his mother had disappeared from. And your name is Tanjiro. The sun breather shot her a dry look before smiling widely. I never gave you my name. After all, if he did, she would have far too much power over him. True, she said with a grin. I take it back. As long as you're vigilant, you'll be fine amongst yokai. Now, I would love to meet your sister. Would you mind introducing me to her? Aren't you supposed to be dead? He asked. If Mitsuri sees you, she'll ask a lot of questions. Please, I have my own tricks up my sleeve. She took his arm. Now, I believe this is the new way of escorting a lady, correct? Please, show me back to the party. Tanjiro was a little uncomfortable, but also found himself amused at her antics. This way then. What should I call you? The old woman just grinned sharply at him. Mitsuri Sr., of course. It's not my name, but... He couldn't help it when he laughed and escorted her back inside. And... Thank you for watching. Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a video. And comment down your opinion on this video. Thanks for stopping by and I'll see you in the next one.